Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here and joining us for this March meeting of the California Coastal Commission. We're very excited to be here in Ventura. So with that, we will begin with a roll call, please.
All right, good morning. Commissioner O'Malley.
Present.
Commissioner Eckerly.
Here.
Commissioner Hart.
Present.
Commissioner Jackson.
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Commissioner Kunkel.
Here.
Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Lowenberg. Commissioner Notoff.
Here.
Commissioner Preciado.
Here.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
And Chair Harmon.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great. Thank you very much, Chris. And I see Commissioner Lopez is also here. Can we move to the virtual meeting procedures, please, Chris?
All right. Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have internet access and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person through the Zoom platform or by phone. The speaker request form may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittals are available on the Commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comments may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comments are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a regular agenda item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have internet access, please go to the Commission webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures.
Great. Thank you very much, Simone. And now we will go to agenda changes. Is that you, Mr. Hudson?
It is.
Thank
And
you.
good morning, Chair Harmon, Vice Chair Hart, and Commissioners. I'll now go over those changes for our agenda today. First, item 11D is moved to consent. Item 11D is the City of Malibu LCP amendment for the 22762 and 22752 Pacific Coast Highway rezone. Item 11E is moved to consent. This is the County of Ventura LCP amendment dealing with a ADU ordinance, time extension only. Item 14A is moved to consent. This is the CDP application by the City of Los Angeles Department of Public Works. Item 14B is moved to consent. This is the CDP application for the Lucky Eights LLC. Item 17B moved to consent. This is the CDP application by the Port of Long Beach and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And item 17C, the KIDA CDP application, is moved to consent. In addition, we have a couple changes to the agenda since the agenda changes memo was published. Item 19A, the City of Carlsbad LCP amendment dealing with airport uses. That item is postponed. And item 20A, the Tijuana River segment, post LCP map adoption is also postponed. And I see Mr. Carl is noting that we may have one additional change, so I'm going to quickly turn the mic over to Mr. Carl. Mr. Schwing. Shouldn't call him Mr. Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Steve. Just one correction on item 17C, which is the KEDA application, the Newport Beach International Boat Show. We had that as an item to move to consent this morning, but we want to hold that over for regular calendar. So we'll have the full hearing on that later today.
Okay, and that brings us back to the end of these agenda changes. So that concludes our changes. We'll come back to item 4, general public comment. And with that, I'll turn the mic back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, Simone, thank you.
All right. For members of the public, I will be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it's your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comments at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will bring you in as a panelist. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up the process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you will be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your name in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and introduce yourself when you approach to speak. There is a raise hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. First up, we have Ventura County Supervisor Vianney Lopez, Vice Chair of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, followed by Joy Boyd and then Linda Kropp.
There we go. Good morning. I'm used to it turning on automatically. Good morning, Chair Harmon, Commissioners. Again, my name is Vianney Lopez. I am the Vice Chair of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, and I want to extend a very warm welcome to all of you here to Ventura County. I am proud to represent the central unincorporated areas of the city of Oxnard, the majority of Oxnard, the coastal community of Port Hueneme, as well as the naval base and the port of Hueneme, and one of the Channel Islands. So very pleased to welcome you all today. And on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for the work that you do. We appreciate your service and the effort you all make to ensure that our coastline is protected and that generations of kids, youth, and family here in our communities across the state are able to grow up having access to a thriving and sustainable coastline. And I'm particularly grateful that the Commission is holding meetings across the state today on an issue that is very important to the community that I represent here in Ventura County. So I want to thank you all for giving that access to our community members. And lastly, I want to thank the staff both at the Coastal Commission and here at our county for the work that everyone does to ensure that that these issues receive the appropriate care and attention that our communities deserve. So with that, I hope you enjoy your time here in Ventura County. Good to see you all, and hope you have a really great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Lopez. Thank you for having us.
Joy Boyd, followed by Linda Kropp, followed by Asia Hudson.
Oh, you are so smart.
So good. So I'm here for the San Diego Mooring Company. They were denied a rent increase by, I think, you guys years ago. We had a 3-page lease. After that, they gave us a 17-page lease where they took everything away, made everything illegal. They took our freedom and rights away. They were just denied another rent increase again by the San Diego Port. Now we have a 27-page lease. Our consequences are they impounded, sold, got a judgment for $55,000 against a tenant. The mooring company saw a moneymaker. The mooring company sent eviction notices to the beautiful, expensive yachts. Then they made the mooring company goons inspect their vessels, demand high repairs, re-inspect them and make sure all repairs are done, all for a huge fee, then made them sign a guilty plea. The mooring company can now tow to their own marina, put a judgment against them with no repercussions of a lawsuit. That happened to about a third of our 462 moorings. Everyone lives in fear of that happening to them. My consequences for informing the port and the commissioner, now they are doing that to me. In February, they increased my rent to $700 a month instead of the approved $160 a month. They seem to hear if they increase their expenses, they can raise our rent. They have 2 staffers just to intimidate and harass tenants. They are wasting money with 2 to 6 fake fishermen peeing in the water trying to catch us break one of their 27 lease laws. They are judge, jury, and executioner. They seem to want to replace us with mega yachts and make $1 million. This is what happens when you privatize public moorings. They are just supposed to babysit us. We need your help. They say they are doing this for the environment, but bigger mega yachts have more pollution, and that is bad for the environment. In the beginning, the port gave them sublets. 2 boats pay for the same mooring instead of raising the rent. We need your help. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. I'm Linda Kropp, Chief Counsel of the Environmental Defense Center. Our service area is Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo County, so welcome to Ventura. We have been representing Get Oil Out Citizens Planning Association and the Sierra Club since the mid-1990s to ensure proper decommissioning of platforms offshore Summerlin and restoration of the area as required by the original leases. Chevron shut down these platforms in the early 1990s, and in 1994, the State Lands Commission adopted a mitigated negative declaration and approved the platform removal project, which was intended to, quote, restore the marine environment to its natural state, end quote. As part of its approval, the Commission required that Chevron conduct a successful trawl test to address debris accumulated during the platform operations. In 1995, the Coastal Commission also issued a permit to Chevron for activities related to the removal of the platforms, including a requirement to, quote, clean up any seafloor debris. The platforms were removed in 1996, but Chevron failed the trawl test. Chevron sought to keep the mounds in place, referring to them as habitat, saying that they were encased like concrete and could not be removed. So EDC and others, including the Coastal Commission and the County of Santa Barbara, asked for the mounds to be tested, which the State Lands Commission did, and in March 2001, the report found that the mounds were highly contaminated, did not provide habitat, and could be removed. We have been waiting for 30 years to have this site restored. Chevron says it is not required to remove the mounds, but we did check with Robert Height, the then executive officer of the State Lands Commission, and he submitted a recent letter confirming that, in his words, Chevron was required to, quote, remove all debris, including the shell mounds, and restore the area to its natural condition. So we're looking for your assistance today, and I will be followed by our marine analyst and conservation manager, Asia Hudson, and senior attorney, Tara Rengifo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Asia Hudson, Tara Rengifo, and Catherine Werner.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Like Linda said, my name is Asia Hudson, the Marine Conservation Analyst and Program Manager with EDC. My comments reflect the scientific issues flagged in the DeWitt study mentioned by Linda. Throughout the years following the DeWitt study, the Chevron mounds have been assessed. However, there have been significant concerns remaining. The areas of concern have been highlighted in various letters by my colleagues and our experts. For the sake of time, I will focus on 2 issues that are specific to the leave-in-place alternative. First, multiple past studies confirm that contamination from the shell mounds are detectable in the sediments surrounding the mounds and also in species. We are very concerned about the impact of toxic sediment on marine life forms and the possibility of bioaccumulation. If the mounds remained in place with known toxic contaminants like barium and chromium dispersed in the surrounding sediments, that could lead to an impact on benthic life moving within and through the sediment. For example, black-eyed gobies, which are heavily populated at the shell mounds, they live, feed, and lay their eggs within the sediments of those mounds. Secondly, we remain concerned that under the leave-in-place option, the risk from a release from the mounds due to geologic hazards, like a seismic event, have not been fully assessed or mitigated. Our expert seismologists acknowledge that the mounds are situated in a seismically active location and identified a need for site-specific geological modeling studies, particularly with respect to mound shape, internal stratification, and mechanical density heterogeneity. I'm going to not say that word correctly. I can email you my comments. Our expert also identified many concerns not covered by previous analysis, like slumping and or internal folding of the mounds may be of concern, given that these processes might disrupt the internal layering of the 4H shell mounds, such that drill waste is exposed to the water column. There's also, we've also sent these letters, but there's also some chance for this 4H shell mounds to be disturbed by catastrophic slope failure. And so thank you again today for letting us come and speak. My colleague Tara Rengifo will discuss Independent Permitting Authority of Coastal Commission. Thank you, and sorry for going over time.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Tara Rengifo. I'm a senior attorney with the Environmental Defense Center. My testimony will focus on Chevron's existing CDP related to the 4 debris mounds. As Linda mentioned, in '95, the Coastal Commission issued Chevron a CDP related to the removal of the platforms and the cleanup of any seafloor debris. Special Condition 7 requires that prior to quitclaim, Chevron must submit an analysis assessing whether to remove the mounds. And if the Coastal Commission determined that debris removal was necessary, the matter was to be set for public hearing. Such a hearing occurred in 2001 in response to not only Chevron's failed trawl tests, but also findings in the 2001 study that the mounds could be removed. At that hearing, the Coastal Commission determined that Chevron must apply for an amendment to its CDP to remove the mounds. Chevron submitted a CDP amendment application, which remains incomplete to this day. Also in 2001, Chevron submitted an application to the State Lands Commission that included 7 alternatives for the final disposition of the mounds. State Land circulated a draft programmatic EIR and EA in 2003, and hundreds of comments were received, but the draft EIR was never finalized. Chevron instead elected to amend its application. Flash forward to 2013, State Lands started, but then stopped preparing an EIR again. Instead, State Lands began working on a report related to Chevron's new application to terminate its leases and leave the mounds in place. This report was circulated in 2025, and Coastal Commission staff commented that a CDP amendment would be required. Given this background, we respectfully request that staff resume processing Chevron's incomplete application. And we thank staff for their efforts on this and communications with us to date. We have 2 questions for the Commission's consideration. First, what are the next steps in this process and timing to ensure compliance with the Commission's 2001 order? And if Chevron does not comply, then what happens? Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine Warner, Peter Kraus, Valeria Cerna, and Victoria De La Cruz.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Catherine Warner, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Paseo Miramar neighborhood, and I'm also the co-chair of the Miramar Homeowners Association. I'm speaking to you today in regards to the restoration order and the cease and desist order CCC 24RO03. Our community sits on a steep hillside with only one primary ingress and egress road, and many homes in our neighborhood are currently rebuilding during the Palisades fire. My family also owns the property directly adjacent to the area, which was illegally graded during 2 years ago by a developer. And unfortunately, part of our lot was also graded without permission as part of this work. This has created ongoing concerns regarding slope stability, drainage, and potential impacts to our property. Because the grading occurred in a sensitive landslide area, actually on the original still moving landslide, the restoration and stabilization of the hillside is critical, not only for environmental reasons, but also for the safety of surrounding homes and infrastructure. The Commission took decisive action when these violations first were brought forward, and our community greatly appreciated the cease and desist order and the restoration orders. However, 2 years later, the hillside remains unrestored. We respectfully ask the Commission to ensure that the consent order is enforced and that the restoration work begins without further delay. I thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Peter Kraus. Like the prior speaker, Ms. Werner, in 2024, I and other members of my community appeared before you to alert you about this incredible amount of grading, vegetation removal, and landform alteration at 636 to 720 Paseo Miramar Drive in Pacific Palisades, all of which was being done without any approval or CDP. You might recall that the property owner was creating building pads for a future development to try to alter the CEQA baseline for a future project under the guise of brush clearance. And the work was truly astonishing because they were grading into an active landslide area, as Ms. Werner said, right below several homes, including mine, and also within Topanga State Park, directly adjacent to the magnificent Los Leones hiking trail, one of the most beautiful in LA County. You and your staff were amazing. You worked to issue cease and desist orders and restoration orders, and all of this resulted in a negotiated consent order with the owner that we were very pleased with, since it was intended to restore the properties in the hillside, in particular, to where they were before the illegal work was done. Unfortunately, a year and a half later, we find ourselves in a position where this property owner defaulted, and the bank that has taken ownership and engaged a receiver has done absolutely nothing to comply with your order. At the same time, we are continuing to see erosion where the developer conducted the grading, and we are concerned about further harm occurring to the properties. The landslide destabilization in particular is dangerous. We're sorry to bother you with this again, but I think you were all very concerned at the time about what had occurred, and you will agree that something needs to be done to ensure that the landslide is stabilized and restored. Our attorneys reached out to the bank and the receiver with no response. Please help us get them to comply with your order. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie and Cerna, followed by Victor De La Cruz, followed by Kevin Keegan and Patricia Keeney Miachos. I apologize if I mispronounce.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Valeria Serna, a resident of Pacific Palisades for over 20 years, speaking on consent order, what Peter and Catherine spoke about. The hillsides were illegally graded, occurred at 636 and 720 Paseo Miramar, 6 inches from Topanga State Park, an important coastal ecosystem. Before the grading occurred, this slope supported native vegetation that helped stabilize the hillsides, prevent erosion, and provide habitat for wildlife. Removing that vegetation not only destabilized the slopes, but also disturbed the ecological balance that the sensitive habitats held. The restoration required by the Commission back in December 2024 presents an important opportunity to replant California natives' fire-resilient vegetation that supports slope stability, protects sensitive habitat, and safeguards the defendable space of our community. Implementing this restoration will help return the hillsides, protect the community affected by the Palisades fires to a healthy and resilient California coastal environment. Our community is of originally 70 homes, now 40 standing, 30 needing to be rebuilt, are trying to return to normal, and we are simply in need of help. Please help us restore our community back. Additionally, I'd like to speak in opposition of the proposed artificial turf installation at the Palisades Rec Center, directly above the riparian Potrero Park, which would have devastating environmental impacts to our community and marine ecosystem. As from the entire life cycle, artificial turf has a negative human and environmental impact. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Victor Dela Cruz with Manat, Phelps & Phillips. I represent Peter Krause and the Miramar Homes Association. Like others here today, I too spoke at a prior commission hearing in 2024 to alert you to the illegal grading that was taking place at Paseo Miramar in the Palisades. You were able to put an immediate stop to this illegal work, and we could not be more grateful for the consent orders that your staff negotiated, which included a remedial grading plan for the slopes below several residential properties that were destabilized by the grading on an active landslide. I understand that the prior owner has defaulted, the bank has taken ownership, and a receiver has been appointed. The receiver has requested additional time to comply with the consent orders, but this community has been waiting for approximately 1.5 years now. My clients have had an incredibly difficult year after the Palisades fire devastated many of their homes, and the last thing they need to do right now is to continue worrying about the landslide risk that has been created. We also don't think that the extension requests are in good faith, given that the bank has sent correspondence to the Commission stating that they don't have to comply with the consent orders. Never mind that the consent orders are a binding settlement agreement with a successors and assigns provision, and that on its terms runs with the land. I have also reached out to the receiver's legal counsel on 2 different occasions and have not once received the courtesy of a reply. To date, the receiver and the bank have also not started to make the payments that are required by the consent orders, nor to my knowledge have they executed and recorded the offer to dedicate fee title to one of the lots as was promised. These are things that could have been done a year ago. Given this, we do not believe they should be given extensions on the restoration, or give anything. We would respectfully request that the Commission require them to pay the stipulated penalties in the agreement for every day they continue in breach. We really appreciate any help that you can provide. Your staff put an incredible amount of work into resolving the violations, and it would be a real shame if this was all for nothing. Thank you.
Kevin Keegan, followed by Patricia Keeney-Miachos, Hans Horman, and Dan Riemann, and Ann Shore.
Commissioners, I am Kevin Keegan. I am a Malibu resident and board member of Peer to Peer, a grassroots organization dedicated to providing clean, safe, and reliable water ferry service connecting communities and business districts along the magnificent SoCal coast. Our short-term vision is to have catamaran passenger boats running between landings, starting with Malibu Pier to Santa Monica Pier, potentially over to Venice or Marina del Rey, cruising down to Redondo Beach before arriving at San Pedro and Long Beach. Long term, we want the ferry service to run from Long Beach to Santa Barbara. Our California licensed vessel operator plans to run carbon-neutral catamarans that will service approximately 149 passengers. The boats travel between 24 and 30 knots. We have 5 goals: increase accessibility, support sustainability, enhance evacuation services, reduce traffic, and stimulate economic activity. Currently, we have close to 100 partners at the city, county, state, and federal levels, plus nonprofit and private organizations engaged with our effort, including LA Metro, Caltrans, WIDA, Coast Guard, Heal the Bay, and more. A critical partner is the Coastal Commission, and the reason I drove here today is to thank your staff. Over the past year, the staff members have been incredibly supportive and helpful to us as we navigate the many challenges and stakeholder needs. With genuine gratitude, I extend a sincere thank you to the Coastal Commission staff members. Lastly, per introductions from Senator Allen, Assemblymember Irwin, Supervisors Horvath and Hahn, and the SCAG team, we've made inroads with the LA 2028 Organizing Committee because our peer-to-peer water ferry service has the potential to be a legacy project for the 2028 Summer Olympics. We hope Coastal Commission will be along for the ride. Thank you.
Patricia Keeney-Miachos. Oh, there she is.
Morning, Commission. I'm Patricia Keeney-Mashas. I'm the chair of Peer-to-Peer. First, I'd like to personally thank District Director Steve Hudson for his excitement of our initiative. Peer-to-Peer's ferry mission is your mission to provide equitable access to the water. Imagine arriving to today's meeting from the coastal cities to the Ventura Pier with a short shuttle for the final mile. It would have been much better than my commute from Malibu. And this is not a pipe dream. This is future transportation with your help. We are not looking to build massive new footprints. Our plan is low impact, a modular rising tide gangway added to the Santa Monica Pier with no other infrastructure needed. It utilizes these iconic piers, and we need to replicate what was done at Malibu Pier on the Santa Monica Pier, especially now that the bridge is under construction. The Harbor Patrol has waited long enough for proper transportation for rescues. Our vessel operator has a 30-year stellar environmental and safety record. We are working with LA28 to be the official transportation for athletes for the Team USA from Pepperdine to their events and the village. We are working with Cal OES and FEMA for future pier evacuations. No one should evacuate the way we've had to evacuate in our recent Ventura and Palisades pier fires. Our inaugural ferry will be running out of Long Beach on January 5th for the city of Long Beach, who is hosting the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Obviously not stopping at Santa Monica yet until we get that gangway. And then we will be following up with some events for the World Cup. We are in final negotiations with the City of Santa Monica Pier Administration, who has approved our location of this rising tide gangway, which means our application is forthcoming to you. And we want to thank all of you and your staff for the help in the future to get this done. Thank you.
Okay, Hans Holman, Dan Raymond, and Anna Shore, and then Adam Leverez, and then we'll go to Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Hans Horman, and I'm on the board of the California Short-Term Rental Association, Santa Barbara. I'm here because the Santa Barbara Short-Term Rental Ordinance Commission just met. The Planning Commission just met last week. At the Planning Commission, Commissioners themselves raised serious unanswered questions about how STRs operate in the city, what the TOT revenue impacts would be, the accessibility, the proposed replacement with homestay models, and visitor capacity. None of those questions were answered in the meeting. Why? Well, part of this seems interesting because the city attorney wanted them to understand that if they pushed back, which is a commission's job is to ask questions, is that they wouldn't meet a deadline. Well, what deadline? Planning commissions exist to review policy on its merits, not to meet political timetables. As a host and an owner of a vacation rental management company and an owner of vacation rentals myself, and having broke my knee on the Mesa in Santa Barbara when I was a kid, I can tell you the homestay substitute doesn't work. Families don't book rooms in someone's home. They book entire homes. Data submitted during the public comments shows that unhosted rentals represent roughly 88% of STR supply in the coastal zone in Santa Barbara. Homestays are 12%. Replacing one with the other isn't regulation, it's elimination. I urge the Commission not to rubber stamp a process that the Planning Commission itself was uncomfortable with. The Coastal Act deserves better. So do the visitors you've charged with protecting access for. So basically, as much as I love reading off of my phone, the deal is that things are getting rushed, and there's a political and due process to make sure that when council or commission asks questions, that the questions get answered before they make a decision. And so I'm trying to make sure that this doesn't show up and get pushed through. Thank you for your time.
Dan Raymond, Anna Shore, Adam Leverez.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Commission staff. My name is Dan Reineman. I'm an Associate Professor of Environmental Science and Resource Management at California State University, Channel Islands, and I'm really pleased to be here this morning. I just have two quick comments. One, I want to acknowledge some of our CSUCI students that are in the room. They're here attending their first public meeting during their free time, and it's a level of engagement that we're seeing in our students these days that I think we should all be nurturing and encouraging in these times that we live in. I also want to acknowledge some CSUCI alumni, especially those that now proudly serve on the commission's staff. Brooke Lutz in the Ventura office, I don't think she's in here yet today, but keep hiring our alumni. I also want to shout out some colleagues at Channel Islands, Dr. Kiki Patch and Dr. Jose Castro Sotomayor. Together, we run a really active research program on our campus focused on coastal access and equity, environmental justice, and beach resilience. And I really want to acknowledge the great partnership that we've received from Commission staff over the years, especially the environmental justice teams, the statewide planning teams, folks working on sea level rise. It's been outstanding to have that level of engagement as we work on the science with them. I want to close by just saying, please continue to uplift your amazing staff and support the work that they do to rely on the best available science. And I know that you will. And so I thank you in advance, and congratulations on the anniversary.
Anna Shore, Adam Leverance, and then we'll be going to our Zoom attendees. So just make sure you guys are ready to be promoted to panelists on Zoom.
Morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for all that you have done already for us on Paseo Miramar. I'm the last neighbor to speak today about the illegally graded land. I live directly below the property where the land was graded, and since the vegetation was removed and the landform altered, stormwater runoff and dirt from the hillside now flows directly toward my property and the storm drain and the street below, creating ongoing concerns during rain events. Because the hillside was cleared and never restored, and because the barrier was never replaced, many hikers now mistakenly believe that this is a trail access point into the park. Without proper restoration or a barrier, hikers frequently gather there now, and there has been the issue now of some urinating and defecating in the bushes above our home. Our home is under construction there, and very often cars weave through the cul-de-sac, and sometimes even drive up the abandoned road, sometimes even at night. Restoring the hillside and vegetation as well as the barrier would help stabilize the slope and help solve what has become a public safety health issue. Residents and visitors are subject to this. We respectfully ask for the restoration required under the Commission's order to begin as soon as possible. Our community is trying to rebuild after the fires, and we simply need the hillside restored so our neighborhood can move forward safely. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Adam Leverance. If I could please have the tech folks call up my slide. I'd like to thank each of you and staff for the part you've played in 50 years of protecting and preserving the coast and access to it. Certain individuals in Newport Beach would have you believe that mooring permits wherein the mooring tackle is owned and maintained at members of the public's expense would be better off for the city to confiscate that tackle, maintain it at taxpayer expense, and put it under their high-cost short-term city mooring license program. Boating typically isn't something that people get into on a whim or for a short period of time. I built my first boat when I was in junior high school. I'm not an affluent person, and I don't strive to be. I strive to be low carbon footprint and low impact. But even with that, I was able to save and plan and sacrifice and acquire a mooring and a boat in Newport Beach in October of 2023. The slide shows several different pricing options in Newport. If you're affluent enough to own a multi-million dollar home on the water, some of them listed for $59 or $80 million, the dock pictured has space for 5 boats. Over a 10-year span, that individual would pay a little over $6,900 in tidelands fees. The middle image is the mooring permit I bought. That's a satellite image of my mooring and permitted boat. Over 10 years, my cost is a bit over $46,000. Yes, that's a lot of money, but I could come up with it. The city's plan for the same mooring over 10 years would be $72,000, and that's without a boat. They'd like you to believe that people like me incurring $26,000 more of expense over 10 years is enhancing access. It's not. It's transitioning access from many like me to many like people that have $59 million homes. You've heard from us, those that have been on the commission for 2 years, you've heard from us every meeting for 2 years. We're pleading for a CDP process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Chaley Hilkema, George Hilkema, Jennifer Kristen, Hein Austin, Samantha McDonald.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for your good work. My name is Chaley Hilkema, and I'm a mooring permit holder for Newport Harbor. The city of Newport Beach intends to revoke mooring permit transferability, devalue our permits, and raise our use fee 300 to 500%. These proposed policy changes are recent examples of the city's inequitable management of our public tidelands. Recently, the State Lands Commission writes in its staff report 105 that the selling of mooring permits, quote, appears to violate the city's grant statutes, fiduciary obligations to the state, and the public trust doctrine, unquote. Though the commission has had oversight of the city's management of the tidelands for decades, it makes a critical but non-committal assessment. City policymakers have already used a false rationale to blame mooring permit holders for a perceived wrongdoing, though we've simply followed procedure that was designed and regulated by them. The commission suggests a mooring transfer phase-out to rectify this apparent violation. This inconsistent focus on mooring permit transfers by both the city and the commission ignores the fact that there are many kinds of permits that are purchased by people seeking a legal right to gain access to the same trust asset, California's public tidelands. And these permits have value and can be sold and transferred when they are no longer needed. Those with residential pure permits, like general public mooring permit holders, use the public tidelands for private, long-term boat storage. If the private sale and transfer of permits is indeed a violation, then the city should be compelled to end the transferability of all use permits that allow private use of the public tidelands and have value and can be sold. The State Lands Commission and the City of Newport Beach should not be allowed to use a different standard of scrutiny to determine the potential violations of the public trust doctrine. Otherwise, it will be yet another blatant example of the financial and regulatory discrimination perpetrated against mooring permit holders. Thank you for your help in this matter and for all the other wonderful things you do for our California coast.
Thank you, George Hilkema.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. My name is George Hilkema, and I'm a mooring permit holder. I was bitten by the wooden boat bug about 75 years ago in the middle of a Michigan winter. Famed sailor Irving Johnson came to my high school and told fantastic tales of his travels at sea. I was hooked and began my dream of having a sailboat of my own. I eventually settled on the Balboa Peninsula, a block from Newport Harbor, where I've moored my Engelman Sea Witch ketch for about 40 years. Many of us who dreamed of boat ownership had to figure out
Sweetie. Okay. Right.
how to make that happen. We worked overtime, side jobs, and we scrimped and saved. We knew we needed a place to store our boats, and when we did our due diligence to find out how we could acquire Newport Harbor mooring permits, we were told by the city or county staff that we could purchase one from a permit holder who had one for sale. We learned that there was no standardized permit fee, that the wait list was ineffective, and that buying and transferring more permits had been done for decades. Many of us paid tens of thousands of dollars for our Newport Harbor mooring permits. We also pay annual use fees and biennial mooring tackle maintenance costs. The city defined the process, regulates its procedures, and even sold moorings to the highest bidders. So understandably, we've had the expectation that we could recoup our permit deposits when we transferred our mooring permits. There's been a lot of focus on changing policy that negatively affects us, and it seems that we've been priced out of the harbor. We don't know why the city treats us unfairly and why the State Lands Commission has overlooked its oversight responsibility and its commitments to the principles of equity and promotion of public access. Those of us who dreamed of owning a boat and having adventures at sea never imagined. Thank you.
Okay, next is Jennifer Creston, followed by Hein Austin, Samantha McDonald, and then we'll go to Carol Archibald, Elena Tillman.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Jennifer Creston, and there's my slide. I previously shown a graphic comparing the rates of 5 side-by-side residential piers in Newport Beach with their fees ranging from $318 to $556 a year. That same graphic showed a closely adjacent permitted mooring over the same public tidelands, which now pays $1,670 per year. As you've seen, residential piers are well appointed, including walk-on, walk-off access to the vessels they're berthed, as well as electricity, water, dock space, etc. They also hold multiple boats for that one rate. And for over 10 years, the city's policy has allowed pier owners in Newport Beach to pay only for the area covered by their docks and not for the space that the boats secured to the docks occupy over public waters. The fees are just for the docks, so you can have a dock with 6 boats on it and all you pay for is the dock. Addressing this, the State Lands Commission spoke before this commission in October of 2024 of, quote, incredible discrepancy between the pier rates and the mooring rates, end quote. The slide before you now is reflective of how State Lands, as of December 2025, will allow the city to address the substantial rate inequity between the less affluent and out-of-town mooring permit holders and those fortunate enough to have means to own real property fronting public waters in Newport. For residential piers, State Land says that, quote, fair rental value may be as much as double the current rate, end quote. And with respect to the city's preferred appraisal of mooring rates, with public records giving strong indication of that being curated and clear indication of the involvement of parties with financial interests, State Land says, quote, the appraisal was generally reasonable and the city could rely on it for setting mooring rates. State Land says they do not control rates in Newport. Coastal, though, can, should, and has a history of assuring rates protected access for all. Commissioners, my concern is, do a property owner's dock rates doubling to only $182 annually and an adjacent mooring permit holder's rates, which are already more than 18 times higher than the property owners, increasing by an additional 430%, comport with your definition of equity and access? Thank you.
Hein Austin, Samantha McDonald, followed by Carol Archibald, Eileen Tillman, and Ron Asklin.
Good morning, Commissioners. Hein Austin, could you bring up my slide? Thank you.
What's up?
On February 10, the City of Newport Beach established a Public Trust Lands Management Ad Hoc Committee to develop recommendations in response to the State Lands Commission report issued in December 16, 2025 regarding the city's administration of granted tidelands. The committee consists of 2 council members, which allow it to operate outside the typical notice, participation, and open meeting expectations. Harbor stakeholders have repeatedly requested the opportunity to participate, but those requests have been declined. These 2 council members moved and seconded the July 9, 2024 action, increasing mooring rates by roughly 300 to over 500%, while residential pier rates serving adjacent homeowners were increased by only about 1.8% annually. The State Lands Commission noted that certain city decisions appear to be politically influenced. As shown on slide 1, these actions on July 9 followed the State Lands warning on April 9 regarding the significant disparity between residential pier and mooring rates, and the Commission's concerns that such disparities could undermine equitable coastal access. Since the committee's formation, stakeholders have continued requesting participation, but those requests, again, have been declined. Because the city must demonstrate progress to the State Lands within 6 months, we respectfully ask the Coastal Commission to encourage a transparent process that includes affected stakeholders while recommendations are being developed. not after the decisions are finalized. The state lands deadline is on June 16, 26, with commissioners scheduled to meet the following week on June 23. Thank you for your time and your concern about the Newport Beach matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Samantha McDonald, followed by Carol Archibald, Elena Tillman, Ron Asklin, and Nathan Brenner. Please accept it being asked to promote to panelists, please.
Hi, this is Samantha McDonald of Newport Beach. I'm not sure what's going on with moorings in San Diego from the first public comments of the day, but I hope you're paying attention, whether it's private mooring companies in San Diego or cities in Newport Beach. Clearly, everyday boaters are being surveilled, harassed, and priced out of access to recreation. Next slide, please. I just wanted to note that I was able to have a private meeting, me and Adam, with staffer Jeff Plobnick and attorney Ben Johnson from the State Lands Commission last month, discussing liveaboards in particular. And I want to make it clear that from this meeting, that the staffers made it clear that they are not opposed to liveaboards in Newport Beach, given the way that our current policies and structures are set up. And that the State Lands Commission did not ask the city to remove liveaboards. The city is doing so without an explanation, and the SLC has even considered asking them to explain themselves of why they're doing this, because for us, it seems clear, but there is no explanation. The State Lands Commission also agreed that liveaboards can align with public trust, and although the writing comes off as saying that they're generally not, there is very much evidence and precedent for us being there. And the State Lands Commission agreed that there are instances where liveaboards are public trust and recreational aligned. And I think I've made the argument many times here that we are very much so. Next slide. So again, like everyone else, I'm please asking you to require CDP by the city of Newport Beach. Ask the city to explain their actions, recognize liveaboards as public trust aligned, and really see the discriminatory nature happening with rates and these actions of the city, trying to kick us out from our homes and our opportunity to sail the high seas of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Archibald. I see you online if you can unmute yourself.
Yes. Okay, I am unmuted.
We're getting feedback, Carol. Can you mute your other item if you have two of them? Can you unmute one and unmute the other? Mute and unmute the other. Carol, if you can unmute. Okay, we'll come back to you. We'll let you figure that out. We're going to go to Elena Tillman and then Ron Aspen, and then we'll come back to Carol Archibald.
Hi, Carol's presentation actually precedes mine. She goes over the first couple of slides. I can jump to my portion of the presentation. However, hers does precede mine.
Okay, let's try again with Carol real quick one more time. Carol, we see you unmuted. Go ahead and speak.
Okay, hi, I'm Carol Archibald. I am speaking for the Sierra Club Seal Society.
We see you.
Pardon me?
It's not us, it's you. We need you to mute the other item you have. You have two on Zoom, so we need you to mute one of them. That's all we're asking. One.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can you put up the first slide, please?
The slide is up. We just need to hear you properly when you talk.
Okay, what would you like me to do? I have unmuted.
Go ahead and speak. You sound perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, so I've done the first slide and we are on to the next slide, please. The sea lion pupping season begins May 1st. That is 51 days from today. The Sierra Club's goal is to have 0 sea lion pup deaths caused by unsafe human-wildlife encounters. Sierra Club has presented to the Coastal Commission over the past year to advance this goal. The commissioners have been supportive of our request for increased ranger presence at La Jolla Cove and the use of cones and tape on the beach to separate people and sea lions. Commissioner O'Malley made it clear that the city of San Diego rangers need to be on the beach, on the Cove Beach. Commissioner Hart suggested the city of San Diego purchase cameras to monitor the Cove Beach for public safety after dark when the rangers have gone home. Commissioner Jackson said it was common sense to have rangers on the beach and to use A-frame signs, cones, and tape to separate people from the sea lions. Commissioner Lopez noted the importance of an educational component for safe wildlife viewing by tourists who arrive at La Jolla Cove on the buses before they disembark. Next slide, please. La Jolla Cove was recently ranked the #1 beach in the United States by TripAdvisor. Many reviews highlight the sea lions. This recognition will increase tourism and visitation, raising the risk of the cove and its sea lions being loved to death. Increased tourism brings increased management challenges. Proactive management is critical. The city has made progress, but additional actions are needed. I thank you.
Go ahead, Elena.
Sure, and I'll just have you advance to the next slide, please. Okay, so good morning. My name is Elena Tillman. These slides here these images show what's happening regularly at La Jolla Cove. You've seen our videos of harassment each month. People are approaching, surrounding, and crowding sea lions at extremely close distances, often within a few inches. In some cases, visitors are sitting amongst resting animals or blocking their access to the water. On the western stairs, where sea lions frequently haul out, people often gather directly around them, creating situations where animals feel trapped between the crowd and the ocean. This is not only harassment under the Marine Mammal Protection Act, it's also a public safety issue. Sea lions that feel stressed or cornered can react defensively. When people push too close, it creates risk both for the animals and the visitors. And this becomes especially critical during pupping season. Pups are born in the cove, and human encroachment can separate mothers and pups or force animals to flee suddenly. Each year, pups have died in the cove after being displaced or trampled during chaotic human interactions. As visitation increases, especially after La Jolla Cove recently ranked #1 beach in the nation, these situations are becoming more frequent. Without clear management and consistent enforcement, crowd pressure will continue to grow exponentially. Next slide, please. So there has been important progress, and we want to acknowledge that. City rangers have recently increased the presence at the Cove and are making announcements to educate visitors. In one case, a ranger asked a family to leave after children were throwing rocks and sand at resting sea lions. And yes, that behavior occurs regularly. The city is also installing new signage with clearer viewing guidelines, including visual icons to help visitors understand appropriate distances. We've been working with Parks and Rec to improve coordination and communication. So these are meaningful steps in the right direction, and they show that active management works. But for these efforts, I apologize, but for these efforts to be effective, long-term coordination is essential. Rangers and lifeguards both play critical roles at the Cove, and success of the management plan depends on them working consistently together. Our next speaker will talk more about how that coordination between rangers and lifeguards is key to making those protections actually work on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ron Asklin, Nathan Brenner, Diana Heineck, and then Nancy Whitner Smith.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Dr. Ronald Asklin, Conservation Chair of the San Diego Sierra Club. As Elena mentioned, the City of San Diego's rangers and lifeguards need to work closely together to manage La Jolla Cove Beach. The San Diego Park and Rec Department has requested that CCC commissioners share their recommendations for tools that rangers and lifeguards can use to manage and protect sea lions at La Jolla Cove Beach. Commissioners should clearly communicate these recommendations to local CCC staff for a modified coastal development permit. The Sierra Club urges the CCC to require the city to use cones and tape. Oh, next slide, please. To use cones and tape on La Jolla Cove Beach to safeguard sea lion pups and injured animals by modifying the long-term management plan. The City of San Diego Rangers and City of San Diego Lifeguards must work together for the management plan to be successfully implemented. Next slide, please. As we discussed at previous Coastal Commission meetings, Many areas along the coast use temporary signs to protect sea lions as well as the public by directing visitors to maintain a safe distance from sea lions. Next slide, please. Rangers should be authorized to temporarily close the western stairs when sea lions are resting there to prevent unsafe human-wildlife encounters. The eastern stairs would remain open at all times to maintain public access to the beach. All these actions are practical, straightforward, and improve both animal welfare and public safety. Thank you, and now I'll turn it over to Nathan.
Nathan Brenner.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Nathan Brenner. If we could go to the next slide, please. In the past sea lion pupping season, San Diego has lacked a robust management plan at La Jolla Cove. As a result, several newborn pups died. In 2024, 9 pups were born and only 2 survived. In 2025, 8 pups were born and only 4 survived. Sierra Club recommends several management actions that will help achieve our goal of 0 pup deaths. These include rangers on the beach to manage crowds, the use of cones and tapes to provide barriers to keep people and pups apart and at a safe distance, closing the western stairs when pups are present, and the use of A-frame signs on the beach and installing cameras to monitor the Cove Beach. If the city rangers and city lifeguards work together, we can achieve the goal of 0 pup deaths in 2026. Next slide, please. Pupping season begins May 1st. With the recent national rankings as the #1 beach in America, the La Jolla Cove is sure to have an increase in tourism. Without proactive management, unsafe human-wildlife encounters will continue. Further, pup deaths in past pupping seasons demonstrate the need for a robust management plan. Taking action now can prevent avoidable deaths and improve visitor safety. Next slide, please. In pursuit of our 0 pup death goal, the Sierra Club respectfully requests this Coastal Commission make strong recommendations to their local staff to support the increased ranger presence at La Jolla Cove Beach, to authorize the use of cones and tape, to allow the temporary closure of the western stairs, and the Commission should support signage directing visitors to remain at least 20 feet away. Critically, the Commission should encourage coordination between San Diego City Rangers and lifeguards. With these tools in place, we can achieve our goal of 0 pup deaths in 2026. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. We want this commission to be the champions for La Jolla's sea lions.
Thank you, and we are the champions. I had to, no pun intended. Diana Heineck, followed by Nancy Whitney-Smith, Ryan Senoff, and John Dow. Again, we'll be promoting you guys to panelists, so please accept Diana Heineck.
Hi there, good morning. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm asking for your attention to what is happening in Santa Monica within our public school district. Despite the City of Santa Monica and every neighborhood association voting unanimously against the installation of artificial turf, the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District continues to move forward with plans that include AstroTurf fields. A recent example is the Smash School campus on Ocean Park Boulevard between 5th and 6th Street, which sits within the coastal zone. The district recently completed installation of AstroTurf there. When this concern was raised during a Facility District Advisory Committee meeting, Chief of Operations Kerry Upton stated that approval had been received from the Coastal Commission, despite AstroTurf being banned for Santa Barbara and San Diego in the October 2025 Coastal Commission meeting. Families in Santa Monica have been raising concerns about artificial turf for years. We do not want our children exposed to microplastics. We do not want them playing on surfaces that can reach temperatures of 140 degrees on warm days. We do not want their burns and injuries that come with falling on synthetic fields. I'm asking the Commission to please intervene on behalf of the children and the families of Santa Monica and to ensure that coastal protections are being properly enforced. The district has the resource and the time to remove this material and restore natural grass before students return to campus in August. Please, please prioritize this issue and help ensure that our coastal schools protect the health of the children who use them every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy.
Hello, good morning. My name is Nancy Whitnauer Smith, and I'm a bird watcher, a conservationist, and a proud new grandmother. And as such, I'm very worried about the proposed building at 501 Sandpoint in Carpinteria and its impact on the Carpinteria salt marsh. The salt marsh is an extraordinary gift to Southern California bird watchers and nature lovers. While over 90% of California's wetlands have been lost, this marsh still exists as an accessible ecosystem where visitors can closely connect with nature. I've walked the Ash Avenue Park Trail across the estuary where I viewed herons, egrets, terns, and plenty of pelicans. And on these walks, I met fellow nature lovers visiting from up and down the state, and many were very grateful for the opportunity to view so many seabirds. And when I heard about the proposed building at 501 Sandpoint, I knew I had to speak up. This building threatens to narrow the flight paths of the birds, and the birds like to fly in over the open space, not over buildings. And this building will significantly interrupt the seabird's flight into the marsh. Just recently, I became a grandmother for the first time, and I feel an obligation to preserve and protect this beautiful marsh. And I want my granddaughter to grow up knowing the joy of watching blue herons and pelicans fly into the marsh. And I want her to inherit a marsh that is thriving and not a view of concrete and glass. And I think we all have a responsibility to every future generation to preserve this California treasure. And I urge you, the Commission, to carefully weigh what the public stands to lose. Please make the right choice to conserve the existing ecosystem of the Carpinteria salt marsh so that my granddaughter and your grandchildren can access and enjoy a marsh that is fully accessible to seabirds that are meant to migrate. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations. Ryan Senoff, followed by John Dow, Tiffany Haler, and Lydia Ponce. Ryan Senoff.
Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. For decades, our coastal energy infrastructure has been defined by once-through cooling, a system that disrupts the biological productivity from marine resources. AB 2647 represents a fundamental shift in this paradigm by modernizing our moratorium to allow advanced non-combustion nuclear technology. We can finally retire legacy gas plants and replace them with closed-loop or dry-cooled reactors that eliminate the entrainment of larval fish and plankton entirely. As this commission knows, sea level rise is the existential threat to our coast. Advanced reactors, from microreactors to large-scale reactors, are engineered for the 21st century. They are seismic hardened and elevated to remain operational under the most aggressive sea level rise projections for 2100. Furthermore, because nuclear energy is the most land efficient power source on Earth, repowering sites like the Hayes plant or Scattergood here in the Southland allows us to consolidate energy assets and cede perimeter acreage back to the public for trails, parks, wetland, and salt marsh restoration. This is a rare opportunity to shrink the industrial footprint on our coast while expanding our critical habitat. Beyond the water and energy, this is an air quality environmental justice victory. Transitioning to fission from these coastal brownfield sites eliminates 100% of nitrous oxides and particulate matter currently affecting the frontline communities in South Coast Air Basin. I respectfully request that this board send a formal letter of support for AB 2647 to the state legislature. Let's align our energy policy with the Coastal Act to ensure a resilient, biologically diverse, and carbon-free coastline for all Californians. Thank you.
Thank you. We have about 8 Zoom speakers left. John Dow, Tiffany Haler, Lydia Ponce, and Lois Asbury. John Dow.
Good morning, Commissioners. Hold on one moment, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Dow, resident of San Clemente and a member of Save Our Beaches. San Clemente has 5 miles of iconic California coastline shared with a rail corridor whose stability is increasingly challenged. The question that will soon be before you is not whether the rail line should be protected. The question is how. OCTA's answer is to continue to hard armor and now includes a pending CDP that would hard armor nearly a mile of coastline at San Clemente State Beach with a seawall. Approval of this CDP would authorize a seawall that would effectively eliminate the public beach at one of California's most heavily visited state parks. We already know what happens when this strategy is used. In San Clemente, where large rock armoring has already been installed, the beach disappears. The Coastal Act does not authorize protecting infrastructure by eliminating the very public beach it was enacted to protect. The Coastal Act allows shoreline armoring only in limited circumstances and requires that it be designed to eliminate or mitigate impacts to shoreline sand supply and coastal resources. Furthermore, OCTA presents this seawall as the only viable option, but the Commission must still determine whether less damaging alternatives exist, not simply accept OCTA's most convenient engineered solution. For more than a century, the rail line in San Clemente was naturally protected by a wide sandy beach. Restoring that beach buffer by requiring consistent sand replenishment by OCTA in collaboration with existing and planned city and county replenishment efforts protects the rail line while preserving coastal resources. Hard armoring does the opposite. It reflects wave energy, accelerates erosion, and locks the coastline into a cycle of escalating structural intervention. Approving this permit would sacrifice a public beach at a state park for a solution that ultimately undermines the very shoreline it's meant to protect. We respectfully ask that you deny this permit and require OCTA to pursue a collaborative, sand-based solution that protects both the rail corridor and this irreplaceable public beach for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany Haler, Lydia Ponce, Louise Asbury, Emily Mayer, and Leslie Purcell. And we're looking for Eileen Boken and Joanna Valle. Tiffany Haler.
Good morning, Coastal Commission. My name is Tiffany Haller, and I am a resident of the Mesa, and I'm also a property owner and a property manager of properties in Santa Barbara. Specifically on the topic of short-term vacation rentals and the new draft ordinance that City Council is pushing through right now. I attended a Planning Commission hearing last week and I was blown away with what went down. If you haven't had a chance to watch the Planning Commission hearing on March 5th from last week, I encourage all of the Planning or Coastal Commission to watch it. I've been involved in this battle for over 10 years and worked with many people. I'm just concerned, what is the goal of the City Council right now in pushing this half-baked ordinance through and this deadline? Every single planning commissioner at that meeting was very uncomfortable and spoke up about how uncomfortable they were with this draft ordinance. Yet the city attorney told them at the 11th hour that they needed to send this through because it would not meet the City Council of Santa Barbara's deadline to get it to you all. So after a decades long of Coastal Commission precedents and letters, litigation, you'd think that we would take the time to do this right for people in the coastal zone and for visitors. This is a ban. I'm not going to even try. It's a hotel conversion, if you all remember from before or you don't. It's just repackaged. I represent owners in the coastal zone of property zoned for hotel use, and they can't even make it through this. So please investigate this further. There should be no deadline on getting this right. It's been long battled, and it's just not right. I can't say enough about why is there this deadline from the Santa Barbara City Council right now to get this to push through. Begs the question.
Okay, thank you. Lydia Ponce.
Good morning, relatives. It's been a minute. I am calling to communicate just some simple ideas to follow through and follow up and try to do some investigation on how the Olympics are affecting equal access and public access for everyone, economically feasible for before, during, and after the Olympics. Some people are really excited about it. Other people are fearing it and dreading it. I equate it kind of like our family is putting on airs. The city of Los Angeles, we're bringing out the best fine china for everybody else to eat off these plates. And the infrastructure is just really falling apart. My point is that there are benches being removed on Oceanfront Walk. We have an Oceanfront Walk committee for the Venice Neighborhood Council that is defunct. They treat participants really poorly, do what they will, shout and say some really crude and rude things, and they shouldn't even be sitting on that committee. But the real problem is that the process that we're using for community impact statements have been pushed aside. We have someone in the community who got a petition, 70 people signed to replace the pagodas to their original status, their original form from 1931. And CD11 announced they're going to forego the petition and the community impact statement and override it, which we don't think that they can do, and it's right for a lawsuit. The pagodas are important. They should be historically marked. They should be restructured and rebuilt. But in that, there's no plan for seating under the pagodas. So what we're talking about is ADA violation, do what we want and apologize later. And the process is a whole ruse. This VNC Neighborhood Council will not suffer anymore under the pretense of a bare minimum president. We have someone who rolled up their sleeves and is really going to do the work for the people and for the community. Venice is for everyone, and that's what we believe. Thank you for listening, and I hope to send an email with the latest Beachhead article. Thank you.
Thank you. Louise Asbury, Emily Mayer, Leslie Purcell. We cannot hear you. Let's unmute you. Let's see.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Louise Astbury, and I'm a resident of Santa Barbara and general manager of Paradise Retreats. Like Tiffany Haller, I'm here to urge this commission to closely monitor the short-term rental ordinance that is being fast-tracked through our city's ordinance committee. As you heard, last week, our planning commission moved the draft ordinance forward, but they did so with strong reservations, citing a significant lack of data and concerns that the proposal is both unrealistic and unenforceable. This proposed hosted-only mandate is a de facto ban on accommodations that make the Mesa accessible for families. Hotels cannot provide the kitchens and the living spaces these guests want and need. As written, this ordinance strips away lower-cost alternatives that align with the Coastal Act's mandate for public access. We're closing the door on the middle class with a model that is both unrealistic for homeowners and undesired by travelers. This narrative that these homes are owned by faceless investors is false. Our homeowners are local stewards who use their homes throughout the year and rely on this revenue to survive Santa Barbara's rising cost of living. Furthermore, with a $6 million budget gap, the city cannot afford to lose the millions in TOT tax that these homes generate, funds to maintain the very parks and coastal roads our neighbors enjoy. We need smart, sensible regulation rather than a blunt blanket ban that punishes property owners and is anti-tourism. We are risking our reputation as a welcoming, accessible destination, which is also in direct conflict with the Coastal Act's mandate for public access. I urge this commission to look closely at the lack of evidence supporting this ordinance and protect the balance that serves all parties in Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Purcell, if you can accept. Thank you. Now we're waiting. Leslie, if you can unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Leslie.
Oh no, we're having feedback. So if you have a second item, electronic item, you need to mute that.
I only have my cell phone.
We're getting feedback. You're the last speaker, so let's try to fix this expeditiously.
And how do we do that?
I don't know. Okay, let's try and talk right now. You sound good right now. Let's go for it.
Okay, great. So I'm in Ventura. I'm wanting to welcome the commissioners and the staff. I know you all do great work, and it's a long road that we've all been on with the Coastal Act and protecting our special places. I'm looking out at the west side of Ventura. The hills are beautiful. They're green. We had rain. It's wonderful. And I just hope that you enjoy your time here. I wanted to mention there's a special place called Cemetery Memorial Park where between Upper Main Street and Poli, and you can see the sunset from up there. You can see the ocean, the Channel Islands. It's a wonderful spot in case you have time to go on a little trip this evening or late today. It's a great place to see the whole landscape and the coast. So I just wanted to mention that and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie Purcell. We're going to call the three names we don't see again: Emily Mayer, Eileen Boken, and Joanna Valle. If you are available, please use the hand sign on the Zoom. If you're using your phone, then use *9 so you can have the raise hand sign. Okay, nothing. This concludes the public speaking.
Great. Thank you very much, Simone, and many thanks to the public for their testimony. We always appreciate it so much. Okay, so I'm going to turn to the commission to see if there are any questions, but I'd like to just first begin with a question we heard early on in public testimony from our friends at the Environmental Defense Center around the issue of the Chevron mound. So Dr. Huckelbridge, can I turn to you? I know there's a huge amount of concern and interest, particularly locally. I share that concern and interest. So can you give us a little insight? And I think one of their specific questions was just around not only what's happening, but what do we think might happen next? What does that look like?
Yes, thanks, Chair, for the question, and thanks to EDC for coming and their public testimony today. We are very aware of the shell mounds issue. It's been an issue the Commission, along with State Lands Commission, and as you heard, several stakeholders have been engaged in for many, many years. I think you heard a good history about sort of, how we got to where we are. We are aware State Lands Commission staff has been working on this issue. It actually has been agendized a couple times, although it has been postponed. And we have been coordinating with State Land staff over the past year on this issue. We concur with everything I think that EDC mentioned in their testimony. This commission did require a permit amendment from Chevron if they were going to leave shell mounds in place. We do have a permit application. It has been incomplete for some time. We don't have a specific timeline yet, however, and so I don't have one to share with you. Just to say that we confirm this is an issue that will come in front of this commission. And when we do have a better sense of timeline, we can share that with you. But we are wanting to see sort of if State Lands Commission is going to act and if what happens in that scenario before we get more specific with our timeline. But again, all the issues and concerns that were raised will be raised in our staff review and will come before this commission.
Great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your close attention, and if you could just keep us updated about how that evolves, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of follow-ups on public comments that were made. Apologies. First, the Palisades landslide issue. Can you bring us up to, I know that there might be some enforcement concerns, but
I'm going to ask Lisa Heggie to come up and give a quick update on that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate, and thanks for the question. First of all, I want to thank the amazing community that has been involved here. They were incredibly supportive and helpful when we brought the order to you for consideration and since then. And we just really want to thank them for their active involvement and assure them that we want to work with them going forward. I will say this is one of those cases of the best laid plans. 3 weeks after the order was issued, the fire swept through. And so we have been working, as has the impacted community, to try to figure out what to do in light of the impact of the fires. The homeowner that signed a consent order with us, with whom we have continued to have discussions, had foreclosure. And so we've been dealing both with and he's in a battle with his bank. And so we have been dealing both with the settling party and with the bank. We've informed them that the orders run with the land and they're still liable for doing the work that was agreed to in the consent order. We have a NOVA recorded, a notice of violation on the land. So we have some power over getting future disposition. Because of their legal battle, the court appointed a receiver, and the receiver has been dealing with us. We've been really fighting with the banks to try to convince them to do the right thing. We have, as a result, this morning of these public comments, which again, we greatly appreciate, we've been looking at it. We did give them an extension of time to comply with the order, in part because the receiver asked for it, because of the fact that there was some legal dispute and because of the fire impacts. I'm sorry, I'm giving you probably more than you ever thought you'd want to know about this one site. But it's complicated and interesting, and it just shows how we think, oh, spit spot, the order's been issued, everything's taken care of. Our work continues for years after each one of these orders, and they're often very, very complicated. This is not atypical of the kind of things that we do after you all vote on your excellent orders. So in any event, we're continuing to battle this. We gave them a 6-month extension to comply with most of the big items in the order. We're halfway through that. We're going to continue to track it very closely. We do believe, though, that the interim erosion measures were not stayed, and so we are going to write them again today and tell them that they have to comply with those things immediately, and that will address some of the most immediate concerns about erosion. These people's homes are right below the landslide. This is why it was so urgent, and also Topanga State Park is impacted, and we care about both of those values, and we're going to try to do what we can. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any left after all that.
Through the chair, thank you so much, Ms. Hagee. I really appreciate that, and very grateful for the community to stay engaged and to continue. You know, we are incredibly concerned about your situation for sure. So we appreciate all of you bringing us up to speed and in any way that we can help. I know that it is an enforcement issue, so we have to kind of be careful about it. It's all the legal rules, but we are very concerned about what's going on over there. So fear not for that. And one last question about now Santa Monica. What's going on in Santa Monica, going backwards here on environmental leadership, this artificial turf in all their schools, I find it quite problematic and quite counterintuitive to the values that we are espousing here in the commission and in California. So any updates on that and what we can do about it?
Just a report that we did become aware of a potential unpermitted installation of turf, similar, basically what the public commenter reported, and our enforcement team is looking into it. And that's all we have to say yet.
I appreciate that. I do. I don't know, Mr. Hudson, if you had any comments about any engagement with the city leadership on this or the sustainability committee. I think that's what they're called. Commission?
Yes, we are reaching out to the city. This is the first report in the city of Santa Monica. We've had recent reports, and we've had speakers of the commission regarding a project next to the city of Santa Monica. It was actually within the city of LA, within the Palisades area. And so we're also looking into that matter. There was a much larger park, and there was a project involving potential artificial turf that the city was believing was exempt. We reached out to the city and informed them that requires a coastal development permit. So we're working on multiple burners within that area, areas within the Pacific Palisades. We're working with the city of LA to inform them that artificial turf triggers the need for a CDP, and we'll do the same with the city of Santa Monica.
Thank you. And to the public, I appreciate you guys staying vigilant on this and to continue doing so and organizing. I think this is something that a lot of the environmental groups in the region really care about. I know that Heal the Bay has been quite a leader on plastic pollution and a very good educator on the impacts of that on public health, environmental health. I mean, this is just another avenue to get fossil fuels into the environment and into our bodies, and we don't need it. So this is something that our children don't need to be exposed to. So I hope that we can nip it in the bud. Thank you.
Commissioner Nada.
Oh, thank you. I was concerned about decommissioning and the Pacific Palisades piece, so that's been taken care of. Just one other comment that, I thought we were making progress in San Clemente with some sand restoration on the beach there, and I certainly hope that we're going to continue to see that progress in any permits that come before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
My questions were the same as Commissioner Escalante.
Okay, Commissioner Preciado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are around the whole ecosystem of low-cost visitor serving services throughout the coast. I visited our website pointed to by our public information colleague. And I'm concerned that in this ecosystem mix of low-cost visitor serving amenities, that we are, through our regulatory process or through our commission's work, we are kind of ending a type of service that is currently available. I'm wondering if just like we do environmental studies that address the environment, I'm wondering if we can address what is happening as a result of these significant changes we're moving towards. I appreciate that the local municipalities are responding to their constituents and updating their local development plans in accordance with that, but I'm also concerned about how we are serving in that role in terms of balancing access to the coast with supporting the local communities and as they pursue new regulations. I note that our website lists a number of projects, low-cost visitor serving projects that were approved, maybe even negotiated and conditioned, but are still pending development. And so that is clearly not a solution of making other amenities available. I also note that in the entire San Diego coast, we don't have anything listed as low-cost visitor serving. And so while I don't celebrate or want to do anything other than say short-term rentals have provided a service, that'll be the extent of how I qualify their value. I'm just interested in understanding how we in the system of the coast are looking at these micro changes that are occurring almost city by city, and then reducing the accessibility into the area. Now, I remember the first time I took a position contrary to a local municipality was in Monterey County, where these things are allowed. These short-term rentals are allowed when they're home occupied, meaning the homeowner or whoever has control of the property lives there. But as was discussed by the public, there's a big difference between the amenities the public is seeking through Airbnb and all these other services that are out there for individual, or shall we say renting something by yourself where you're not accompanied by the owner. And so I'm just hopeful that we can start looking at this holistically. I can see, notwithstanding some of the comments about our Santa Barbara speakers that suggested the Planning Commission was in a rush. I've never seen government act in a rush, but I'd be happy to be corrected. But I am more interested in the totality. So how do we go? Do we do this county by county? Do we do this by municipality by municipality? How do we understand what is available? Because we do have clearly a mandate to offer access to the coast. But yet, in what is available, these short-term rentals, we are quickly moving to kind of X them out. Well, maybe not as an act, but by default, by just creating a type of short-term rental versus the existing short-term rental. And I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I know you guys did
Commissioner,
some.
I'm
Yes.
so sorry to interrupt you. I just want to make sure that we're confining our comments here. This isn't on the agenda, so if we could just.
Oh yeah,
thank you.
I appreciate that it's not on the agenda, but I did hear comments from the public about short-term rentals, and so I'm just interested in it. Maybe I spoke too long, but hopefully staff can respond, or at the very least we can schedule a discussion at a future meeting where we can focus on short-term rental. I'm just trying to raise awareness about the issue, and thank you very much. I appreciate the chairwoman's indulgence. Thank you.
Through the chair, thanks for the comments and thoughts, Commissioner Preciado. As I think you've hit the nail on the head, this is an incredibly active and important issue all up and down the state currently. And as you're well aware, the commission has kind of weighed in on several ordinances that local governments have been working through, and there has been sort of an arc. So in sort of addressing your question is how do we have a larger conversation about this that's more holistic? I think that's a great idea. And I want to think about the best way to do that. So I don't have a response right now, only to say that I agree. I think that would be a really worthwhile conversation. Maybe it's, we can schedule something in for later in the year to look at, do an informational a briefing or something along those lines. But let me take that question or that comment and think about it, and I can speak with you offline and then maybe report back on sort of what we as staff think might be the most appropriate way to have that type of a conversation, because I think it goes to one of the commission's fundamental charges, which is this balance of uses and public access being a key one, and then but also trying to listen to some of the concerns communities are raising. And that's been a real big challenge for all of us. So I think having that type of holistic conversation could be really useful. So yeah, thank you again for the suggestion. And maybe we can speak a little more offline about format and things of that nature.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I wonder if I could extend my remarks on the seal matter in San Diego.
Please.
So I since I joined the commission in May, I think at every meeting we hear about our seals. Now there's a new initiative to have zero pup deaths caused, I guess, impacted by visitors and I'm just wondering if right now we have access with accommodations or mitigations. I'm just wondering what it would look like if we had no access as an alternative, and whether or not the community of San Diego would be tolerant of such a move, because I don't know, other than trying to create a pristine natural environment for these mammals, how we can manage that. And I just wanted to comment on, I mean, there are 4 commissioners quoted as to how they would, bring solution, but I'm just wondering what alternatives are available to us and what our responsibility is. We have, I assume there's a permit that allows them to function in that particular matter. And how does it escalate to maybe the total ban? So what are we waiting for the total ban? And I'm not desirous of a total ban. I'm just trying to understand how to meet the goals of the advocates and the goals of all the users of this space. Thank you.
Through the chair, I think I have a couple thoughts on that front. Again, here we are, like this is the commission's charge, is trying to balance multiple uses at the same time, and and here we have a public access balancing with habitat and protection of species. And so we have really tried to work with the city to find a balance so that we don't have to close public access completely to this area. I don't think that necessarily is off the table, but we've been trying really hard to avoid that, in part because there have been, as you heard, we did a little more of a history, was it last month? I think it was. And we went through the history of all the areas in La Jolla and how they have been closed a couple, down the coast. Because of concerns related to the sea lions. So we've been trying to find a balance here that protects the sea lions and provides public access. It was interesting to hear in the Seal Society comments that I rated the #1 beach by TripAdvisor, in part because of the sea lions, which just underscores the challenge that we all have in front of us. I did want to just note from both the Seal Society comments and from our own experience, we are making progress. And I appreciate the the Sierra Club folks for noting that. It's our experience too. Like the city is working with us. They are making progress. We have more work to do. There's no question about that. But I just want to appreciate the city for working with us on these things. My understanding is that they are working on new signage. They have submitted drafts to us and to the stakeholders for review. That will be going up soon to try to address that concern. And so I feel like the positive steps that we've made, we have a little bit better relationship now in trying to work on this problem together. And I'm appreciative of that. And I think we want to continue on that front moving forward as we get closer to pupping season, to see if we can't make even more incremental progress and find the solution that everybody's comfortable with in the interim.
51 days to pupping season.
Yes, exactly.
I know that.
Short
I can't
amount of
believe I
time.
know that.
Thank you. Commissioner Lowenberg, then
Director
Commissioner Wilson.
I think you should force the issue of closing the beach. I think, it's enough is enough already. That's my personal opinion. And if there's a way the city could create a viewing platform, could they, above the stairs, have something where people can see it, but see it from a really big distance, where there's no temptations to throw or touch? I just think that we have an obligation, and if it's for an X amount of time per year, you're not closing the beach forever. There will be access to the beach, but during this particular 3-4 week, however long it is, it's off base. So I would encourage you to rip off the Band-Aid and close the beach.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, I just want to frame just for a second, I'll try and be very brief in relation to some of the discussion around short-term rentals. The existing condition that we're in right now was not done with CEQA or the process. When we're asking for a review and these changes for many of these communities, we've had wholesale land use changes, conversions, commercial conversions of residential areas, and the impacts of that without review. And in many of these communities, these are currently non-conforming illegal uses that they're trying to adjust and get updated. And so the existing condition isn't what that we're in right now, didn't have review. So the impacts that are trying to be addressed that's what's happening. And so I just want to just kind of frame that what we're seeing right now, we just kind of the frog in the pot kind of situation. And again, in many of these communities, when you wholesale, say we convert 300 houses into commercial rental area uses, if we were to do that for a single hotel, people would lose their minds. And so I just want to be clear that we're trying to review these situations from a lens of what the impacts have already become. So that's I just want to help frame where we're at. And it is true that this commission reviews more short-term rental ordinances than probably any body on the planet. And it is a significant issue, and I think that that at some point the state needs to deal with this. It is more profound in these coastal areas for sure, and the impacts and the values of that are extreme. So thanks.
Thank you. And I just want to gently and with love remind my colleagues that while I really appreciate the conversation and in fact wish that I could align myself with some of the comments, I will refrain, because this is an opportunity really for us to just ask staff specific questions and to voice interest in agendizing matters in particular. So thank you, Commissioner Preciado. Just remind us to stay focused. I appreciate it. Commissioner Jackson.
Appreciate the nudge and reminder and the love. Thank you. I just wanted to align myself with my colleague, Commissioner Lowenberg. I was mentioned in public comments along with my colleagues. That was our first meeting in San Diego back in June. And for the life of me, again, I'm a simple-minded guy. I just can't understand why. If you've got pups on the stairs, you put yellow tape at the top of the stairs, and you take the other stairs that are just on the other side. There are two access points. One is where the pups like to hang out. the other one where they don't. If they're hanging out, you block it off. Again, I'm no rocket scientist. A lot of smart people here, but with my Florida education, I can figure that much out. You got the pups, and you got all the pups congregated in an area. Put up some cones and put up yellow tape. It's not that hard. But every month we hear the same thing, and the frustration builds. And my colleague, I think, sensed the frustration and vented. And, you know, I don't want to pile on, but I'm going to pile on because I think this is just unset. And again, I applaud La Jolla and the city and the county for their efforts, but this isn't that hard.
This is an easy one.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez, or sorry, yes, Lopez.
Yeah, from the peekaboo chair down here. Just wanted to, on the STR issue, I'll just say that I would love to see that agendized and brought back for a full discussion. And on the seal issue, I remain concerned. I think it was 2 or 3 meetings ago that I suggested closing it, and so I remain in that position and look forward to continuing that conversation. But hopefully seeing action before that. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, any further comments, questions? Seeing none, thank you all very much for the discussion, and thank you to the public for sharing of your time and your testimony. We appreciate it. So I'm going to suggest we take a quick break. If we could please come back at 5 minutes after 11. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. Hope you had a nice break. We will resume our calendar, and that brings us to item 6. Director Huckelberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As usual, my published Executive Director Report, item 6A, can be found on the Commissioner's website, on the Commission's website, but as usual, I will spend some time going through several of these items. So first up, I am pleased to announce that the 2026 to 2030 strategic plan that was adopted by this commission in December of 2025 has been finalized and is available to view on the commission website. So we've added some pictures, and it looks like the presentation is a little bit stepped up. So if you want to take a look, I would recommend. Next, we have also just completed the key metrics report for 2025, summarizing the agency's 2025 actions on permits, appeals, and LCPs. It's a great snapshot of the Commission's workload, processing times, and year-over-year trends. As has been the case for several years, our South Coast office continues to process more than twice as many projects as other district offices, primarily because of the number of uncertified jurisdictions within LA and Orange counties. Cities that lack a certified LCP rely on the Coastal Commission to issue all of their coastal development permits, a dynamic that was never intended to still be in play 50 years after the passage of the Coastal Act. So in keeping with progress made in past years, the Commission continues to act on CDPs well within Permit Streamlining Act deadlines. The average last year was just 47 days from completed application to final hearing. It's worth noting that the agency denied only one project last year, which involved a proposal to reconfigure public boat moorings for small vessels in Newport Beach Harbor. Of the 1,290 locally issued permits, about 3.5% were appealed to the Commission. Of those 44 appeals, 29 were dismissed for raising no substantial issue, and the remaining 15 were approved with conditions. There's a lot of additional information in the report, which is pretty short and has a lot of great graphics, so I really encourage you to take a look. A big thanks to our PIO, Josh Smith, for producing this report, as well as Robert Cook in our IT unit, who helped compile the data, and Sarah Christie for helping pull it all together. It was a very busy month for Commission staff that included participation in several events, workshops, and trainings that I'd like to share with you. So first, last week, I traveled to Washington, D.C. with our Deputy Executive Director, Madeline Cavalieri, and our Legislative Program Manager, Sean Drake, for the annual meeting of the Coastal State Organization and the NOAA Program Managers meeting. Discussions during the meeting covered a range of issues, including NOAA's current policy priorities and budget outlook, supporting climate resilient communities, and upcoming actions related to outer continental shelf resources, including sediment, critical minerals, and energy. We joined our colleagues at the Coastal Conservancy, BCDC, and the San Francisco Bay, Elkhorn Slough, and Tijuana River National Estuarine Research Reserves to meet with members and staff in California congressional offices in support of the FY25 and FY26 funding for California's coastal management program, and to discuss mutual topics of interest, including resilience and offshore energy. Staff emphasized the critical importance of federal funding for California's coastal planning, regulatory, enforcement, research, education, and public access programs. On February 3rd, 2026, Commission staff attended the California Natural Resources Agency's Outdoors for All convening in Sacramento. The statewide gathering included community-based organizations, tribal partners, advocates, practitioners, and state agency staff focused on shared learning and collaboration to expand equitable access to the outdoors. The discussions emphasized that California's coast belongs to everyone and explored persistent barriers to coastal access, including distance, cost, transportation, accessibility, cultural relevance, and safety, alongside strategies that center on belonging, community partnership, and stewardship. During that event, I was honored to deliver a Trailblazer talk marking the Coastal Act's 50th anniversary, honoring its legacy of protecting the coast for all Californians while underscoring the continued importance of public access, shared stewardship, and a sense of belonging in the outdoors for generations to come. A link to the recap of the convening can be found on my written report. On January 29th, 2026, California Sea Grant Fellow Katie Barr attended California's first Nature-Based Solutions Summit, hosted by the California Natural Resources Agency in Sacramento. And this event also brought together a diverse group of practitioners, agency staff, nonprofit reps, and tribal leaders to advance nature-based solutions across the state. The summit marked the release of the 2025 progress report on the state's nature-based solutions climate targets and launched a series of landscape-specific convenings. A coastal focus session will be hosted later this year in partnership with the State Coastal Conservancy. On March 4th, 2026, Coastal Program Analyst Cindy Schmitter and NOAA Coastal Management Fellow Margaret Campbell partnered with staff from the Bay Conservation Development Commission, BCDC, to host a table at Stanford University's Do Good Now Career Fair. The event brought together mission-driven companies, nonprofits, local governments, and worker unions seeking talented young professionals dedicated to advancing the common good. On February 5th, 2026, California Ocean Science Trust's Sea Change Scholars Navigating Your Future webinar series featured a panel of Coastal Commission staff who described the Commission's work and shared how their day-to-day roles connect coastal science with state policy. The webinar is part of OST's broader investments in career development opportunities and support for ocean and coastal science graduate students across California who are interested in careers at the Science Policy Nexus. Perhaps maybe some of our guests today would like to go back and check it out. It was pretty great. Let's see. On February 2nd, 2026, Commission staff participated in local outreach connected to the National Geographic Society's Slingshot Challenge, a youth program that invites students ages 13 to 18 to create 1-minute videos proposing solutions to environmental issues. Commission participation supported student teams at the Los Angeles County High School for the Arts and helped elevate an ocean and coastal focus on issues like ocean acidification while encouraging students to frame their ideas as clear, compelling water stories. Staff also shared practical approaches for communicating complex Commission work clearly and accessibly to various audiences, including personal coastal stories and examples of the Commission's efforts to protect coastal resources. From March 2nd to 6th, Commission ecologist Dr. Corey Clatterbuck participated in a banking and compensatory mitigation training course provided by the Conservation Fund and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. There was an interagency training focused on California mitigation issues while covering key compensatory mitigation topics, including federal and state authorities, regulations, and policies, development of mitigation banking instruments, and the role of interagency and conservation bank review teams. Next up, I have a couple of announcements from our public education program. The Boating Clean and Green program, a partnership between the Coastal Commission and California State Parks, will hold 13 dockwalker trainings in 2026. You can visit the dockwalker webpage for more details on that. This program will also be attending the Sacramento Boat Show on March 5th through 8th, or already did. Staff will be sharing information, or did share information with show participants about boating safety and clean boating practices, including how to properly dispose of oil absorbents and boat sewage, and environmental and safe boating laws. The Boating Clean and Green program and the California State Parks Boating Safety and Education Unit released a new Dockside podcast episode that goes behind the scenes with the experts at the California State Lands Commission to explore how they balance global trade with environmental protection, innovative ways they regulate ballast water and biofouling, and what you can do to help. Finally, as I described last month, I will conclude each of my executive director reports this year by highlighting events and achievements related to the 50th anniversary of the Coastal Act. So first, I'm pleased to announce that State Senator John Laird and Assemblymember Greg Hart have authored joint resolutions commemorating the 50th anniversary of the passage of the Coastal Act and the Coastal Conservancy Act. More than 40 bipartisan co-authors have already signed on, and Sean Drake will have more to say about this in a bit during the legislative report. But you can view the press release at a link on my written report. Next, on February 25th, I had the privilege of participating in a dynamic panel discussion hosted by Wade Crowfoot, California Secretary of Natural Resources, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Coastal Act and reflecting on 5 decades of coastal stewardship. We explored the state of our coast, emerging challenges, and how we collectively shape coastal protection to meet California's needs in the coming decades. I was joined on the panel by several esteemed colleagues, including Amy Hutzel, Executive Officer of the California State Coastal Conservancy, Susan Jordan, Founder and Executive Director of the California Coastal Protection Network, Marcia Gutierrez Graudin, Founder of Azul and Vice Chair of the Governing Board of the California State Coastal Conservancy, and Patrick Barnard, Research Director of the UCSC Center for Coastal Climate Resilience. A huge thank you to Secretary Crowfoot and my fellow panelists for joining me in this important conversation, and to the staff at CNRA, the Coastal Commission, and the Coastal Conservancy who helped organize the event. And if you're interested, you can view the full panel discussion on YouTube at the link in my written report. A reminder to everyone that we are asking that the public share some of their personal experiences with the coast as a way to celebrate 50 years of public access and illustrate the many connections we have to our coast. They can be brief or more involved, and pictures or even short videos will help paint a more vivid picture but aren't required. Memories can be submitted anonymously. Please visit our 50th anniversary webpage to upload your story and help us understand how the Coastal Act has impacted you. Also linked on my written report and on our webpage, the Coastal Commission and Coastal Conservancy recently put together a 2-pager with some good facts on coastal protection achievements, so feel free to check that out. And then finally, for this month's Act to Action, the first 50 years of coastal protection, we have 2 highlights to share with you today. The first is a program spotlight on the Commission's actions and achievements in habitat conservation and restoration. And the second, for our access spotlight, I'll turn it over to Linda to talk about the Channel Islands Harbor area. But first, I'm going to turn the mic over to Senior Commission Ecologist Dr. Jonna Engel to provide this month's Act to Action on our ecology program and conservation.
Thank you, Kate. Can we bring up the slideshow, please? There we go. Good morning, Honorable Chair Harmon and Commissioners. As part of our ongoing celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Coastal Act, I'm pleased to be here today to highlight examples of the Commission's work protecting sensitive coastal habitats over the past 50 years, and to share a little bit about the role and evolution of our agency's ecology group. Next slide, please. As we all know, the Coastal Commission's mission is to protect, conserve, restore, and enhance the environmental quality of and public access to the California coast and ocean for present and future generations. This mission is accomplished through careful planning and regulation of environmentally sustainable development, rigorous use of science, strong public participation, education, and effective intergovernmental coordination. All of our commissioners and staff, past and present, have contributed to the mission, and a look across the 50 years of implementing the Coastal Act reveals how successful we've been. Next slide, please. Some of the key mandates of the Coastal Act relate to the protection of rare and sensitive coastal habitats and wetlands. I've listed here some of the primary policies that guide this natural resource protection. Although largely unchanged from their original drafting 50 years ago, these policies continue to meet the needs of the present and show the continuing relevance and foresight of the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. To analyze and implement these policies, the Commission makes use of a team of technical staff with extensive training and education in the fields of ecology, marine science, botany, and wildlife biology. The need for and role of these technical staff has grown over the years in response to the agency's evolution and continuing efforts to better implement and enforce the Coastal Act. While in the early years we relied heavily on help from partner agencies and ad hoc teams of planning staff with scientific backgrounds, in 1997, Dr. John Dixon was hired to be the agency's first official ecologist. Dr. Dixon served in that role for nearly 20 years and contributed to a range of significant projects as well as to the development of methods of scientific analysis that our staff continue to rely on today. Over time, several more ecologists were hired, including myself in 2006, and our current supervising ecologist, Dr. Garsky Garcia, in 2015. But it wasn't until this decade that we've been able to more thoroughly respond to the growing needs of our agency and its mission to rely on the rigorous use of science by expanding our ecology team. This has been accomplished in part through generous support of partner agencies like Caltrans, and we now have a team of 6. This allows us to provide dedicated technical support across all of the Commission's districts and other teams, and to engage more in that early coordination and proactive planning work that is so often needed to achieve outcomes that can meet both development and conservation objectives. Since the inception of the Coastal Act, the issues and challenges facing natural resources have ballooned. However, over time, we have been able to protect natural resources and special places through preservation, restoration of impacted habitats, and mitigation for permitted work. This has set the stage for long-term habitat resiliency, such that these places are removed from the direct threats of development through conservation easements, deed restrictions, preserves, and state and local lands, and are better suited to persist or adapt to climate change. Moreover, the preservation of natural spaces provides for the continuance of natural functions and processes in perpetuity. Next slide, please. Over the life of the Commission, the challenges facing the California coast have only increased, along with a growing population, development pressures, and climate change. In response, our expanded team of ecologists are now based in regional offices across the state and are more available for reviewing and updating LCPs, collaborating with academics and other agency scientists, and reviewing habitat restoration and mitigation plans. In addition, we are better able to track emerging issues, such as the challenges of sea level rise and the need for beach nourishment, nature-based adaptation strategies, fire resiliency work, advanced mitigation programs, aging infrastructure, and new industries like offshore wind energy and government and commercial space programs. Ultimately, our role is to translate best available science to practical implementation consistent with the Coastal Act. In this way, Our ecology team helped guide the Commission's protection of rare and sensitive habitats through preservation and restoration to better ensure their existence and availability into the future. Next slide, please. Every commissioner and staff member plays a role in protecting coastal habitats by virtue of our work implementing the Coastal Act, an agency's mission. Through the lens of the Coastal Act, natural resource policies, we also contribute to the state's 30 by 30 goals of protecting 30% of marine and terrestrial habitats in California by 2030. This is not something new, though. Since the Coastal Act was signed into law in 1976, tens of thousands of acres of native coastal habitats and wetlands have been protected through conservation, restoration, and enhancement, along with the rare plants and animals and communities they support. Some notable examples from past years are identified on the following slides with the habitat types and acreages protected through the Commission's decisions. Next slide, please. Notable habitat conservation successes in Northern California include those at Tolowa Dunes, Ocean Ranch, Mendocino Coast Mitigation Bank, and Gleason Beach. Through a cooperative agreement in 1979 by the Coastal Commission, Department of Parks and Rec, Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Wildlife Conservation Board, and State Lands Commission, the Lake Earl Lake Tolowa Dunes Complex in Del Norte County became part of a 5,000-acre state park, including 6 miles of beachfront, dune communities, and a coastal lagoon system. In 2021, in partnership with the NOAA Restoration Center and Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Commission facilitated an 850-acre restoration project at Ocean Ranch near Humboldt Bay that includes restoring diked former tidelands to native estuary and dune habitat. Last year, the Commission approved the Mendocino Coast Mitigation Bank, which will include the restoration of more than 140 acres of seasonal wetland, riparian, native grassland, and grand fir forest habitats. Once performing, the bank will be the first to offer ESHA credits as a mitigation option for project proponents and is expected to support a variety of efforts throughout the region. At Gleason Beach in Sonoma County, the Commission's partnership with Caltrans led to the managed retreat of nearly a mile of Highway 1, allowing for not only a safer transportation corridor in the face of sea level rise, but the remediation of fish passage barriers at Scotty Creek and restoration of more than 40 acres of wetlands, riparian, and upland habitats supporting sensitive species like the federally listed steelhead, California red-legged frog, and Myrtle's silver spot butterfly. Next slide, please. Among many notable examples along the Central Coast, the Commission actions in Marina, Monterey, San Luis Obispo, and Point Conception stand out. In 2017, the Commission issued an enforcement order halting operations of the CEMEX sand mining facility in Marina and required restoration of the central foredune habitat as well as the sale of the property to an entity that would protect it in perpetuity. CEMEX was the last coastal sand mining plant in the United States. Its operations have ceased, and its closure will ultimately result in approximately 400 acres of restored dune habitat. In 2012, in a follow-up LCP amendment that reduced development potential through downzoning, the Commission permanently protected 635 acres of Monterey pine forest and maritime chaparral in the Del Monte Forest on the Monterey Peninsula. More recently, the Commission's decision on the Diablo Canyon Power Plant license renewal set the stage for thousands of acres of coastal bluffs, coastal terrace prairie, coastal scrub, riparian canyons, Bishop Pine Forest, oak woodlands, and maritime chaparral to be permanently protected and made available to the public. And in 2017, the Commission approved consent cease and desist and restoration orders to the then owners of the Bixby Ranch. The orders were issued to address multiple violations that significantly impacted ESHA and wetlands. The orders required full restoration and additionally hundreds of acres of habitat mitigation. Soon after the orders were issued, the Nature Conservancy, through a generous philanthropic donation from Jack and Laura Dangermond, acquired the nearly 25,000-acre private ranch located at and around Point Conception, a major biogeographic boundary, and they are now in the process of completing restoration of the unique headland bypass dune system, oak woodlands, wetlands, riparian, and coastal prairie habitats on this property. Next slide, please. In Southern California, the Commission's efforts in the Santa Monica Mountains at San Onofre, Newport Banning Ranch, and San Alejo warrant highlighting. In 2014, the Commission certified the Santa Monica Mountains Land Use Plan, establishing proactive planning and resource protection policies for over 52,000 acres of recreational and open space lands in LA County, leading to protection of thousands of acres of sensitive habitats and species. Certification of the Santa Monica Mountains LUP was voted the best decision by the 2014 Coastal Commission Conservation Voting Chart. In 2016, the Commission denied development of the largest privately owned open space remaining in coastal Orange County, the 400-acre Newport Banning Ranch, due to impacts to wetlands, sensitive habitat, and endangered species. Subsequently, in 2022, the Trust for Public Lands purchased the property for permanent protection and open space, renaming it the Randall Preserve after the Randall family, who generously donated $50 million toward its purchase. In 1974, the Commission's decision on Southern California Edison's San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station led to mitigation involving the creation of 300 acres of kelp forest habitat and the restoration of 150 acres of wetlands. And in 2016, the Commission approval of the Caltrans Highway 5 rewidening project led to restoration of the entire San Alejo Lagoon ecosystem, including 960 acres of tidal wetland and upland habitat. Next slide, please. Over the past decade, in support of the Commission's work, the Ecology Group has aimed to increase the consistency of applying the Coastal Act natural resource policies across the state. We have updated and developed guidance for preparing habitat mitigation and restoration projects, biological surveys, and wetland delineations. We developed a mitigation framework that provides more flexibility to applicants while ensuring fair and proportional resource compensations. And we are implementing an advanced mitigation program in partnership and support with Caltrans, from Caltrans. And finally, we have participated in the establishment of several mitigation banks and are evaluating the potential for in-lieu fee programs as alternatives to mitigation in challenging situations. We are also collaborating regularly with our team of partner staff, technical staff, in mapping, water quality, engineering, and geology to analyze issues and projects and identify appropriate solutions. Next slide, please. While I've noted some examples from the Commission's distant and recent history, they collectively highlight the types of Commission decisions and efforts that have led to the conservation and restoration of tens of thousands of acres of sensitive coastal habitats across the state, along with the protection of untold numbers of rare and endemic plants and animals. These are the areas and species that make the California coast such a unique and special place, and that inspired the people of this state and its legislature to protect it half a century ago through creation of the Coastal Act and Commission. And although development pressures will continue to pose challenges for maintaining that protection, the Coastal Act and its natural resource policies have stood the test of time, and with our agency's use of strong science and expert staff, we look forward to many more successes over the next 50 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna. And stay here for a second. For this month's Access Spotlight, I'd like to turn over to Linda Laughlin, who's joining us by Zoom. Linda's the Commission's Public Access Manager, and she will describe public access accomplishments required by Commission permits approved in the Channel Islands Harbor area in the city of Oxnard. Linda?
Thank you. Thank you, Kate. Is my camera working? I can't tell.
Yes, we can see you.
Good. Okay, great. So today we're highlighting a 3-mile long network of beautiful public access walkways located in the city of Oxnard at the North Channel Islands Harbor. The Coastal Commission required these ADA accessible pathways as part of the approval, which was more than 23 years ago, for 2 waterfront housing projects. Located inland from Oxnard State Beach and in Ventura County, the projects include dredging to create an extended harbor and constructing almost 1,000 homes. The Coastal Commission required the developer to provide substantial public access amenities, including the pathways along the harbor, as well as pocket parks and free public parking. These amenities have helped to make this a popular visitor serving area, which offers also a variety of shops and restaurants. We're pleased to share that this social media video is available both in English and Spanish. We will continue producing our Spotlight on Access series in both languages, and was suggested by several commissioners at a recent public hearing. I want to extend my gratitude to everyone who worked on these videos. It's a lot more work than you would believe. And these people include Luna Taylor in our public education unit, Javier Padilla and Chinoso Yuzo Wihei in our environmental justice unit, our former intern, Julianne Lilly, and our public information officer, Joshua Smith. So now please roll the videos. Thank you.
Do you know where there's a beautiful public walking path that runs right along a harbor? No, this isn't Newport Beach. This is North Channel Islands Harbor in Oxnard, California. Located around the perimeter of various housing communities such as Westport at Mandalay Bay, White Sails Village, and Seabridge, there is public access to the water. There are several public playgrounds around the walking path with lots of grassy lawns, public parking lots, and restrooms nearby. The path meanders along the water behind the homes in the neighborhoods. Along the walkways, you'll find plenty of benches, picnic tables, and various outdoor fitness stations. Some roads on the interior side are private and for vehicles only, so make sure to look for the public access signs around the perimeter, as the public walkway is accessible to all pedestrians. The path is paved and ADA accessible, and even includes a pedestrian bridge over the canal. This is the perfect place for exercising or relaxing and is great for kids and dogs. At the northeastern corner of this community, you'll find Seabridge Harbor, which has a fully public dock, as well as shops, restaurants, and more free parking. And there's even a public tennis court. Thanks to the California Coastal Act and measures implemented by the California Coastal Commission, this area is publicly accessible to all. So check it out next time you're in Oxnard.
Great, thank you. Thanks to everyone for helping with that video. As Linda said, it's quite a lot of work, but I think we're really excited to be able to present these videos to you this year and really kind of focus on some of the good works of the commission over the last 50 years. Yes.
Sorry.
We had one more video.
And also show the one in Spanish.
Oh. All right.
¿Sabes dónde hay un hermoso sendero público que bordea un puerto? No, esto no es Newport Beach. Este es el puerto de North Channel Islands en Oxnard, California. Ubicado cerca de varias comunidades residenciales como Westport en Mandalay Bay, White Sails Village y Seabridge, ahí hay acceso público al agua. Encontrarás áreas de juegos públicos alrededor del sendero, amplias zonas verdes, estacionamientos públicos y baños cercanos. El sendero serpentea junto al agua, detrás de las casas en los vecindarios. A lo largo del sendero se encuentran bancas, mesas de picnic y varias estaciones de ejercicio al aire libre. Algunas calles en el interior son privadas y solo para vehículos, así que hay que buscar las señales de acceso público alrededor del perímetro. El sendero público es accesible para todos los peatones. El sendero está pavimentado y es accesible para personas con discapacidades e incluye un puente peatonal sobre el canal. Esto es el lugar perfecto para hacer ejercicio o relajarse, y es ideal para niños y perros. En la esquina noreste de esta comunidad se encuentra Seabird Harbor, que cuenta con un muelle público, además de tiendas, restaurantes y estacionamiento gratuito. E incluso hay una cancha de tenis pública. Gracias a la Ley Costera de California y la Comisión Costera de California, esta zona es accesible para todos. Así que visítelo la próxima vez que esté en Oxnard.
Thanks. I'm so glad you interrupted me, Linda. Thank you for showing both of those videos. So as the last item, I have one more thing before I turn it back to you, Chair Harmon. I have the sad job of announcing the retirement of Jonna Engel. So after 20 years of dedicated service to the Coastal Commission and to the state of California, Dr. Jonna Engel is retiring. In addition to working directly on some of the agency's most technically complex projects, Jonna has also led the Commission's team of ecology staff for the past decade. Jonna came to the Commission in 2006 after a productive academic career that included degrees in physical geography, marine science, and ecology from UC Santa Barbara, the Moss Landing Marine Lab, and UC Santa Cruz, as well as extensive research work along the California coast, particularly the Santa Barbara Channel and Channel Islands. She's the Commission's longest-serving staff ecologist and has been instrumental in advancing and championing the agency's rigorous use of sound science and facilitating consistency in the application of scientific knowledge to policy and decisions. Over the past decade of her career, she's overseen the evolution of the Commission's ecology group from a staff of 2 to the current team of 6 that provides technical support for all the Commission's districts and programs across the state. In addition to contributing her expertise to advance the efforts of countless working groups and advisory bodies over the years, Jonna's research and ecological analysis was critical to the protection of the sensitive maritime chaparral habitats in Big Sur and the Santa Monica Mountains, and to conserving the Randall Preserve at Newport Banning Ranch, one of the last intact wetland bluff ecosystems remaining along the coast of Southern California. On a personal note, Jonna served as a mentor to me in one of my very first assignments at the Coastal Commission on the SONGS mitigation program. Never one to seek out the spotlight, some of her most meaningful contributions have been behind the scenes, however. Her humility, positive attitude, enthusiasm, boundless curiosity, and unfailing support for her staff helped countless interns and graduate students along their careers and has left us with an extremely capable core of passionate ecology staff ready to continue her work. Jonna will be dearly missed by her colleagues, and her contributions to coastal protection leave us forever in her debt. We wish you a joyful retirement. With many days exploring the coast, she's worked so hard to protect, whether by surfboard or horseback. And Jonna, on behalf of the staff, I would like to present you with this book of photography of the California coast. This book has made its way up and down the coast, gathering messages of gratitude from staff all over the state. So, Jonna, thank you.
My tissue. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. I've loved this job. I've hated it sometimes. But I couldn't have asked for a better job or working with better people, so I'm going to shut up because I'll start crying. So thank you very much.
Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Engel, thank you. I know we all will probably have a lot to say. So before we jump in, I will ask if there's any public comment.
None.
None? Oh, thank you. Okay, well, first I'll start by thanking Director Huckelbridge for your report. And Dr. Engel, I just want to say, first, thank you. I'm going to take the prerogative to go first. But what a moving presentation today. And so reflective of what a long way we have come. And I think Vice Chair Hart and I were just remarking, seeing those maps and the numbers, it's such a gift to all of us here in the state. And I think about where we will be in the next 10, 20, 30 years. I mean, generational impact. So thank you. All right, I'll turn to my colleagues. Vice Chair Hart.
I just have to say how much, there really are no words, actually, to express our appreciation for your incredible contribution and your work, which I have a feeling is not going to be concluding with your retirement, because the kind of dedication that you have, it just never ends. I mean, it will stay with you, and I know, in addition to everything that you've done, you're going to continue to do wonderful things, but I hope that you have a wonderful retirement as well. You deserve it. And I hope that every time that you visit these places or think about your life and your accomplishments, you feel so good about what you've done and the legacy that you've left. But I don't get to talk to you that much, John, and we don't communicate that much, but every day I appreciate you. So thank you so much.
Commissioner Nada.
Yeah, if you look at the record of the big projects that the commission has been able to navigate, and only with the expertise of staff like you. So thank you so much, and what a legacy. I did also want to just call out the metrics report. Thank you so much for putting that all together in a very user-friendly, easily understandable format, and just want to make sure, I'm sure that Mr. Drake and others are getting that out far and wide, because it actually, tells a factual story as opposed to a lot of these tales that are told about how the process works. So I really appreciate that, and I wanted to lift up the metrics report. And if there's some good meaty stuff in there, so there are some pieces in there that we might want to focus on in an informational hearing sometimes, maybe about permitting, processing time, or some of those kind of unsexy issues that really matter a lot to how well the commission works. So I did want to just say thank you for that, and I find it very useful when I'm talking with folks about what does the commission do and what it doesn't do, and to have that type of data is very useful. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Eckerly.
Dr. Engel, I also want to say thank you for all of your work. I had the privilege of meeting you 20 years ago, which I can't even believe it. Does this mean I can retire now? When I was hired in the Ventura office for the Coastal Commission, and you were an incredible mentor, a friend. You taught me how the work of this commission really impacts the coast, how to protect the environment and our resources and do it with integrity. So thank you for teaching me, for all of your work, and also wishing you the best in being able to play in this next chapter of your life.
Thank you. Commissioner Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, those videos were phenomenal. I just want to congratulate all our communications team and public education team. Really fantastic work on the social media campaigns. I think, they definitely are building this sort of this new image, fresher, younger, more up to date, and better connected. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate these little videos, and you guys are doing it in Spanish. That's good effort. So As always, I don't want to take Javier's job, but I'll volunteer if you need a voiceover.
Noted.
Me first. And I'm looking at Lopez and Preciado. And for Dr. Engel, it's always hard for me to see these retirements and, the loss of institutional knowledge and love, and the credibility and integrity really that you have sort of solidified around all of your work. And I have never seen any commissioner question your expertise here. And it's, I assume that we'll hire somebody just as talented as you, but it will definitely will miss you, and it's a big loss as far as it'll take some time for us to rebuild that kind of trust. However, you left an enormous legacy, and hopefully whoever comes in and the rest of the team will be able to step in your shoes and hold up to those standards that you are leaving behind. So enormous gratitude, and of course you'll always have a friend here, so just always come back and hang out with us. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Lee.
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate Dr. Engel on her retirement. And although we didn't have a chance to personally work together on my short time on this board, the lasting impact of the work is phenomenal. I have that book, the California Coast book. I love it. My children are too young to sort of understand what we do here, and it's easy for us to lose sight when we're going through agenda items and planning and doing the work here. But they look at those photos and they say, wow, is this in another country? Is this really far away? I wish I can go there. And I say, that is our coastline. That is the state where we live in. And the echoes of the work and what you've contributed help to preserve the beauty, to protect our coast, and to make sure that we all have access to it. And that is a stark reminder for me each time. I was showing it to them last night, actually, and we were looking at these beautiful photos of Crescent City. And I said, one day we're going to go there. And there are so many people who are working really, really hard to make sure that just the astounding beauty of our state remains front and center for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Engel, thank you. Okay, Dr. Hucklebridge, to you and Mr. Drake, I believe.
Yes, next up, item 6C. I'll turn it over to Sean Drake.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is the legislative report for March. The deadline for new bills to be introduced was February 20th. This month's written report includes all the new bills that have come into print so far this year that are relevant to the Coastal Act or to the Commission. At this point, there are 5 newly introduced bills that would amend the Coastal Act, and those are listed in the first section of staff's report. I'll go through each of them quickly. The first bill is AB 1740 by Assemblymember Rick Zabur out of Santa Monica. This bill would make 2 significant changes to the Coastal Act. First, the bill would create a process for coastal cities to self-certify themselves as urban multimodal communities, which is a designation created by the bill. To qualify for self-certification, in simplest terms, a city would need 3 things. One of either a bus route, a rail station, or a bus rapid transit stop somewhere in its coastal access zone, a bicycle lane somewhere in its coastal access zone, and a local plan that includes targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle crashes. Once a city designates itself as an urban multimodal community, a broad universe of project types would become exempt from the Coastal Act throughout the city's coastal zone. This includes multi-unit housing and mixed-use projects, expansions of any existing structure by 150%, temporary events, bike lanes, changes or removal of public parking or creation of resident-only parking areas, and outdoor dining expansions. Under the bill, these projects would no longer be required to comply with Coastal Act public access or resource policies. Separately, the bill would also allow for the reconfiguration of any state highway in the coastal zone, including changes or removal of roadside public parking without a coastal development permit. This part of the bill would apply to the entire coastal zone statewide, not just jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Staff have concerns about both pieces of this bill, particularly the potential impacts on public coastal access that would result from creating broad exemptions for highway projects and other projects near the shoreline. Staff has had a preliminary discussion with the author's office and has scheduled a follow-up conversation with the author to discuss the bill and its potential impacts. We anticipate providing the Commission with an update and a full analysis during next month's legislative report. The bill was recently referred to the Assembly Natural Resources Committee. Another new bill that would amend the Coastal Act is AB 2373 by Assemblymember Diane Dixon from coastal Orange County. This bill would add language to the Coastal Act explicitly authorizing local governments to use a neighborhood-scale adaptation approach when developing sea level rise policies for their local coastal programs. The concept of taking a neighborhood-scale approach to sea level rise planning is something that the Commission and local governments have discussed in the Commission's Local Government Working Group. Staff are in conversation with the bill's sponsor, the League of Cities, to learn about the intended effect of putting this concept into statute. Next is AB 2410 by Assemblymember Stan Ellis from Bakersfield. Relevant to the Coastal Commission, this bill would exempt from the Coastal Act certain types of vegetation removal done as part of wildfire fuel reduction projects in the coastal zone. The bill would also create a similar exemption under CEQA. Additionally, the bill would require the Resources Agency and Cal EPA to write a report on implementation of the Governor's March 2025 executive order suspending certain state laws, including the Coastal Act, for wildfire fuel reduction projects. The bill has been referred to the Assembly Natural Resources Committee. Shifting over to the Senate, SB 963 by Senator John Laird would add language to the Coastal Act establishing requirements for how the Commission processes the de novo portion of appeals of local CDPs. Specifically, the bill would require that when the Commission finds that an appeal raises a substantial issue, the Commission would have 30 days to provide the applicant with a list of all the information needed for the Commission to hold the de novo hearing. The Commission would then be required to review any information submitted by the applicant within 30 days, similar to how the Commission currently reviews CDP applications. Once the Commission has all the information it originally requested, it would be required to hold the de novo hearing within 180 days. Staff are currently in conversation with the author's office about the bill. Overall, we believe the process envisioned by the bill would be productive for increasing regulatory certainty and predictability for those local CDPs that the Commission finds raise a substantial issue, which, as this morning's 2025 metrics report notes, was just about 1% of local CDPs last year. One final note on SB 963, that bill went into print after staff published our written report, so you'll see it show up in the bill list starting next month. The last proposed Coastal Act amendment we want to highlight today is SB 1229 by Senator Ben Allen. This bill would clarify that the existing Coastal Act exemption that allows property owners to rebuild structures destroyed by natural disasters without needing to get a CDP applies only to the person who was the property owner at the time of the disaster. Staff have no concerns with this proposal. That bill was referred to the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee. There are also several bills that, while not amending the Coastal Act, would affect the coastal zone or the Commission. So for the sake of time, I'm going to highlight just a few of them. The rest are listed in staff's written report. First is AB 2099 by Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez. That bill would define customary maintenance for billboards in the Outdoor Advertising Act to include the fortification of a billboard with stronger materials. If this sounds familiar, it's because it's a reintroduction of a bill by the same author from last year, AB 770. As with its predecessor, staff observed that the effect of the bill would be to expand the universe of billboard projects that are exempt from local and state environmental review, including under the Coastal Act. More fundamentally, this would extend the life of non-conforming billboards, including those in sensitive habitats, cultural resource areas, or designated scenic corridors. While staff is currently primarily focused on the proposed legislation that would amend the Coastal Act directly, we will be watching this bill closely and will keep the Commission updated in future reports. That bill has been referred to the Assembly Governmental Organization Committee. Next is AB 2051 by Assemblymember Buffy Wicks. This bill would require the Secretaries of Natural Resources and Environmental Protection to convene a working group of federal, state, and local agencies, including the Coastal Commission and BCDC, for the purpose of developing a permitting roadmap for resilience projects along the San Francisco Bay shoreline and along the coast. The bill would also require the Commission and BCDC to convene an advisory group of agencies, industries, and other constituents to oversee this multi-agency group. Based on conversations with the bill sponsors, we understand that the primary focus of the bill is on the San Francisco Bay shoreline. That said, given that the current text of the bill would also apply to the whole coast and to the Commission, staff will be connecting with the author's office to understand their priorities for the bill as it relates to the coast specifically. Next is AB 2433 by Assemblymember David Alvarez from Southern San Diego County. This bill would make a number of changes to state density bonus law, including renaming it the Affordable Homes Bonus Program, making density bonus projects subject to by right ministerial approval, increasing the number of development incentives that an applicant is eligible to receive, among other changes. Staff are currently reviewing the language of the bill. It will be heard first in the Assembly Housing Committee. Rounding out our list this morning, the last thing that we want to highlight is a pair of legislative resolutions. Assembly Concurrent Resolution 149 by Assemblymember Greg Hart and Senate Concurrent Resolution 136 by Senator John Laird. As Director Hucklebridge mentioned during her report, these resolutions would commemorate the 50th anniversary of both the passage of the Coastal Act and the creation of our sister agency, the State Coastal Conservancy. In particular, the resolutions draw attention to the Commission's and the Conservancy's collective actions to conserve more than 500,000 acres of natural open space, create more than 2,500 public coastal access ways, restore more than 50,000 acres of coastal habitat, and open 875 miles of coastal trail, among other victories. Looking ahead to the next month, there are still several hundred new bills that are spot bills, meaning that they currently contain just placeholder language. The deadline for legislators to amend those spot bills into something substantive is March 25th. Staff will be reviewing amended spots as they come into print over the coming weeks, and anything relevant to the Commission will be added to next month's legislative report. With that, Chair Harmon, unless there are any questions, that concludes the legislative report.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Drake. We'll see if there are any public comments before we go to questions.
Mitch Silverstein does have. Go ahead and come on up.
Thanks, Simone. Sorry to make you run.
No worries. Thank you.
Morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Mitch Silverstein with Surfrider Foundation. Just had a handout distributed, and I want to speak for Surfrider Day on our concerns about AB 1740, the Zabur bill that Mr. Drake had referenced. I speak for Surfrider, but I also want to note that Azul, the California Coastal Protection Network, and Environmental Action Committee of West Marin also stand in opposition to this bill as currently written so far. The first thing to note is that the author's district includes Santa Monica. Santa Monica is one of a handful of cities without a certified LCP. They've had 50 years to complete that. The made-up term urban multimodal community within this bill essentially characterizes Santa Monica. The city should be applauded for their work on transit and climate action, but most, if not all, of what they're trying to accomplish with this bill should be parsed out through the LCP certification process. And the bar's not high for a city to self-elect itself an urban multimodal community. It's little more than having a bike lane, a frequent bus route with stops a quarter mile from the beach, and greenhouse gas reduction targets. Among our chief concerns, the bill would allow eligible cities to give preferential parking to local residents along the public right-of-way with no regard for inland visitors who use those spots to access the coast. It would allow removal of parking along major coastal thoroughfares like PCH with no meaningful guardrails for access. It would allow unlimited parking fee increases as well, disproportionately affecting inland residents and those on limited incomes. It would exempt a wide array of coastal development from Coastal Act compliance, undermining affordable housing in the coastal zone, and reducing safeguards for the environment and public access. Surfrider and partners feel it's important to highlight our opposition to this bill because it threatens core provisions of the Coastal Act that we hold dear and rely on to protect public access. And for the record, Surfrider doesn't oppose outright bike lanes, changes in parking, and even parking fees in certain circumstances. It's just we want to ensure they're compliant with the Coastal Act and they protect public access and coastal resources. Thank you.
That completes the public comments.
Thank you, Simone. Okay, first I'll turn to Commissioner Wilson, then Commissioner Nottoff.
Okay, I have a couple questions and comments related to a few of these items. And this is a question for Sean. It seems like, and I'm just trying to remember some of the project type, and I'm going to talk about, 1740, AB 1740 to start with. Some of the project types and the enhancements that they're being addressed. This is kind of what I don't have specific numbers in mind, but I think that in the past there may have been legislation to address some of these before. Can you help me out?
You're
with
recalling that correctly, Commissioner Wilson, and we'll provide, I think, a more comprehensive detail in our analysis next month. But just off the top of my head, thinking of the past couple sessions, I recall that outdoor dining was expedited statewide through AB 592 by Gabriel last year. Bike lanes in the coastal zone, there was an expedited process created for those through SB 689 by Senator Blakespear, which I believe the commission supported. The commission will recall supporting SB 484 by Senator Laird, which created categorical exclusions or will create categorical exclusions for affordable housing. And then the last one that jumps to mind, the provision of the bill related to temporary events. We understand that that's really oriented around the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And of course, the commission will recall that there was budget legislation last year dialing in a Coastal Act exemption for temporary events related to the Olympics. So those are a couple of the project types that have just been addressed in the past couple of years, but we can provide a fuller list next month.
Okay, and then just as a follow-up on kind of questions and concerns, I think you mentioned something called a coastal access zone. Is there a definition of that, or?
Yeah, my apologies for not defining that. That's a term of art that would be created by the bill, and it's essentially the coastal zone of a jurisdiction plus a quarter mile in all directions.
So when Mitch mentioned that, say, a bike lane needs to only be within a quarter mile, really it only needs to be actually outside the coastal zone within a quarter mile. Is that right? And so correct. If the coastal zone's a mile deep, that bike lane could be a mile and a quarter away from the coast.
That's correct.
To qualify. Okay. Yep. Okay, thank you. And then just as a rural representative, someone who accesses the coast via our highway system, our state highway system, this really does concern me quite a bit. For those of us who fish and gather, as you know, and surf and paddleboard and all the other things that we do from our coastal highways, to not have a review of Caltrans projects or have an exemption in terms of our access to that. And then we're talking about highways that don't have public transit access, might have a bus that runs once a day, but certainly does not stop at all of these locations. And I certainly will be bringing this back to our tribal representatives as well, because I know that access to those resources is very important, and so that's a pretty big concern. I just want to kind of put a pin in that. I think a lot of times, sometimes we get these sort of urban things, legislation that doesn't really see the whole picture. And I just want to, and I want to be really clear, like, as anyone knows on this commission, I'm not the friend of parking especially when it comes to housing and other things. But at some point, there is no other way to access many of the things that we value on the coast, and certainly for us rural communities, this is troubling. And then I want to reference AB 2099 again, as a rural representative who has landscapes that are impacted by non-conforming billboard structures, and certainly there are many of them, and they are in impacted and ESHA and other important areas, and also cultural landscapes and those other things. That the core proposal, as you mentioned, is basically no other structure in the state of California would get this exemption, which is that it would allow for the replacement and even the changing of materials for core structural elements for these structures, which are supposed to be regulated by Uniform Building Code, as well as local codes, as well as state issues. We have billboards that are attached to trees in state parks, We have billboards that are sit in wetlands, many of them, and in other sensitive and locations. So I just want to point that out, and that the laws since 1963 and since 1970, from the Federal Highway Beautification Act to our state Outdoor Advertising Act, has been to phase these out over time, and this would basically be a Billboard Forever's Act. And I think that we need to, that has not been the tradition of the state in that way. And also I want to remind those of us who are in local legislation, these things are very, very unpopular. Also, I'd like to remind state legislators, these are very, very unpopular structures, and there's not a lot of support to have them stay around or to have more of them, and this would definitely create that. And so I'm hoping that our local legislators reach out to their associations to oppose this, and I'm hoping that we'll come back with some analysis in the future. So thanks for letting me have that time, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hart. Or, excuse me, Commissioner Notoff.
I don't think I'm in the assembly. Not yet. So I also, you mentioned, thank you for the thorough report. You mentioned some sponsors of the bills. Is there a sponsor for AB 1740? I'm trying to understand the motivation for the bill.
We understand there are 3 sponsors: the City of Santa Monica, and then 2 advocacy organizations, Abundant Housing LA and Streets for All are their names.
Okay, thank you. That helps. And I think I'm very glad that staff is going to be meeting with the author's office. You know, Assemblyman Zebur is a longtime Coastal Act attorney. He knows the law quite well. He's a longtime conservation leader as chair of the California League of Conservation Voters, which is now Environmental Voters. So I know that he cares very much about coastal protection and public access. So I hope that there's something that we could understand the motivation for this more, and see if there's something that we could come to some understanding on. I also wanted to, you noted that there's a lot of spot bills, and also just to keep an eye out. We've heard, I've already heard many references to potential short-term rental bills, and so I know you're keeping an eye out for those and how they would affect the coast. As we were looking at the projects that the commission has been able to save lands and balance development over the years, it just strikes me always that, the coast is such a thin strip of the California landscape. We are just, very small percentage of the acres of California. So it's a very special place. We are not going to solve all of California's problems in the coastal zone is, I guess, my lesson on that. So just please keep an eye out for those, and look forward to further discussions with the author's offices, and hopefully we can work out something that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks so much. I just want to align myself with the statements that have been made specifically with regard to AB 1740. I want to just also express my appreciation for the environmental record of Assemblymember Zebur, which is great. I find I just am having a very hard time understanding, given all of the legislation that we've discussed, why at this point he would propose something that would essentially gut so many aspects of the Coastal Act. It's a monumentally dangerous piece of legislation. At the heart of it, in my mind, I understand that Santa Monica does not have an LCP as one of the few jurisdictions, and this really is, it seems to me, what he's going for here is more local control. I was just curious if you, Dr. Huckelbridge, or someone could explain what is going on in Santa Monica that has caused this, because I find it hard to believe this would be happening if they had an LCP.
I don't think we know yet is the short answer to that, Dr. Hart. I think we're looking forward to meeting with Assemblymember Zabur so we can get down to the bottom of what is the concern that led to the development of this bill, so that we can really understand the motivation. But just in short, we don't right now.
I really appreciate that. And as a member of the legislative committee, I know that we will be also looking forward to meeting with the assembly member to discuss this, as a follow-up. But I also just want to say, at this moment in time where we're celebrating 50 years of the Coastal Act, and we've shown earlier in this hearing how many incredibly important things have happened as a result, just on the ecological side of things. But it's hard to believe at this moment of celebration where we should all be acknowledging the incredible accomplishments of the Coastal Act that we're confronted with this very dangerous piece of legislation. And I just don't think anyone should take this lightly. This is a very serious situation, a very serious piece of legislation. So I want to appreciate the work that you've done, Sean, and Dr. Huckelbridge, and look forward to where your conversations go with the assembly member. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Escalante.
Oh, Santa Monica is breaking my heart today. It's not even lunchtime and it's strike two on the greenwashing. This is very, very scary and problematic, I think, especially from where it's coming from. So I appreciate the NGOs, the organizations that are sort of in the front lines of this and working in the building in Sacramento to try to stave off some of this, or at least, sort of the more alarming parts of this legislation. So I appreciate that. I know that, again, Santa Monica has famed itself for being an environmental leader and has a lot of organizations, big and small, within its borders. So I hope that we can stir some of that leadership on the ground, because this is, the legislation itself is problematic, but also the authorship and where that's coming from is extremely alarming. So I look forward to hearing more about these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Yes, please.
I had a question about AB 1740, and just with respect to, understanding that we have so many jurisdictions who already have a certified local coastal program, and so seeing that this is specific to one of the few jurisdictions that we work with that doesn't, 12 cities up and down the state, they're one of the 12. If we are giving grants to communities to develop these programs with the hope that then they have local control and they are the land use authority and are the permitting authority for whatever these types of activities are that want to happen within the jurisdiction, what happens when we give grants to those communities but they don't produce the LCP?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Commissioner Kelly. We don't have a stick here. In other words, when we provide grants, we do our best. We have staff that work with each local government, and I would note Santa Monica, I think we've given 3 different LCP grants to over the last several years. But we work with the staff at each local government to try to make it doable for the amount of money, make sure, and then pull them along, push them along, whatever needs, like whatever support that we can provide, to get them to the point of submitting an LCP. And most of the grants, that is the goal, and that is one of the deliverables on the grant, is to present, do an LCP submittal. We can't require that they have an approved LCP, because that's obviously a regulatory process that you all are involved in, as well as the city council and board of supervisors at each local government. But we get to the point of a submittal, and we have sometimes gotten those and sometimes not, and we don't really have a mechanism or have not found one, and that includes in the Coastal Act when a local government doesn't have an LCP, other than, so it's carrot focused as opposed to stick focused.
Interesting. I think that presents like a really unique challenge in that we want to help support them. These are incentives, they're carrots, but also our funds are finite. These are public resources, and I just have some really strong negative reactions to AB 1740 for this and a number of other reasons. But I also, I think that for someone who represents an inland community, just knowing access and parking and being able to access the coastline and the state highway system being one of those key places where we both get to and then can park for free along the coastline to have recreation and all the other amenities for the coast. I just see this as really being a slippery slope that I'm incredibly uncomfortable with. So I'm looking forward to learning more about 1740 and getting a better understanding, and appreciate the steps you guys are going to take. But it's, shocking, frankly, to see this. So thanks.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate it. I don't believe there's any action for us to take today. So let's try to get through item D before lunch if we can. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Drake. Dr. Huckelbridge.
Thanks. That brings us to item 6D, which is action on the nature-based adaptation strategies guidance. And I'll turn it over to Karen Vu, who's joining us via Zoom.
Thanks, Kate. Slide. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item W6D is on the Commission's Nature-Based Adaptation Strategies Guidance, which is available as Exhibit 1 of the staff report. Staff is recommending that the Commission adopt this guidance as interpretive guidance. Next slide, please. So to recap, this guidance is a deliverable of a 5-year project that aims to support and facilitate implementation of sea level rise adaptation strategies and is supported through funding from NOAA. Nature-based adaptation strategies capitalize on the natural ability of coastal ecosystems to protect coastlines from hazards, while also providing benefits such as habitat enhancement, recreation and scenic resource preservation, water quality improvements, and carbon sequestration and storage. Nature-based adaptation strategies are increasingly being recognized as resilient practices to address sea level rise impacts that can respond to and withstand changing conditions while minimizing disruptions to communities and natural resources. This guidance provides information on nature-based adaptation strategies, including what they are and why the Coastal Commission supports their use, as well as recommendations for how to design nature-based projects consistent with the Coastal Act. In turn, this information is meant to promote and expand the use of these strategies consistent with statewide goals. Next slide, please. The guidance starts with a set of principles shown here that are intended to inform the Commission's policy direction and recommendations for nature-based adaptation strategies. These guiding principles state the Commission's recognition of and support for nature-based adaptation strategies as a potentially more resilient adaptation option, that these strategies can be supportive of many Coastal Act goals, the Commission's commitment to coordinating on these projects, and encouragement for local governments to plan for nature-based adaptation strategies. Next slide, please. The guidance also includes a summary of how various federal agencies are supporting nature-based adaptation strategies and state initiatives to prioritize these projects. Other sections of the guidance describes the Commission's permitting pathways applicable to nature-based projects considering certain project components, such as cost or the potential for adverse impacts to coastal resources. The guidance also specifically encourages local governments to prioritize and implement these strategies, including through the development of LCP policies that support, encourage, or require such strategies whenever feasible. The guidance also discusses the Coastal Act policies that are most relevant to nature-based projects, as well as other themes and considerations that relate to broader planning for these types of approaches. These topics include consistency with the public trust doctrine, monitoring and adaptive management procedures that are critical for evaluating the success of a certain project or strategy, implications that these strategies could have for affected communities, and how such projects could complement and fit within scaled and phased adaptation planning approaches. Each of these elements play a critical role in ensuring that nature-based adaptation strategies are implemented in ways that address resilience, protect public access, ecological, recreational, and cultural resources, and support intended outcomes. Next slide, please. The draft guidance was released for a 30-day public review on September 29th, 2025. During the public review period, staff received 11 comment letters. 2 additional comment letters were received prior to the informational briefing on the guidance during the December 2025 commission hearing. I will summarize the categories of comments we received during the public review period on the following slides. These comments were addressed through revisions that resulted in the draft presented at the December hearing. In general, edits were made to clarify, correct, add context, and emphasize certain portions of the document. Next slide, please. First, staff received a number of comments requesting that the guidance include more information to harmonize it with other state efforts. These comments requested that the guidance include additional information on the state's 30 by 30 and cutting green tape initiatives, discussion of how nature-based adaptation strategies can contribute to carbon sequestration efforts, and align the Commission's definition of nature-based adaptation strategies with the definitions of other agencies. The guidance was revised to include more information on various executive orders and legislative bills that support the expanded use of these strategies as a carbon storage and sequestration method. Revisions also added more references to statewide efforts and guidance materials. Lastly, staff reviewed suggestions to revise the definition of nature-based adaptation strategies to ensure it aligns with other definitions. Staff made minor tweaks to the definition, but determined that overall, the language in the guidance does not conflict with other definitions while also capturing the goals of the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. Several comments requested that the guidance more clearly separate soft solutions from hybrid armoring, clarify how permit review of soft solutions differs from hybrid armoring under the Coastal Act, and include language that indicates that the Commission supports one subcategory over the other. Commission staff revised Figure 1 in the guidance to emphasize the difference between soft solutions and hybrid armoring approaches, and added a caveat that the figure represents a subset of common nature-based adaptation strategies. Staff also revised the guidance to emphasize that generally, hybrid armoring strategies may be more complex and involve greater impacts and trade-offs between coastal resources as compared to soft solutions. However, there is no set criteria for determining the extent to which a project qualifies as nature-based adaptation. A project's classification as a nature-based adaptation strategy, including as a soft strategy or as hybrid armoring, does not change the standard of review, and the Commission should look beyond the label assigned by an applicant to ensure that nature-based adaptation projects genuinely integrate natural features, contribute to measurable habitat enhancement or restoration, and align with community priorities. Thus, the Commission is supportive of soft solutions and hybrid armoring so long as the project is designed to avoid, minimize, or mitigate adverse impacts to coastal resources and is the alternative with the fewest coastal resource impacts. Next slide, please. The Commission received comments relating to the topic of beach nourishment and requested information on how beach nourishment fits under the umbrella of nature-based adaptation strategies. The comments here ranged in perspectives, with some indicating that beach nourishment is considered a nature-based strategy, others stating that beach nourishment is not a standalone nature-based strategy, and still others commenting that beach nourishment should always be considered a nature-based strategy. These differing comments speak to the variable and potentially complicated nature of these adaptation strategies as a whole, and to the fact that different entities have competing priorities and/or constraints to implementing such strategies. Commission staff included revisions that suggest that beach nourishment projects could be considered as a component in a sediment management program that helps to address regional scale sediment supply imbalances and promotes the potential beneficial reuse of clean sediment in certain nature-based adaptation projects. Next slide, please. Various comments recommended that the guidance clarify how nature-based strategies fit into a phased adaptation planning approach. Staff revised the guidance by adding more information on the use of nature-based strategies as a potential short to mid-term adaptation option. Staff also revised the guidance to offer more context regarding spatial constraints that can limit certain nature-based projects, including that they often require a larger area to be effective, which may in turn require coordination with more asset managers, owners, and jurisdictions. The Commission has and will continue to facilitate ongoing conversations among various stakeholders and local governments to improve communication and coordination to address these challenges. Next slide, please. Commission staff received comments requesting that the guidance be revised to require the implementation of nature-based adaptation strategies. Staff agree that local governments and project applicants should consider and generally should implement nature-based adaptation strategies over traditional hard armoring when feasible. The intent of the guidance is to provide more information on the Commission permitting process, Coastal Act policies, and other key issues that should be considered. This is to help clarify and ease the design, permitting, and implementation of such projects for both applicants and Commission staff. The guidance also includes principles emphasizing the Commission's commitment to supporting and prioritizing nature-based adaptation strategies. However, the Commission currently cannot expressly require the implementation of such strategies, and the Commission does not have the authority to penalize project applicants who do not implement such strategies. Rather, proposed projects need to be consistent with relevant Coastal Act or LCP policies and should be the least environmentally damaging feasible alternative. The Commission has advised and will continue to advise local jurisdictions to explore the feasibility of implementing nature-based adaptation strategies. Next slide, please. In addition to the general public comment period, staff sent notice of the draft guidance with an invitation for consultation to California Coastal Tribal representatives. Staff received one comment letter from the Costanoan Rumsen Carmel tribe and one request for consultation from the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians. Both tribes expressed support for the guidance, acknowledging that nature-based adaptation strategies closely aligns with and mirrors indigenous practices that have sustained coastal landscapes for millennia. In addition, both tribes encouraged the Commission to continue outreach with tribes to ensure that nature-based projects do not result in impacts to tribal cultural resources or restrict access to traditional use areas. The comments did not require changes to the document, and staff will continue to coordinate on these topics with California tribes more generally, as well as on individual projects consistent with the Commission's tribal consultation policy. Next slide, please. Before closing, staff received 2 comments after publication of the staff report that are also available in the correspondence. Comments noted that nature-based projects should account for potential adverse impacts to the California Coastal Trail and of tree removals on wildlife. Staff agree that nature-based projects need to be carefully evaluated for ecological and public access impacts. The guidance addresses these issues in multiple sections, and staff do not believe that any further revisions are necessary. In closing, the proposed final draft of the guidance remains the same as the draft that was presented at the Commission hearing in December. Staff is recommending adoption of the nature-based adaptation strategies guidance, and the motion and resolution are on page 3 of the staff report. This ends today's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. Commissioner Preciado.
I have a question for staff. I don't know if you need to make the motion first.
Let me just ask if there are any public comment first, please. Thank you.
Yes, we have Don Smits, Mitch Silverstein. They're both here in person. And then we have Ron Melser, who is on Zoom. So Ron Melser, I'll be moving to panelists soon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Don Schmitz. I'll keep it brief for 2 reasons. Chair Harmon will require it, and also you want to get to lunch. I just want to express how excited I am over this. This has been a cause célèbre of my career for over 10 years. There's been the working group that a number of commissioners have been involved with the League of Cities. Previous Executive Director Jack Ainsworth and Dr. Kate Hucklebridge have attended our Smart Coast California seminars that we have had, bringing experts from all over the state and all over the country to come up with solutions to have a smart coast. We can do better. We can have both the protection of our communities, where we're not having individual property owners dumping rocks on the beach and the Commission being obliged to legally to allow that. We have solutions now scientifically proven that can protect not only our communities, but can protect and enhance our beaches, can enhance the environment. For instance, there's only been a couple of reefs that have been installed in the state of California, and they've been installed to enhance the marine habitat that have been approved by this very Commission. We still have a lot of work in front of us. This is something that requires partnerships by both the California Coastal Commission and local jurisdictions. There's one coming down the pike, down in Oceanside. They're calling it the Re-Beach Project, where they're going to have artificial headlands, beach nourishment, and an artificial reef on a section of coastline which is currently just rocks in one big giant revetment. But I am so very excited that we find ourselves here today. I've reviewed the staff report. It is excellent. The document is excellent. I just want to tip my hat to your staff and for you for your leadership on this issue with both other governments and with private organizations. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is on the presentation first. Hello again, Mitch Silverstein with Surfrider. Surfrider is fully in support of this and really just wants to thank staff for their amazing work over these last few months. I don't know how long, but for a long time, getting this out. And we're really hope it inspires communities up and down the coast to use this guidance and do nature-based adaptation. And I want to use the rest of my time to play a video. And you feel free to start it. Next slide, sorry. Won't be able to finish it, but feel free to press play. This is one of the finest, if not the finest example in the state of nature-based adaptation to save beaches, and it's right down the street at Surfers Point. I was. Okay, well, I'll use the rest of my time then to just give a short, unprepared statement. So, Surfers Point at Ventura Beach, it's one of the best waves. It's the best wave in Ventura, if not one of the best in the state. And in the late 80s, the city and the county fairgrounds, where those dunes and that healthy beach ecosystem is right there, was a parking lot and a bike lane that is pretty much as soon as they installed that, started crumbling and falling into the ocean. And the area was a total disaster zone. Surfrider, the Ventura chapter, and a gentleman named Paul Jenkin, who couldn't be here today, came up with this idea to basically retreat this area of the shoreline, get rid of that parking lot and the bike lane, and rewild it, basically restore this beach so that we don't lose this amazing asset and this amazing surfing beach. This took over 30 years to do. The phase 2 of the project is still underway today. It is almost finished, but the results have been extraordinary. We've got native dune habitat, thriving with life. It's probably one of the wildest, healthiest beaches that you can find in an urban place, right in a city. And of course, it's one of the best waves as well. And this project has helped save that wave. Surfrider deserves a lot of credit, but definitely not the only one. The city, the county, the fairgrounds, this was a huge group effort. And it just shows what is possible when we harness the power of nature to fight climate change and save our beaches. So thank you, and please vote yes.
Ron Melser, I see you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Melser. I'm an environmental program manager within the Natural Resources Division at California State Parks, where I oversee the department's Coastal Resilience Program. California State Parks supports the nature-based adaptation strategies guidance and appreciates the thoughtful framework the commission staff has developed for advancing nature-based approaches to coastal resilience. We support staff's recommendation for adoption of the document. I want to acknowledge and appreciate the collaborative process, an opportunity for my team to review earlier drafts and see our comments incorporated. We also appreciate the document's acknowledgement of ongoing coordination between park staff and the Coastal Commission staff regarding permitting pathways for nature-based adaptation strategies. We are pleased to see case studies highlighting projects on state parks land, including the Cardiff State Beach Living Shoreline and the South Carlsbad State Beach Dune Habitat Pilot Project, which demonstrate how nature-based adaptation approaches can support coastal resilience, ecological restoration, and public access. As the trustee for natural resources that we steward, State Parks continues to advance process-based ecosystem restoration across our coastal park system. Although dedicated sea level rise adaptation funding and staffing was redirected in recent past years, our teams have remained engaged in piloting adaptation efforts. With the passage of Proposition 4, we are now actively engaged in rebuilding department staffing and capacity and advancing this work in partnership with the Commission. In closing, State Parks looks forward to continuing to work with the Commission and staff and partners to advance nature-based adaptation and coastal resilience across California's coast. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments.
Great, thank you very much. All right, I'll return to the commission and begin with Commissioner Preciado.
I just wanted to see if staff could comment. I noted earlier today in the public comments there was reference made in San Clemente about the hardening structures that are used for the rail line. And I'm just concerned that, well, it's not a concern. I'm just trying to see if there's congruity with how we approach saving these beaches that are on that rail line with nature-based strategies, and then the unfortunate challenge we may have one day where we have to make a choice between the asset of rail line service for passenger and commercial, and potentially the challenge of using nature-based adaptation strategies to protect that rail line. This weekend or this past weekend, the rail line was not working because of continued challenges it's facing. And so I guess one of the things that I appreciated in the presentation is there was a claim made throughout the slides about feasibility. And I guess that gives us enough flexibility, but I really see that in Oceanside and Carlsbad, as was referenced, we're trying to recover the beach. But in other places where we have this much space, I'm just concerned about, as we just experienced a few months ago when we were dealing with a nuclear power plant, we had environmental goals that we wanted to meet, but we also had this extraordinary statewide resource that we needed to protect. So I'm just pointing out if we've considered what the challenge will be when we adopt this excellent policy that's being presented, and when we won't be able to do it because of feasibility.
Through the chair, thank you for the question and comments, Commissioner Preciado. I think, we agree that, first of all, what we're presenting today and asking for the commission's vote on is a guidance document that talks about when it's appropriate to look at these types of solutions and how and what are the options. And as you saw, we actually received a public comment asking us to require it. And we did not feel that that was appropriate because this commission always looks at each case and the facts of that case in front of it. And I think the idea is that when it's feasible to do a nature-based solution, that's what we should be going for. That's sort of, that. And in the case of San Clemente and OCTA, one of the principal components of the discussion we've been having with them is the feasibility of sand replenishment as an alternative. And that's something they're looking at. We're working with OCTA on as part of their overall package of options for that rail line. So it's part of the discussion. But I think we all acknowledge that there are places, you have to look at the facts of each case. And there are, on the open coast, we have some very energetic coastlines where there are places where nature-based solutions, depending on what you're talking about, of course, may not be effective depending on your goal. And other places where it is very effective. And I think what I appreciate about the guidance here and what we're trying to communicate to practitioners and to the public is when it's appropriate, this is where we should be headed. And that's why you see words like feasibility, because there are cases where it may not be. And we're governed by the Coastal Act and what's allowable under the Coastal Act. And so we have to focus on that as well. So I'm not sure I've totally answered your question, but I understand I really understand what you're saying. And again, the theme of today, and maybe the commission in general, is balance and trying to understand how do we look at each case and figure out the best way to, protect the coastal resources and communities and, all the things that we want for our coastline. And that's our continued challenge. And this is one tool and a very important tool in our toolbox. And Just one quick comment while I'm on, I have the floor, is the Surfers Point example is a great example where it's been a very successful example of resilience, a nature-based solution, providing that resilience for this area of the coastline. I think we're going to be back in Ventura in July, and we had been contemplating trying to do a field trip down to see it. We weren't able to do it this month, given our compressed timeline, but we'll see if we can't pull that together, because I think it illustrates that there are places where this makes sense and it's doable, it's feasible, and is the best solution for a number of reasons. And so we want to make sure we're highlighting those examples where possible and looking for all other opportunities to implement nature-based solutions.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, just to notice, as an engineer who's done several projects, bioengineering projects, and with tribal clients, I heard two definitions of traditional today. One was traditional engineering in terms of rocks, and then traditional in terms of tribal. So I want to reference that sometimes we use the word conventional now as opposed to traditional, because we don't know whose tradition we're talking about, and we don't even know how long it's been. So I just want to point that out for future reference. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks so much. I just want to acknowledge the work that went into this, and I personally am thrilled to see this come before us. I'm happy to make a motion unless anyone else would like to speak on this. Okay. I move the Commission adopt the nature-based adaptation strategies guidance pursuant to the staff recommendation and ask for a yes vote.
Second.
It's a motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by Commissioner Wilson. They're asking for a yes vote. And for this first vote, we'll do a roll call. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner O'Malley?
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante?
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson?
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Lee, yes. Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg?
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Notoff?
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado?
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Chair Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Awesome. Thank you. Excellent work. Thank you very much. And now we are going to break for lunch, please. Everyone plan to be back at 2 o'clock. Commissioners, we're going to go into closed session in the back room, please.
We have lunch too, just for commissioners, where the lunch is in the, right, if you go out this doorway across the hall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Me too. Hope everyone had a nice lunch. Thanks, guys. We are going back into session now, and I believe we are on item 7, the administrative. Oh, yes. Council, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. At lunch, the commission met in closed session. It received litigation information and advice regarding Casimir Homeowners Association versus Coastal Commission, and it voted to vacate its July 10th, 2019 approval of CDP 216-0784 for proposed shoreline armoring by Two Murata Ownership Group and Casimir Homeowners Association. The Commission also received litigation information and advice and took action on the following cases: Porter versus California Coastal Commission, California Coastal Commission versus Surface Transportation Board, Pond versus City of Del Mar et al., and Bel Air Bay Club versus California Coastal Commission. It also received litigation information advice on Space Exploration Technologies Corporation versus California Coastal Commission. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. Okay, now we are at item 7. Thank you.
Thank you. And item 7 is the administrative permits for all districts on our agenda today. Staff is not aware of any opposition to the 2 administrative permits being reported, and we are asking whether 4 or more commissioners object to the approval of the administrative permits being reported today.
Thank you very much. Are there any ex partes to report? Any public comments?
We just have one, Marissa Morales, available for questions. No public speakers.
Great. Thank you very much. Do 4 or more commissioners object to either of the items on the administrative calendar? Seeing no objections, the commission concurs.
Thank you. And that brings us to item 8, which is the consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. There are 2 items on the consent calendar, and staff is not aware of any opposition to these matters. Both applicants are in agreement with the staff recommendation, and your staff is recommending the commission vote and approve this item.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Any ex partes? Any public comments?
No speakers.
Great. Thank you. Any comments, questions, or I'll entertain a motion?
Move to. Second.
That's a motion by Commissioner Lowenberg, I believe, a second by Commissioner Kelly. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing no objections, the consent calendar is adopted. Now to those items that have been removed from the regular calendar, please.
Thank you. And that does bring us to item 9, applications to be moved from regular to the consent calendar. That's for all the districts on the agenda today. As mentioned during the agenda changes this morning, there are 5 items that staff is recommending be moved to consent. Those are item 11D, the City of Malibu LCP amendment dealing with a rezone for 2 parcels. Item 11E, the County of Ventura LCP amendment time extension for an ADU ordinance, and that's a time extension only. Item 14A, the City of LA Department of Public Works CDP application. Item 14B, the Lucky 8s LLC CDP application. And item 17B, that is the Port of Long Beach and California Department of Fish and Wildlife joint CDP application. Now, there is an addendum for item 14A. That is the CDP application for the City of LA's retaining wall. That retaining wall would be 320 feet long and would support the failing Vista Del Mar roadway, which is the first public road adjacent to Dockweiler County Beach. And our addendum addresses comments raised during the Commission's tribal consultation process. After publication of the staff report, Coastal Commission staff received an email from the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, requesting that our Special Condition 6, which requires monitoring by both a qualified archaeologist and Native American monitor, be revised to only allow for Native American monitors from their particular tribe to be used. However, Special Condition 6 requires the city to invite all Gabrielino-affiliated Native American tribes recognized by the Native American Heritage Commission to be monitors for the project's ground-disturbing activities. And in this case, Commission staff would note that there are multiple Gabrielino-affiliated tribes within this area that would potentially qualify. And thus, limiting the potential monitors to a particular tribe would not be appropriate in this case or comply with our environmental justice policy. And thus, staff continues to recommend this item be approved with the special conditions listed in the staff report without changes. In closing, staff is not aware of any opposition to any of the other items being moved to consent today, and we're recommending the commission vote and approve this item. Staff is available for questions.
Great, thank you. Are there any ex partes? Any public comments?
Yes, we have a couple speakers. I'll just note that for item 11D, we have 2 people in person, Joseph Smith and John Heitz. They're available for questions. For item 14B, we have Brandon Strauss on Zoom. Brandon, go ahead when you're able to. Brandon, I see that you're unmuted. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was joining while you announced me. Thank you. My only, Chair Harmon, my only purpose in speaking is to retain the right to speak if there is a full hearing for item number 14B. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to item 17B, we have John Carter. John Carter, when you're able to, please unmute.
Hi there. Thank you to the California Coastal Commission Chair and Commissioners. On behalf of the Amigos de Bolsa Chica, I want to offer our full support of this coastal development permit that will result in the removal of non-native vegetation and installation of fire-resistant native plant species within the lower Bolsa Chica Mesa of the Bolsa Chica Ecological Reserve. I wanted to commend the Commission staff, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Port of Long Beach, and the Bolsa Chica Land Trust for their efforts in putting together and presenting this plan that will convert these mitigation credits into additional restored habitat at Bolsa Chica. This application includes really well thought out conditions that protect the adjacent coastal sage scrub, the wetlands, other environmentally sensitive habitat areas, and the animals therein, while also minimizing impact on the underlying land and maintaining sensitivity to the importance of this location with our local tribes. Although this funding provides only for about 2 acres of restoration effort and 3 years of monitoring, this is going to be a great test case for what one day will hopefully be a much larger effort to restore fire-resilient native habitat on much of the lower bench of the Bolsa Chica. It's also especially pleasing to know that all the plants to be used in the restoration effort will be sourced from seed taken from within the reserve, and that will be grown on site by the Bolsa Chica Land Trust stewards. And just want to thank everybody again for this effort. Thank you all.
Thank you. For item 17B, we also have the applicant's representative, Holly Harris, in person available for questions, as well as 2 people from the Bolsa Chica Land Trust available for questions on Zoom. For item W19A, there's 1 available for questions. There are no other speakers.
Great. Thank you very much. I will return to the commission. Any comments, questions, or a motion?
I move approval of items, consent items removed from the regular calendar.
Thank you.
Second.
It's a motion by Commissioner Nodoff, a second by Commissioner Kelly. Any objections to unanimous consent? The motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Hudson?
Thank you. And that does bring us to item 10. This is the Deputy Director's report for the South Central Coast District, which this month includes 2 emergency permits, 1 emergency waiver, and 1 certification review. In regard to that first emergency permit, I would note that it was issued to the University of California at Santa Barbara, UCSB, for temporary placement and operation of 5 self-contained solar-powered mobile security units. And these are small trailers equipped with security, surveillance cameras, and lighting. And their purpose is to deter crime in remote areas of the campus where there is limited or no lighting. And this is a temporary measure while the university develops a plan for a more permanent security lighting system that would be appropriate for sensitive habitat areas. Now, as some commissioners may recall, members of the student body spoke at our public comment period a few months back regarding concerns regarding student safety, and this emergency action today is in response to their concerns. Now, your staff coordinated with the university staff to ensure that this is a temporary measure only, as these lights are relatively bright, and they would be allowed for 90 days only, with the requirement that the university come back to the commission with a notice of impending development for more permanent security lighting that would be more appropriate for these natural areas. In addition, the second emergency permit was also issued to UCSB, and that was for the temporary placement of 700 sandbags for erosion protection of the university's Lagoon Berm Road, which is located at Campus Point, for a period of approximately 2 weeks, after which time the sandbags were required to be removed. There is also an emergency permit waiver by the Santa Barbara County Flood Control District, and that is for work pursuant to Section 30611 of the Coastal Act, and it allowed for removal of a little less than 15,000 cubic yards of sediment from Carneros Creek and San Pedro Creek and debris basins, and deposition of the material in the surf zone at Goleta Beach. And that was necessary to prevent flooding of surrounding urban areas. Now, lastly, we have 1 certification review being reported today, and that's for an LCP amendment by Santa Barbara County that was to update its housing ordinance that primarily rezoned 4 parcels to accommodate multifamily and affordable housing necessary to meet the requirements of state law. The county's amendment was approved by the commission at our November meeting, and the executive director has determined that the local government's subsequent action, accepting all the commission's suggested modifications pursuant to a resolution, is legally adequate, and thus this amendment will become certified upon being reported today. This matter is being reported pursuant to our regulations and does not require any additional action or concurrence. Staff is not aware of any opposition to any of the items being reported, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items for which action is needed today in the Deputy Director's report. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Any ex partes? Seeing none. Any public comments?
There are no speakers. We just have one from the County of Santa Barbara available for questions.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Do 3 or more commissioners object? Seeing no objections, Mr. Hudson, the commission concurs. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to item 11A, which will be presented by Sam Fearer, a coastal program analyst in our South Central Coast District. We do have a PowerPoint for this, if we could pull that up.
All right, good afternoon, commissioners. Item 11A is an LCP amendment proposed by the County of Santa Barbara to add provisions to its certified implementation plan / coastal zoning ordinance to implement new state housing law that would incorporate streamlined permit processing and ministerial review for qualifying housing projects in certain areas of the coastal zone. Specifically, the amendment incorporates the requirements of Government Code Section 65913.4, which is also referred to as Senate Bill 423. Because the proposed amendment only includes changes to the implementation plan portion of the LCP, the standard of review is the policies of the county's certified land use plan. Next slide, please. Government Code Section 65913.4 creates a streamlined ministerial approval process for eligible affordable housing development projects located in jurisdictions that have not yet met their housing element targets related to regional housing needs, or that have not yet adopted a compliant housing element. The law also includes criteria to determine a project's eligibility for the streamlined ministerial approval process, requiring that the proposed development is a multifamily housing development that contains 2 or more residential units, provides a certain percentage of affordable units, is located on a site where at least 75% of the perimeter of the site adjoins parcels developed with quote-unquote urban uses, and meets certain labor and wage requirements. In addition, project sites are required to be located in an urban area zoned for multifamily housing and not located within the Commission's geographic appeal jurisdiction, within 100 feet of a wetland, on prime agricultural land, in areas vulnerable to 5 feet of sea level rise, or within other designated statewide exclusion areas. Local governments in the coastal zone are required to approve a qualifying streamlined housing project ministerially if it is consistent with all the objective standards of the certified LCP. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment creates a new ordinance to establish procedures for a streamlined ministerial approval process for coastal development permits for qualifying housing projects. Rather than restating the requirements of the Government Code section, the LCP largely relies upon external references to the applicable sections of the law. While the proposed ordinance is consistent with the requirements of current state housing law, the ordinance also includes external reference to the term successor statutes of Government Code Section 65913.4 in order to accommodate future changes to current state housing law. Although Government Code Section 65913.4 currently contains safeguards for coastal resources, through citing requirements and through application of objective standards protective of coastal resources, future updates to or successor statutes of Government Code Section 65913.4 could have adverse impacts to coastal resources. Staff is therefore recommending suggested modifications to strike reference to successor statutes, to include the effective dates of the external codes referenced in the LCP amendment, and to provide clarification regarding project eligibility. Next slide, please. There is an addendum to this item that incorporates several minor changes to staff's suggested modifications, providing additional clarification and adding 2 additional exhibits, and also addresses issues raised in public comments on the item. 2 interested parties submitted comments for this item. Following publishing of the staff report, two emails were received from Jana Zimmer, who requests that additional suggested modifications be required by the Commission. Ms. Zimmer asserts that the proposed amendment should be modified to clarify that, quote, qualifying streamlined housing projects, unquote, as defined through the Government Code section, includes projects that contain 2 units, to require that qualifying projects not be subject to a preliminary application or notice of intent requirement, and to allow qualifying housing projects to obtain exceptions to objective fire hazard standards. The County of Santa Barbara has reviewed Ms. Zimmer's comments and has provided a response letter which states that the county is not in agreement with any of the changes requested by Ms. Zimmer, and notes that the county is currently in litigation with Ms. Zimmer regarding implementation of Senate Bill 9, a bill that was mentioned in Ms. Zimmer's comments but is unrelated to the proposed amendment. Commission staff concurs with county staff that the changes requested by Ms. Zimmer are unnecessary, as the provisions of Government Code Section 65913.4, which is incorporated by reference in the LCP amendment, already provide that projects involving 2 units may qualify as multifamily development. Secondly, the removal of a requirement for preliminary application or notice of intent for eligible projects would be inconsistent with the county's LUP and would reduce a local government's timeline for engagement in tribal consultation, a process that is protected through the provisions of SB 423. And thirdly, a waiver of objective fire hazard standards for eligible projects would be inconsistent with the county's LUP and would constitute a discretionary action, which is also incompatible with the requirements of SB 423. Additional criteria for eligible projects that would qualify for expedited processing are listed on this slide. Thus, staff recommends denial of the amendment as submitted and approval with 2 suggested modifications as listed in the staff report, with only the minor changes made pursuant to the addendum. If modified as suggested, the proposed implementation plan amendment will conform with and be adequate to carry out the applicable policies of the Certified Santa Barbara County Land Use Plan. The 2 motions to carry out this action begin on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. I will turn to my fellow commissioners and ask if there are any ex partes to report. I will note that I did receive an email from Jana Zimmer that reflected the same information that was referenced by our staff. And I did not respond. That was the extent of our communication. So with that, I will open the public hearing and I will turn it to our staff.
There are no speakers.
Okay, no speakers. Not even from the local government?
Madam
Nobody?
Chair?
Okay, great.
Could you disclose the date of that email, please?
Yes, just a moment.
Or was it within the last 7 days? Thank you.
Yes, it was. Okay. Then I will close the public hearing and assume that our staff doesn't have a response, but I'll turn it to you if you would like to make one, Mr. Hudson.
No response. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Back to the commission. Comments, questions? Commissioner Wilson.
I'll move that the commission reject County of Santa Barbara Implementation Plan / Coastal Zoning Ordinance Amendment Number LCP-4-STB-24-0064-2 as submitted, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
That is a motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner Kelly. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent?
Well, I had a question.
Please. Commissioner Nada.
Could I ask the staff? So, do I understand your reasoning for not amending it so that because you think there's sufficient flexibility to require multiple units? Is that correct? Because we want to encourage multiple units and affordable by design construction in these areas.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for asking that. And yes, we do feel that it does have all the flexibility necessary to accommodate multifamily. Essentially, the county incorporated SB 423 in its entirety in the ordinance, and so we have this reference incorporated into the LCP. The requests were really what we believe is unrelated to the need for multifamily housing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the first motion is adopted. Commissioner Wilson.
The second motion, I move that the Commission certify County of Santa Barbara Implementation Plan / Coastal Zoning Ordinance Amendment number LCP-4-STB-24-005, 64-2, if it is modified as suggested in the staff report.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner Kelly. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion is approved.
And if I got that one digit wrong on the first one, so noted.
So noted. Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to item 11B, please.
All right, thank you. And item 11B will be presented by Michelle Coubron, the Coastal Resiliency Coordinator in our South Central Coast District. We do have a PowerPoint presentation for this, and if we could pull that up, please. And Michelle, take it away.
All right, thanks, Steve. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 11B is a request from the County of Ventura to amend its LCP to update existing coastal hazard policies and provisions in response to sea level rise. As illustrated on this slide, the county's LCP divides the coast into 3 geographic sub-areas. The North Coast sub-area extends from Rincon Point to the city of Ventura and has 6 distinct residential communities and relatively narrow beaches. The Central Coast sub-area has wide sandy beaches and active agricultural fields, along with the residential beach communities of Hollywood and Silver Strand. The South Coast sub-area includes agriculture, Naval Base Ventura County, the Santa Monica Mountains, 2 pockets of beachfront residential development, and narrow beaches. Ventura County received 2 grants from the Coastal Commission's Local Assistance Grant Program to address sea level rise in its LCP. The first grant assisted in the preparation of the county's sea level rise vulnerability assessment and adaptation strategies report, and the second grant assisted with development of the LCP policies and provisions of the subject amendment. Next slide, please. Included in the updated policies and provisions are new coastal hazard screening area maps that identify areas potentially affected by hazards as a result of future sea level rise. The amendment would also add a framework of procedures for evaluating proposed development in these coastal hazard areas. This framework includes requiring site-specific coastal hazard evaluations, as well as siting and design techniques to minimize risk from hazards without reliance on shoreline armoring. The suite of design techniques required by the amendment include requiring structures on a bluff or sandy beach to be designed for relocation or removal, and requiring structures to be elevated above flood levels while ensuring consistency with the visual resource protection policies of the LCP. The amendment also adds new definitions, such as a definition for substantial redevelopment that establishes thresholds for when a structure is so modified that it should be considered a new structure and be subject to the current standards of the LCP. Additionally, the amendment adds new standards for shoreline protective devices and preserves the language of Coastal Act Section 30235, including that only coastal dependent uses, public beaches, and existing structures in danger of erosion are entitled to shoreline armoring. Commission and county staff have coordinated extensively on specific language for the proposed policies and provisions, including the suggested modifications, a few of which were requested by the county and all of which are intended as clarifications rather than substantive changes. For example, proposed policy 1.34 requires applicants to acknowledge that their development may encroach on public trust land in the future. However, the policy as proposed does not clarify that such encroachment is not allowed without proper authorization. Commission and county staff worked together to come to agreement on LUP Suggested Modification 1 and IP Suggested Modification 2, which clarify that the county's approval of development in a coastal hazard area does not permit encroachment on public trust land, and if the development comes to be located on public trust land, it must be removed unless the commission authorizes it to remain. Another example of commission and county staff's cooperation is regarding a proposed broad exception to the LCP's coastal hazard policies and provisions for public works projects. Commission and county staff worked together to craft LUP suggested modifications 2 and 3 to clarify that if it would be infeasible to design a public works project to the sea level rise scenario required by the LCP, a lower sea level rise scenario can be used. There are 2 addendums to the staff report. The first addendum adds a suggested modification at the request of the county for a minor clarification, as well as adds 3 letters of correspondence, none of which raise any issues that have not already been addressed in the staff report. The second addendum responds to a letter received from the Surfrider Foundation after publication of the staff report and the first addendum that expresses general support for the amendment and outlines several concerns, including the use of the amendment certification date as the baseline for counting cumulative development that would meet the definition of substantial redevelopment. This and Surfrider's other concerns are addressed in the second addendum. This morning, we received an additional letter from Surfrider requesting the county use the earliest incremental alteration documented in county or commission records as the date for cumulative redevelopment. Staff would note that while we would also prefer alterations that occurred prior to this LCP amendment be counted toward the cumulative development threshold, the county does not agree with this approach since they lack sufficient records, and commission staff believe the proposed language was a necessary compromise to bring this amendment forward. I would also like to note that county and commission staff have worked together for almost 10 years to bring this amendment that contains many important coastal hazard and sea level rise updates to you for certification, and county staff are in agreement with the staff recommendation. In conclusion, commission staff believes that the suggested modifications that have been cooperatively developed with county staff for the proposed land use amendment meets the requirements of and is in conformity with the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act, and the proposed implementation plan amendment conforms with and is adequate to carry out the land use plan as amended. As such, staff recommends that the commission reject the proposed amendment as submitted and approve the amendment only if modified pursuant to the suggested modifications. Because this amendment includes changes to both the LUP and IP components of the county's LCP, there are 4 separate motions necessary to carry out the staff recommendation, which can be found on pages 6 through 8 of the staff report. Lastly, I'd like to thank county staff, including Dave Ward, Aaron Engstrom, and Brittany Weber. It has been a pleasure to work with them, and we sincerely appreciate the extensive coordination and collaboration required to process this amendment. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Great, thank you so much. Are there any ex partes? All right, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. I'll turn it to you, Chris.
All right, we have 9 speakers for this item. We have 7 in person. We'll start with Don Schmitz, followed by Robert Bruner and Dave Ward. Don Schmitz.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I'll keep it very brief. These are complicated documents. I was happy to assist with the consultant with the County of Ventura to try and iron out some of the wrinkles, and I can see that a lot of work was done by Dave Ward and his staff with your coastal staff. There's a couple issues that perhaps from my perspective I'd like to see a little bit more fine-tuning on, but I do recognize that this is a very well thought out document. It's important that we get these LCP amendments done to address coastal hazards. I do note that there's specific verbiage in there to deal with nature-based adaptation policies as you just adopted. It seems like those reference specifically infrastructure improvements and things of that nature, but that being said, I think it's a very well done job by both the coastal staff and the county, and I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Next, we actually have Dave Ward, and then Robert Bruner, then Aaron Engstrom, and Mitch Silverstein.
Hi, I'm Aaron Engstrom. Can I speak for Dave Ward since he is still on his way down? Can we switch our order, please?
Of course.
Okay, great.
How much time do you need, sir?
Just 2 minutes is fine.
Thank you.
So thank you, Chair Harmon and the commissioners and Coastal Commission directors and staff for this opportunity. My name is Aaron Engstrom, and I was the case planner for this project and also a planning manager. It's a pleasure to be here today. The sea level rise and LCP amendment package has been prepared with extensive coordination with the coastal staff here, both the local office and the statewide planning office. So thank you. And we appreciate the guidance that was used to prepare these amendments. And basically, they include statewide guidance that's viewed through the lens of local conditions, right? And so the County of Ventura has, percentage-wise, the most armored coastline in California. I think 66% of our coastline is armored. And so these amendments basically propose to get on a page to reduce reliance on armor over time. And so, and it also is consistent with the Coastal Act. And so we think that this is a good starting point to really plan for sea level rise and hazards moving into the future. And so there's 29 miles of coastline, and the amendments ensure resilience and resources are protected as new development occurs. That's expected to last, 100 years, right? And so safety is the principal effort of this, as well as coastal resource protection. Programs are included for the future preparation of neighborhood scale resilience plans. And so right now, this is planning for the 29 miles of coastline, and then we can work on the neighborhood scale plans for the 8 distinct coastal communities, working with landowners and you all to plan for those each community in the future. The suggested modifications were reviewed by county management, and they do not alter the goals and policies that are in the amendments. Sorry, I'm a little nervous, a little slow there. While the disclosure text we submitted was preferred, the modification adds more specificity and is an accurate statement. We appreciate the public comments that were submitted today and during previous phases of the project. The Surfrider Foundation has supported the project in general. We would like it to go further with removal of shoreline protective devices. We agree with the staff responses in the addendum that the amendments before you include key compromises that are consistent with the Coastal Act. Today, we were notified of a request to modify Policy 1.9 to track cumulative new development from the date of the earliest permit record. This change would not constitute good zoning practice because it would set variable standard, treat applicants differently based on permit records, and that's not a suitable basis for these critical policies moving forward. Overall, these amendments represent a balanced approach that phases in resilience as new development occurs and requires, planning for 100 years into the future with the intermediate high scenario for most of the development that's expected, while reducing reliance on shoreline protective devices over time, elevating to accommodate for sea level rise. We think that the amendments this approach is consistent with the Coastal Act and legal precedent, and limits new shoreline protective devices for private development consistent with case law and the Coastal Act. So please certify the amendments before you today, and we appreciate your time. And thank you for coming to Ventura County.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is Dave Ward here?
Hello, thank you. Chair Harmon, Commissioners, Dave Ward, County Planning Director. Aaron Engstrom did a great job providing you the overview. We really do appreciate the time your staff in particular spent with us, both the local office and the state office. This is an important issue for our community and obviously important for your commission statewide. The amount and degree of time that staff spent with us really allowed us to drill down on key provisions and make sure that the LCP amendment that you have before you today really does fit and address the issues of resiliency and specifically the local context. And that part is really important, that local context. and that our efforts will set the stage now for future implementation at the neighborhood scale and see how we can progress that for our important communities. So thank you again for your time and attention, and thank you for your staff for partnering with us on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Robert Brunner, Mitch Silverstein, Bill Hickman, and Leslie Purcell. Robert Brunner. Not seeing anyone approach. Mitch Silverstein.
Thank you. I have a presentation for this item.
Give our team a moment to bring it up.
Sure. And I'll be sharing the same presentation with the following speaker as well, so be sure to leave it up. Ready? Go. Okay. Chair Harmon and Commissioners, Mitch Silverstein, Surfrider Foundation. Surfrider submitted several concerns regarding Ventura County's LCP amendment, and we really appreciate staff taking the time to consider our suggestions and respond via an addendum. Seeing there is conceptual agreement between us and staff regarding LCP Policy 1.9, and in respecting the many years of work on this between county and commission staff, we're asking for one simple suggestion to strengthen this policy. Next slide. Gonna just dive in. Policy 1.9 of this LCP governs substantial redevelopment. The policy echoes current commission regulations. Substantial redevelopment means that when a structure is more than 50% replaced at once or cumulatively over time, it's treated as a new development and requires a CDP. Next slide. This is critical for existing structures, those built pre-Coastal Act, because they're entitled to certain types of shoreline armoring. However, when they substantially redeveloped, they lose that entitlement. Next slide. New development is governed by Section 30253 of the Coastal Act or Policy 1.11 in this LCP. Among other things, new development shall not contribute to erosion, destroy the surrounding area, or in any way require construction of shoreline armoring. This ensures that new developments must respect our beaches and therefore public access to them as well. Next slide. Back to Policy 1.9, we've identified one critical flaw. If approved as written, it would set today as the new baseline for calculating cumulative redevelopment of existing structures toward that 50% threshold. This would reset the clock on 50 years of incremental redevelopment for all existing structures on the coast in the county. This is unfair and out of line with the Coastal Act, which has been state law since 1977. We asked for 1977 to be the baseline date. Next slide. In their addendum, commission staff agreed with us in theory, but the county claims to not have all these records, and staff is willing to compromise on this. Next slide. With respect to both commission staff and the county, we offer a simple compromise. If the county or the commission has accurate records of redevelopment, then they must be accounted for. Now I'll pass it to Bill Hickman.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Bill Hickman with the Surfrider Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Continuing on, if no records exist, then the date you certified the LCP prevails. This is in line with current Commission practice when attempting to account for cumulative redevelopment and CDPs for existing structures. Next slide, please. To that end, we suggest an amendment to the sections of Policy 1.9 that set the LCP certification date as the baseline for the cumulative redevelopment. Replace the line insert certification date of LCP amendments in sections A, B, C, and F with the following language or similar. The date this LCP amendment is certified or the date of the earliest incremental alteration documented in county or commission permit records, whichever is earlier. Next slide, please. The language would better balance the rights of the public who own the with those who own the existing structures on the beach. I would update the second line to shoreline armoring is slowly destroying some of Ventura County's beaches, public access, and surf spots. In the presentation earlier, the North Coast section that folks in Ventura refer to as Rincon Parkway is heavily armored, probably 90% plus. Those are some of the most popular beaches for people in Ventura. I live here in town and go to the beach between Emma Wood and Solomar there on the summer. I need to check the tide charts before I go there to make sure that's not high tide because there's going to be close to zero beach. That is so heavily armored. Right before you get to Solomar, there's a section where the seawall ends. There's some riprap there, but the beach is trying to expand further. That's where people can go hang out at high tide, the only spot. So we really need to protect that area from further armoring. That's going to eliminate the beach. And we encourage you to entertain a motion to amend the language as suggested in Policy 1.9 in keeping with the Coastal Act mandate to maximize public access and protect coastal resources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leslie Purcell.
Good afternoon, Commission. I'm Leslie Purcell. I support what Surfrider was just speaking about. That seems like a reasonable intention. Also, of course, we would support the natural protections and dune replenishment. One thing that would help with that is when Matilaha Dam comes down and we get more actual sand coming down the Ventura River watershed. We need to, of course, focus on native plants and coastal dune plants. We have a lot of arundo that's coming down and resprouting along the beaches and other places. It's a real problem, so the more native plants we can get in there, the better. I'd like to also mention tribal involvement. The local Chumash people should be involved in these issues. And finally, thank you for your work.
Thank you. We were just missing one speaker, Robert Brunner, if you are here now. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone approach. There are no more speakers.
Okay, thank you, Chris. With that, I'll close the public hearing and return to our staff if they have any closing comments they'd like to make. Anything from you, Mr. Hudson?
All right, thank you. I'll just keep it brief then, and note that we are available for questions. First, I'd just like to provide an overarching summary of how we got here, and just note that this has been a long effort. It has been about 5 years since we first began discussions with the county before we brought this LCP amendment to the commission. That involved numerous quite literally uncountable meetings and negotiations over those 5 years. And in that early coordination, county and commission staff were much, much farther apart on issues and policies. And it may have even seemed insurmountable at times. But both our staffs kept at it. And first, I'd like to thank the county staff and Dave Ward and Aaron Engstrom and their staff for continuing, not giving up, and continuing to work with our staff. And we were successful. Now, many of those disagreements that we began with, we were able to reach many, many changes with the county. And that involved compromises, but in the end, it made it a much better and stronger local coastal program amendment. I would also like to thank Surfrider today, because the changes requested by Surfrider, our staff are not in disagreement with. In fact, many of those are the same changes that your staff initially requested the county make as part of their submittal. However, during those many discussions, the county made it quite clear that those changes are not acceptable to the county, and thus we sought to find balanced compromise policy language. And staff feels that we've found that this is a very balanced LCP amendment. Did we get everything that we would have wanted in a sea level rise update? No. But on the whole, we do feel that this is an incredibly strong LCP amendment, which has so many important updates to address sea level rise that we wholeheartedly recommend approval of this. And because this was such a long and complex set of negotiations, we do not recommend today that we make any additional changes to those suggested modifications. Of course, we leave that in your good judgment. I would just note that we did talk with both the county and Surfrider about these requested changes, and the county has confirmed that they're not in agreement with the changes that Surfrider is requesting today. We do believe that without those changes, that this is still a comprehensive LCP amendment addressing sea level rise. And so with that, I'll just note that we are here for questions, and we leave this to your good judgment.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Okay, well, I will return to the commission. Comments, questions? Commissioner O'Malley.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to express my appreciation for all the work that you all have done for the many years working through the county, and I'm really happy to see any kind of LCP amendments dealing with sea level rise. It's welcome. I mean, certainly. I'm very sympathetic to some of what Surfrider folks said. And I guess my question is, and I realize it's our prerogative if we want to make changes, but I realize to some extent that might be fatal one way or the other. My question is about the 1977 date, and I guess my question might be more for you, Louise, right? We have some of the case that we talk about and existing and whatnot. So is us just, if we decide today to take it as is, as presented by staff, does that in any way sort of put any of our previous or ongoing, discussions about what is existing versus not existing in peril in any way?
I don't believe so. I think that the same analysis would take place for interpreting that term in this LCP as our findings reflect, and that the court decision would still mean that that is the way that existing structure should be interpreted for this IP.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other comments? Motion? Commissioner Wilson.
I know we've had some discussions with our local government sea level rise group, and I'm just kind of wondering if that bled its way into these discussions. If that was,
I'm sure indirectly they did. I'm not sure how directly engaged the local government working group has been on this particular LCP. But again, as those discussions have evolved over time, the concepts we've talked about in that local government working group, you're seeing them more and more come into these LCP amendments. So for certain, many of those concepts are reflected in this amendment,
including some of the regional responses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, AKA neighborhood. Okay. I'm happy to make a motion unless someone else wants to do that. All right. And it says 4 motions, is that correct? All right. I move the commission certify land use plan amendment number LCP-4-VNT-25-0032-2 as submitted by the County of Ventura, and I recommend a no vote.
I'll second that. So that's a motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by me. We're asking for a no vote. Any objections to unanimous no? Opposition? Okay, seeing no objections, the motion.
I move that the commission certify land use plan amendment number LCP-4-VNT-25-0032-2 for the County of Ventura if it is modified as suggested in this staff report, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner Kelly. Any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries.
I move that the commission reject implementation plan amendment number LCP-4-VNT-25-0032-2 for the County of Ventura as submitted, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Kelly. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous approval? Seeing none, motion carries.
And before I go into the last motion, I just want to thank the staff for the work. I want to thank the County of Ventura for all the work, and I want to thank Surfrider for all the work, because what was that term that Jose that you had mentioned to me earlier today, Mr. Preciado? Is something about positive turbulence, I think is what you called it. Something to that effect. Anyways, these, these are not easy issues, and it's dynamic in so many ways. The ocean is dynamic. That coastline is dynamic. Time is dynamic in terms of sea level rise. The boundaries in which we are dealing with just change constantly, and even the legal structures seem to be, sometimes a part of the discussion. And so I think everybody's working on this in a way that is both positive and authentic. And so with that, I move that the Commission certify implementation plan amendment number LCP-4-VNT-25-0032-2 for the County of Ventura if it is modified as suggested in the staff report. And I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Kelly. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the Commission concurs, and I echo Commissioner Wilson's gratitude and congratulations. This is a very big deal. Thank you. Okay, let's continue on.
Thank you. And that brings us to item 11C. And this item will be presented by Brooke Lutz, a coastal program analyst in our South Central Coast District. We do have a PowerPoint presentation for this. If we could pull that up, please. And Brooke, take it away.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 11C is an amendment to the implementation plan portion of the City of Ventura Local Coastal Program, or LCP. The proposed amendment would add new provisions regulating short-term vacation rentals and homestays, including definitions, development standards, permitting procedures, nuisance response plans, and enforcement provisions. Next slide, please. The City of Ventura has regulated short-term rentals since 2007, when a local ordinance established the initial permitting framework in the city's municipal code. However, these regulations have never been incorporated into the certified LCP, and therefore do not currently apply in the coastal zone. Thus, the proposed amendment aims to incorporate the existing short-term vacation rental and homestay framework outlined in the uncertified municipal code into the certified LCP to regulate short-term rentals within the coastal zone. Specifically, the amendment defines a short-term vacation rental as the use of an entire dwelling unit, other than a unit located in a hotel, rented to a tenant for a period of no more than 30 consecutive days, and defines a homestay as a short-term rental in an owner-occupied dwelling. Both unhosted short-term visitor rentals and hosted homestays would be permitted in all residential zones with a ministerial permit subject to annual renewal. And in order to minimize any potential impacts to the character of residential neighborhoods and to preserve housing stock while still allowing for continued operation of short-term rentals, the city's LCP amendment includes several limitations on short-term rental operations, including a new provision that new permits for short-term rentals would be limited to no more than one per owner, with transitional provisions for certain existing permits that exceed these new ownership or density limits. The amendment also includes a minimum 2-night stay requirement and standards for maximum occupancy, on-site parking, noise, trash, and complaint response, including a 24-hour nuisance response plan. And these measures are included to reduce any potential impacts associated with frequent visitor turnover. And further, enforcement provisions would allow for the suspension, revocation, or non-renewal of permits for non-compliance with these standards. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment would limit short-term visitor rentals to using less than 1% of the total housing stock within the city. However, the proposal also establishes area-based caps for non-owner occupied short-term rentals by dividing the city into 6 neighborhood zones, with limits tailored to each area based on historic short-term rental usage and local conditions. This approach accounts for differences in existing short-term rental concentrations and housing patterns, and notably, there are no limits proposed for homestays. As shown here, proposed caps would limit short-term rentals in the Avenue neighborhood zone to a maximum of 40 units, 100 units in downtown, 100 in Pierpont, 35 in Midtown, 35 in the Harbor Keys, and 45 in East Side, for a total of 355 non-owner occupied short-term rentals citywide. Based on data provided by city staff, there are currently 27 permits in the Avenue, 84 in downtown, 103 in Pierpont, 19 in Midtown, 17 in the Harbor Keys, and 19 in East Side. Thus, as proposed, the amendment would allow for short-term rentals in approximately 0.6 of the existing residential units within the city, consistent with historical use patterns for this area. Next slide, please. In addition to these area-based caps, the amendment establishes density limits specifically in the Pierpont neighborhood. And this beachfront community has historically had a particularly high concentration of short-term rentals due to its location adjacent to the beach, with 103 existing permits, or approximately 8.3% of the total units within this area. Under the amendment, short-term rentals in the Pierpont neighborhood would remain capped at 100, or approximately 8% of existing units, and would also be restricted to no more than 10% of dwelling units on any individual lane. And this would typically result in no more than 1 to 4 short-term rentals on any given lane. These additional density limitations are intended to preserve neighborhood character while still balancing short-term rental use with residential needs. Next slide, please. Staff believe that this approach that this amendment represents a balanced approach that allows for an unlimited number of homestays citywide, while placing reasonable restrictions on short-term vacation rentals to protect neighborhood character, ensure housing availability, and maintain compliance with the Coastal Act policies. Staff recommends denial of the amendment as submitted and approval with 4 suggested modifications. Suggested modifications 1 and 2 clarify that the city's short-term rental vacation and homestay regulations are a part of the certified LCP and apply both inside and outside of the coastal zone. Suggested modification 3 reinforces this clarification through revisions to the 2 maps that were included as appendices A and B. And lastly, suggested modification number 4 makes minor edits to the proposed text to ensure consistency with the LCP and avoid ambiguity. These modifications do not change the meaning or substantive provisions of the amendment. In closing, staff finds that the proposed amendment with these 4 suggested modifications is consistent with the city's certified LCP and will not have any adverse impacts on coastal resources. The motion and resolution to approve this amendment are provided on page 6 of the staff report. And this concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'll ask my fellow commissioners, any ex partes? Commissioner Preciado.
I want to report that I had an ex parte on March 4th, 2026 at 4 p.m. via Zoom. And it was initiated by Annie Blemker. And this ex parte was with 2 representatives of the short-term rental industry, or BNB. That would be Susan McCabe and Jose Alvarado. We discussed recent actions by the California Coastal Commission with regard to Encinitas, the city of Encinitas and the city of Del Mar. And then we reviewed the city of Ventura's new proposal. And this is City of Ventura LCP 4-mal-25-007-76-2. And one of the things that was striking about this proposal is that we discussed was the level of detail block by block that was proposed in this particular one. Whether or not some grandfathering was going to exist, and lastly, the continued vision from their point of view of this homestay versus short-term rental unhosted availability of assets that some of these changes can cause or not cause. And so I just wanted to report that as my ex parte, and I'm turning in the form because I thought I had sent one in earlier today, but it was the wrong form. But anyways, here's the new one.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. From the penalty box, I will report that I had an ex parte communication with Jose Alvarado, which was initiated by Susan McCabe. Jose is a representative of Airbnb. We had a 15-minute conversation where concerns were expressed specifically about past action of the board, of the commission, approving grandfathering, and that not being part of this particular application, and the row-by-row permit allowance perhaps being too restrictive. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also had a conversation yesterday at 12:35 with Mr. Alvarado as well, initiated by Susan McCabe, discussing specifically the potential grandfathering, the Pierpont neighborhood, and the street-by-street analysis.
Great. Thank you. Okay, now we will open the public hearing, and I'll turn it to you, Chris.
All right, we have 5 speakers for this item. We'll start with Monica De La Hoya from the city of Ventura, here in person.
If you could turn the mic on, Ms. De La Hoya.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and commissioners. My name is Monica De La Hoya. I'm an assistant city attorney for the city of San Buenaventura, and in the audience is Maruja Clenze, assistant community development director. And we are here on behalf of the city in support of the staff's recommendation. Our presentation is brief and will serve to provide the commission with history of how we got here, as well as inform the commission of the extensive outreach and community support and input that helped us get here.
Ma'am, may I ask how much time do you need?
Maybe 6 minutes? Is that, yeah. Maybe
Thank
less.
you, 6 minutes.
The short-term vacation rental ordinance was first established, as said earlier, in 2007, and that was established to address noise, parking, occupancy, other nuisance conditions, often caused by tenants occupying single-family dwelling, duplexes, some other type of multifamily dwellings, particularly those concentrated in the Pure Point area. So performance standards were adopted through Ordinance 2009-004, following a public engagement process to create tighter restrictions and better accountability measures. And then in 2016 and 2017, the city held 2 large public meetings in order to address the impacts and benefits of, oh, sorry, next slide, please. There it is, 2009, the performance standards. And then you can see that there in 2016 and 2017, there was outreach again with the community meetings that I just mentioned. And then in 2023 is really what kicked off this process, and that got us to this ordinance. And that was when the city council adopted a goal of updating the STVR ordinance. So toward that end, and because we saw it as that there was competing sides to the issue, the city contracted with the mediator to convene and conduct a stakeholder process. However, a year later, the council, after receiving the stakeholder assessment report, and in order to move forward more efficiently and decisively with the 2023 goal, they directed staff to return with a review of Coastal Commission approved ordinances, and that focused on enforcement and other issues. And then they also directed that we meet with community members that had different perspectives on STVRs. And the 4 Coastal Commission approved ordinances that we analyzed and learned from were Oxnard, Carpinteria, Oceanside, and Newport Beach. Next slide, please. So as directed by council, staff met with and conducted interviews with 10 community members who provided their perspectives on homestays, dividing the city into different areas or zones, enforcement, parking, improving program administration. They also provided other issues they wanted council to consider. And those interviews and that data gathering happened in the summer of 2024. And this group comprised of community members with STVRs, without STVRs. And it included a Ventura Unified School District board member, business owners, owners of long-term rentals, members of the community groups, and STVR neighbors, all city residents. So October 21st is when staff first presented the initial draft version of the ordinance to City Council subcommittee, which is the Housing and Homeless subcommittee. That version was based on the data from 2016 and 2017, public hearing input, the interviews with the 10 community members that volunteered their time. They had amendments. We changed it, and throughout the next few months, the ordinance, took different turns and kept being modified based on the input and recommendations we received following public hearings, whether it was Planning Commission or City Council. So there was, finally, on November 19th, the ordinance was introduced. There was more modifications made. It was a first reading. December 10th is when the ordinance was finally adopted. And then in February and March, we had additional public hearings to be able to submit the LCP amendment. So council approved the ordinance in 2024, December 2024, and what's before you today is a product of ideas from community members who volunteered their time, planning commission, the subcommittee, city council, and many residents that come from different points of view regarding STVR, their public comment, their time, their energy. And so the regulations are guided by actions that other coastal cities, how they regulate their short-term vacation rentals, and also a desire to balance public access and visitor-serving use of short-term vacation rentals with the need for long-term housing opportunities in the city. So we appreciate staff's effort and how quickly they were able to bring this to hearing. And the community development director for the city of San Buenaventura is in support of the suggested modifications. And our plan is hopefully after today to return as soon as possible to council with the next steps before you. Thank you. And we're here for any questions.
Thank you. Next is Terrence Foley. And then we'll move to our Zoom participants, Suzanne McCombs, Maura O'Neill, and Jose Alvarado.
I'm understanding I have 2 minutes. Is that correct? Great. My name's Terry Foley. It's a big day for me. Thank you very much for being here. Today marks the 111th month that I've been asking the city to please put in a STVR ordinance that worked for everybody. So I'm real happy. I'd like to compliment the city on the work that they did on getting something that works for everybody. And when it was accepted by the city in late 2024, the supposition from the city council was that the thresholds for the scaling back of how many individual STVRs one owner could own, there's a 5-year sunset for that indicated. And the city felt that, I'm speaking for the city, and they can correct if I'm wrong or clarify, but that threshold would take place, that sunset would take place 5 years from the time of adoption by the city. Now, it took almost 8 months for the city to develop the ordinance into a package to submit to the Coastal Commission, and it's taken about another 7 months so far to get to where we are today. So as we approach 2 more years, we don't want it to be, as speaking for myself and the Pierpont Bay Community Council Executive Board, of which I'm a member, we don't want it to be that this is pushed out in another 2 years for the sunsetting of the people who own own multiple STVRs, while people who are waiting for new STVR permits are kept from being able to access their permits. So what we want to do, what I'm asking on behalf of the Pierpont Bay Community Council, is that the Coastal Commission have an open mind that if the city comes back and says, we want the sunset to be at the end of 2029, that the Coastal Commission would allow that to be incorporated into the form which is finally adapted and accepted by the Coastal Commission and by the city. I hope I've been clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Suzanne McCombs.
Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners and staff. Sorry, I only have one device active.
That's okay. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this matter. The ordinance revisions were the result of extensive discussions between concerned parties with the goal to balance the concerns of neighbors with consideration for the substantial investment made by owners in affected properties. A critical element of these discussions was the provision of a sunset period for those permits that become non-compliant after the ordinance took effect, specifically where existing legal permits might exceed the new caps and for owners that held more than one existing permit. The presentation at the public hearing in November 24 stated that the ordinance revision would take effect 30 days after the second reading. Thus, if the ordinance revision is passed as presented, the sunset period would expire in January of 2030. After public comment closed, language was added so that the ordinance revision would not take effect until the Coastal Commission had certified an LCP amendment. This change, without a matching adjustment in the relevant section regarding non-compliant permits, effectively extends the sunset period for an indefinite period. After the second reading, city staff told concerned citizens that a clarification would be included in the LCP amendment presented to the Coastal Commission to address this unintended extension of the sunset period. No such change was incorporated in the LCP amendment before you. I urge the Coastal Commission to include a clarification on the definition of the sunset period to match the original intent presented to the public. Specifically, no further renewals for non-compliant permits after January 2030. I provided specific suggested language for this clarification in the relevant ordinance section in my written comments submitted last week. Without this clarification, the effective date for the ordinance revision results in the sunset period being extended 18 to 24 months or longer, which prevents new applicants from being eligible to obtain a legal permit in areas where permits are restricted. Please add the suggested clarification to the motion you consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Maura O'Neill.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Maura O'Neill, and I'm a policy analyst at Better Neighbors LA. We're a coalition of hosts, tenants, and housing activists that work to regulate short-term rentals to preserve long-term housing. Sorry for the echo. I'm not sure if it's on my end, but I'll just continue. So Better Neighbors LA, we urge the Commission to amend the LCPA to permit only true home sharing within the coastal zone. Failing that, we propose that the Commission amend the LCPA to include a primary residency standard and to establish platform accountability through data sharing and enforcement. The Coastal Act requires the Commission to encourage and provide lower cost visitor serving accommodations. Our data in a recently released report shows that hosted short-term rentals are quantitatively more affordable than unhosted short-term rentals. True home sharing is an effective way to ensure the coastal acts that people have access to the coast while also preserving housing for working families. If the Commission chooses not to proceed with a true home sharing only standard, there are regulations that could protect housing while allowing short-term rentals to continue to operate. The current ordinance includes a limit of 1 short-term rental per owner, but only for new short-term rentals. Existing short-term rentals are not held to the same standard. Additionally, the ordinance removed provisions that would have required platforms to share data with the city, remove non-compliant listings, and refrain from completing bookings for non-compliant listings. We recommend that the Commission amend the LCPA to include a true primary residency requirement and also include platform accountability to preserve both housing and to make the ordinance more enforceable. Thank you.
Thank you. It sounded fine on our end. Jose Alvarado.
Thank you. Chair Harmon, Commissioners, and Commission staff. My name is Jose Alvarado, and I'm the Public Policy Manager for Airbnb here in California. Thanks for the opportunity to share my comments here today. I'm here to respectfully urge the Commission to reject the staff's recommendation to certify this LCP with suggested modifications and ask for the following amendments. First, we're hoping the Commission will grandfather existing short-term rentals in the city of Ventura, similar like they did for the city of Del Mar and city of Encinitas during last month's hearing. We also ask the removal of the lane-by-lane permit cap in the neighborhood of Pier Point, and also the striking of the ADU restriction in the ordinance. As currently drafted, the Ventura LCP would establish a 355 permit cap citywide, distributed across 6 individual neighborhoods. These caps are not based on any demand analysis, projected visitor volumes, or any evaluation of whether the cap supply is sufficient to serve the public's need for overnight coastal accommodation. This ordinance also introduces 2 limitations on short-term rentals in Pierpont, a beachfront neighborhood with high visitor demand. First, a cap 100 permits and a per lane density, which would prevent exceeding 10% of homes on any given lane. This lane density rule acts as a de facto prohibition for many properties, even when a neighborhood cap has not been met, because issuing a single permit can make an entire short block ineligible. And lastly, the ADU exclusion in the ordinance raises some serious concerns. This provision prevents homeowners with an ADU from listing their primary residence as a short-term rental, essentially punishing residents who have invested and added housing stock to the city of Ventura. Approving this restriction would establish a detrimental precedent within the coastal zone, and we ask that you remove it. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. There are no more speakers.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will close the public hearing and return to our staff.
All right. Thank you. I'll keep it brief and just note our staff is available for questions. Just like to note in response to the first speaker, there was this request for the currently proposed 5-year transition period for owners of multiple short-term rentals to come into compliance with the one short-term rental per owner. And they were requesting that to be shortened to track from the date of the first local ordinance rather than the date of certification of the LCP amendment. That may shorten the period by, it wasn't quite clear if that'd be some period of months, 12 months, 18 months. Now, we just note that the city has requested the 5-year period, and our staff agrees that this seems to be a reasonable period of time to allow for the new regulations. We just note the city council added that provisions late in the city's process at their local hearing prior to the submittal to the commission for certification. That said, our staff didn't have we don't have a Coastal Act provision or concern about that, but we would note that if there were questions, we would refer those questions to the city representatives. In regard to the other comments, I would just note that in your staff's opinion, we believe that this is a very balanced amendment. And we've seen other amendments that were very restrictive, others. The goal here was to protect housing stock while allowing for a balanced short-term rental program. We believe that this accomplishes that. So with that, I'll just close or end the staff comments and note that we're here to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hudson. I'll start by turning it to Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks. I'm sorry. I probably missed something, but I'm a little bit confused. So assuming that we move forward today and approve this vacation rental plan for the city, can you describe to me what the next steps are and how long they take, including the sunsetting? Because I just became confused somehow in this conversation.
Sure, yeah. So upon certification, a 5-year compliance.
Let me stop you with that. Certification of what?
Upon approval of this LCP amendment.
Okay, so the LCP amendment approval today.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Correct.
So I just want to clarify that to those that are concerned. That's what we're talking about today.
Correct.
Okay.
And so that would begin a 5-year compliance period for existing short-term vacation rental permit holders to comply with any new provisions, including the provision that they may only operate one permit per owner, the density limits outlined in Pierpont, and then there's other separate provisions regarding TOT, like taxes.
Yeah, that part I'm all clear on, but I think it was just important to, at least for me, and probably there are others that are confused, to understand that today is the day on the LCP amendment to be approved, if assuming that we go forward. And then there's a 5-year period for all of these things to happen. At the end of the 5-year period, everyone must be in compliance with this new LCP amendment.
Correct. So permittees are able to renew it within that 5-year period, and then after that, they would need to be in compliance with these new provisions that are approved today in this amendment.
Okay, sounds like Steve has a response.
And
Thanks.
yes, just through the chair, just one small clarification, just to note that we approved this today, but the actual certification of the LCP amendment occurs once the city accepts our suggested modifications.
Thank you. Commissioner Nodoff?
That was my question, is because, but that could be another year?
6 months.
6 months. So no later than within 6 months, the 5-year clock starts ticking.
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Preciado.
Yes, and I'm wondering if anyone in the city could respond to this. I'm interested in the exclusion of the owner, the ADU, and the major or the primary home as possible assets for short-term rental. In my community, it's very common for seniors or people who are transitioning to build an ADU, transition to the smaller unit, and make their home available for rent. It's still possible to rent long term. You are creating you're requesting that your new city regulation prohibit any use of the ADU or the primary home for this purpose, but it could still be rented as a long-term asset. Or I'm just trying to understand why the restriction on that particular type of asset.
If you please turn on the mic. Thank you.
So separately from Chapter 6.455, which is the short-term vacation rental ordinance, in our municipal code, in Chapter 24, which is the zoning code, there is a chapter on ADUs. This is a pre-existing chapter, and that chapter, a section of that chapter provides that no ADU or junior ADU can be rented for less than 30 days.
Yes, and my clarification comes from, so in my city, the state law that adopted the ability to add junior ADUs and all of that stuff prohibit anything that was built from when the state law was enacted forward to do any short-term rental arrangement of any kind. But I'm just wondering if anybody built an ADU in the past, if your municipal code as you're describing it now prohibits irrespective of when it was built. And I'm just going back to this grandfathering notion of people who have assets, who built those assets with whatever intention they had, and whether or not they're losing the availability to use those assets at their discretion. Now, I do know that when the state law changed in 2022 and you added, you can add a junior ADU and a mini ADU, in essence, 4 dwellings into one private property, that there is a restriction that cannot be part of a short-term rental asset. Is that distinction made in your regulation you're proposing?
Not in the regulation that we're proposing, and not in Chapter 24 either.
Okay, thank you.
And there is a grandfathering section. We don't use the term grandfathering in what's in front of you, but it's a section called existing permits.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
As with many of these, there's some parts I think are great and some parts I don't. But I do think the conversation is moving in a good direction, and I do think Ventura did a lot of work. Just a couple of things. One, it was mentioned by LA Neighbors, which is the platform sharing. And I know that some folks are looking at that, local jurisdictions. There's a big fight about it at the state level about the sharing of the data and the requirements to share the data from the platforms that do this. And I'm just kind of wondering, I can't remember, have we seen that as part of these ordinances already? And I'm just wondering, do we care about that at all in terms of like collecting data, or whether the enforceability of these ordinances?
Okay, I can respond and say we haven't seen that sort of data sharing occur.
I do think it is pretty new. So something to keep looking out for, because as you know, when we started this STR discussion 10 years ago or whatever it was, especially in my county, we started we asked them to collect taxes, but ultimately we never got the data. We just got bags of money, right? And because the activity was illegal. Right, and so there was no data associated with it, and we're still having trouble getting that data. So we really don't know if what we're collecting as TOT is actually audited and connected to the activities that are on these platforms. So that is something that we really need to update, and I think is really important. People need to understand. So because just because you collect taxes on something doesn't make it legal. That was an Al Capone sort of situation. Well, it's true. I mean, I'm just saying that's a lot of what happens, and what people get busted for doing illegal activities happens to be on the tax evasion parts of what they're doing. Not saying that this is what that is, but it has been an issue in terms of the data and collecting of the taxes and knowing whether that's audited. I'm glad. Thanks for the clarification on the sunset for the multiple units. I thought that was good to know. I appreciate that. And on the conversation around the ADUs, I think it's AB 1033 was one of the legislative acts that basically said that the new ADUs, as Mr. Preciado, or Commissioner Preciado was mentioning, can't be used as STRs, because there was this idea that if we're going to give these, if we're trying to build housing, is it housing? And I guess I push back a little bit on this idea that that was being put forth in one of the comments, which was that if we're trying to create ADUs for housing, then why is it would we just say that it's okay to use them for STRs? Maybe someday there'll be a sunset for that or something, but I don't know. But I just want to say that was kind of the point of that. And again, a lot of this is there's an assumption of the use of our assets as in the discretion. And I own a home and I have a rental, and I don't have discretion to convert those to dentist office, or I don't just as like I don't have necessarily or any other sort of commercial use. And likewise, we're discussing the conversion to a commercial use as a hotel. And so we just have to understand that as communities are looking at their zonings and all those things, there's just a lot of discussion in that, and this is a commercial use in that conversion. And then the last thing is I was appreciative of looking at the numbers in terms of the caps and even the neighborhood stuff. And I will say I also disagree with this idea that there's a de facto reduction that'll occur, just because when you're so limited in those neighborhoods that are right along the coast, that one property that's got the STR entitlement, it's very unlikely that they're going to be giving that one up. And if they do, someone on that block is going to try and grab it as quickly as possible, because and again, going back to that cap, as long as the cap is near or below what is existing, what you prevent is people from speculating when they buy property on basically generating revenue more than they would for just general rent for long-term rental. Because what happens, and it's happened in my neighborhood, my neighbors, where the property sells and the people coming in to buy that property have an intention to do an STR, and they outbid the local families and the first-time home buyers and everybody else because they can't afford to compete against that conversion to a commercial use. And so I appreciate the caps in here, and they're trying to address that problem. And where I may not feel it's quite strict enough, I acknowledge that they're trying and they're doing their best under the sort of political and sort of social and commercial confines of their community. And with that, I support this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, and sorry for the laugh there. It was Humboldt and bags of cash. We've heard that before, and so it was sort of like a, whoa, we're back to that. Right? If I could, I'd like to ask the city representative a couple questions. The first is to the point brought up by Commissioner Preciado, and that is, I want to be clear in my mind, if somebody purchases a home with the intent of moving into the ADU, let's say it's 1,000 square feet, and renting out the main home, would that be allowed under your ordinance? Because I felt like that was a question that wasn't quite answered. We heard historical and existing, but we didn't hear for somebody now trying to take that route, feeling that 1,000 square feet's enough and they could have somebody help offset their mortgage and cover the rest. Would that be allowed under your ordinance?
My understanding is that they could rent it as a long-term rental.
The main home?
Yes,
but is
a long-term rental.
Okay. Oh, but not as a short-term. That
Correct.
was the question. Okay, so they would not be allowed to rent the main unit as a short-term rental under your ordinance. The other is, I have a question about and I don't know if it's Pure Point or Pure Pont. In all the documents, it's Pure Pont. Yes. And then everybody's saying Pure Point, so I was like, all right, same place. The limits on units per lane, as I counted in the exhibit in the upper right-hand corner, it looked like an allowance of 81, but the document says it's an allowance of 100. And so I'm just wondering what that nearly 20% discrepancy can be attributed to.
Sure. So Thank you for the question. One of the suggested modifications, which is a great suggestion, is to, this doesn't change the boundary, but to put a line around what the Pierpont area is. And once you can see that line, then you can see that there are homes on Pierpont Boulevard that are not on the lane. So those permits would be dispersed throughout Pierpont Boulevard, both sides of the street. It's like house after house after house. So that's where they would be.
So that street will have 21 on it while everybody else has 1 to 3?
It's not a lane. It's actually
I get
a
that it's
street
longer, but
yes, much longer.
But you're going to have a high density along that stretch. That's the intent?
Well, the intent is not to overly impact the smaller, shorter lanes that go out to the beach, and to allow the remaining, because there already are STVRs operating on Pierpont. So to allow those.
Okay. All right, so those 21 would not be on a lane. They would be on the rest. So you're going to put 21 on the outer edges, 81 within the main body of the lanes.
Within the boundary of the Pierpont area, yes.
Okay, that's helpful to me. And I guess I'm going to echo the remarks of Commissioner Wilson in that I'm not fully happy with it, but at the same time, I'm able to support most of it. Personally, I'd like to see that number to me wasn't really quite clear, so better clarification on how those were attributed would have been nice. But given that some sort of grandfathering in of existing folks, I'm hearing that I need to spend more time with existing, and so I'll do that now before we take this vote. But I appreciate the answers to the questions, and that was a key for me as well. But largely, I can support what's in front of us. I just want to clearly state that I really appreciate the 2-night minimum. I know that was a key issue at the last hearing, and I think that's going to give a lot of access to families who are going to visit the coast through these particular neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kelly.
I had a question about, sorry, you can stay, sorry. How you determine, and we had this issue in my jurisdiction in the county, when you have 1 unit per owner allowed, but oftentimes these are owned by LLCs. Is that just someone would be declaring that they don't already have a permit? If, say, there's 5 different LLCs with different names, but they all are technically revenues going to the same person.
Sure. The proposed ordinance does have restrictions on who can be an owner. And additionally, if, for example, someone were to try to evade the 1 permit per owner and the city finds out, then they can lose the permits. I mean, there's a big incentive into not lying, because if you're caught, then you can just lose your permits altogether.
And then can you explain, under the same kind of issue, if someone currently owns 5 short-term rentals and then they can get 1 new one in the future, but we're not doing anything about the fact that 1 person might already own 5?
So what the ordinance envisions is, for example, if someone, let's say, were to have 5 units in, I mean, it really depends on what part of the city, but let's say, I'll give a few examples. 5 units right now just in Pierpont, right, which is the most impacted area. So the ordinance provides that they would have 5 years to wind down the multiple units, and then they get to pick which one they ultimately want to keep in the Pierpont area. If those permits were spread out, let's say in Midtown or downtown or somewhere outside of Pierpont, then they would get to keep 2, and then they would decide which ones, but they would have 5 years to basically wind down their business.
And are you, as a community, envisioning what types of incentives could exist for helping people convert these to longer-term rentals, like helping them become landlords for housing for locals that want to live there? I imagine this could be a good opportunity for the community to recoup some of that housing for people who want to be living there. I mean, obviously people may sell some of these properties, or 1 person can own 5 homes and sleep in each one of those places Monday through Friday, if they're not renting it out. But just curious, has there been community conversation around what comes next?
I think that's an excellent question, excellent topic of conversation, but it was definitely outside of the scope of this very year-long process. To my recollection, not a topic.
And then for data sharing, tell me a little bit more around the thought process on what kind of data you envision having coming out of this, and what would be best case scenario for the city and the community and for enforcement. I feel like a lot of this is relying upon people to just do the right thing. And what we've seen in other communities is that because there's so much revenue and money at stake, sometimes, unfortunately, we don't see people just doing the right thing. They're just doing what they're going to do until they get caught. And so if there is no enforcement, or if it's hard because the data isn't particularly clear and clearly being shared, then it becomes it actually becomes more cumbersome, I think, for the jurisdiction to have to administer this program.
Sure. So I'll say three things on the topic. One is that the city does not have a rental registry yet. But if we ever get to the point where we do, that could be information that we gather as far as which ones are operating as STVRs, which ones are long-term rentals, for example. We're not there yet. Maybe the city will head there in that direction one day. Another thing is that I know that community development staff pays for a service. I'm guessing it's some sort of software. I don't recall the name, where they can track the rentals. And they have used the same service for many years, where they can see if, for example, under the current STVR regulations, if they have the proper information listed. And they can see if there's a listing there for someone that doesn't have a permit, for example, and then they can send out notices that they're in violation. And then the last thing on the topic.
I was asking a little about data sharing.
As far as between?
Just greater transparency between the rental platforms. So I know that sometimes with when you're collecting your transient occupancy tax, or you want to make a determination about usage of the units and truing up if they're being rented or not, without having that data sharing, the software sometimes is not as, they're making assumptions in the software algorithm, but they're not able to make a clear linear calculation. And
yes.
So
and what we really are going to rely on is the continued use of the software to estimate TOT, how much TOT should be used. And again, the incentive is that if someone has an STVR permit, but they're not using it because they're not paying TOT, then they don't get to renew it, because we want STVR permits to be used. And if someone is paying, has it consistently advertised, and our staff can see that, and I think they can, but then the TOT doesn't reflect that, then that's a basis to begin an investigation and they can lose their permit. So there is an incentive to comply, because the penalty is that they can ultimately lose their permit.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson? And
just a clarification for my colorful terms in terms of bags of money and those sorts of things. I just want to, it's just referencing, it's not saying that anyone is necessarily doing anything illegal, or not. Sometimes they don't know if they're doing something illegal because they make assumptions that they're paying taxes on something, that makes it legal and that is a permitted activity. And so sometimes it's a surprise to people. And so I don't want people, it's all figurative. I don't want people to get all nuts about some of this colorful language here. So I just want to be clear that it's just we have a data collection issue on this, and when we need to address that moving forward. But that's not going to happen today. And again, I support what we're doing here to move forward. Thanks.
Well, colorful language aside, I want to associate myself with the comments that Commissioner Wilson made. Really whole cloth. So I will also be supporting this today, and I'll turn to Commissioner Notoff for a motion.
Thank you. I did want to just appreciate some of the specificity in this. I know it really conveys that you know your city very well if you're looking at block by block. Having said that, I think also I wanted to say that, looking at other jurisdictions' ordinances and how those have been evaluated when they came before the commission, I want to commend you on that, because I think you then do start getting at more of a statewide approach. Commissioner Preciado, you start seeing how these regional ordinances can work together. So I wanted to commend you on that as well. It's interesting to see the permutations of these in each jurisdiction, and I think it does really show that if you go through an extensive community process, and in your case, you've even hired a mediator to help you have these conversations, that you can get to something that does show a balance. And, you know, there's these platforms that have introduced short-term rentals. You know, I remember when they started, they prided themselves on being disruptive technologies. And I would say they have achieved their goal there, because it really has provided access to folks in a different way, or different ways to stay in regions. But it also is really, you know, I don't think you can argue that there's, you know, quite a bit of disruption at the community level. And to see the way that local jurisdictions are struggling with this is, you know, really brings that home. So,
Commissioner, before the motions, if you're done, there's actually a few more speakers.
Oh,
I
okay.
apologize. Commissioner Jackson, then Commissioner Preciado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for all the speakers. Thank you for staff and for the city of Ventura. You know, e-bikes and short-term rentals are not going away, and they shouldn't, but we need guardrails on both. And, you know, like, there's a lot of frustration between municipalities and with short-term rental owners, and we've seen this over the last few months with the hearings we've had and the challenges. One thing that I've heard from several of my colleagues is the data sharing. And the challenge is we at the municipal level are constantly pulling. There are over 100 short-term rental platforms, 100. So you don't know who's renting to whom in your cities. And you can pay for a service, but that service, I promise you, is not capturing all those rentals, because it's impossible. And these platforms and folks have gotten very sophisticated. So what we need, you know, we mentioned Sacramento several times, and I get on my little soapbox here, unless we get help at the state level where the platforms are mandated to provide information to the municipalities, not us trying to figure out which one of the 100 are renting in our cities, permitting these activities, but they should be pushing the information to us in a coordinated effort so that we could say, hey, here are the 100, or in this case, 355 permits that are authorized in our city. Okay, you 100 short-term platform rentals, these are the only 355 that you can rent. We expect to see reports on a monthly basis. We expect to see TOT remittance. I mean, that's the way the process should be. But they leave us struggling, and that's why there's this constant tension with the short-term rental companies, the owners, and then the municipalities as we struggle with this. It's a constant struggle, and it's a constant frustration. You got some folks that are like, heck no, I hate these things. Heck no, we need more. And again, everything with balance. And the way we can have better balance, better coordination, better cooperation is if we get help from Sacramento and the platforms. I mean, if the platforms were to say, hey, we get it. Hey, Ventura, you tell us 355 that are licensed, and these are the only 355 that we will permit on our platforms, and we will make sure you get your TOT remittance, as opposed to you trying to figure out which ones are being rented, which companies, platforms, and then pulling information and spending countless hours and countless time and countless frustration. So I'm off my soapbox. I appreciate what you all have done. I appreciate the time and effort putting a lot of thought into crafting something that is a balance. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado.
I will attempt to be brief. I want to compliment the city of Ventura for its extraordinary due diligence in thinking about and involving all of your stakeholders. I think one of the things that we see here is, of course, there are people on different sides of the issue and how you should proceed, but it seems to me that you are pursuing a very balanced approach, and all the little nuances and particulars, you know, will find their detractors, But this is not as I've seen before, this is not an elimination of short-term rental. It's an attempt to harmonize it with your existing community, and I think I appreciate very much that you looked at other experiences, and then I'm hoping that people can see or look to your experience. I did want to comment. I'm always fascinated how these $3 and $4 and $5 and $6 million homes are seen as homes that are part of the housing stock, as if it's workforce housing, or if it's housing for college students or something like that. And so I'm always interested in thinking about how this policy applies to the coast, which would be different from how it applies in, shall we say, non-coastal neighborhoods where you don't have these extraordinary costs. Even the mobile home types that are near our hotel where we're staying, none of them appear to be, well, they all appear to be for sale, the ones that are for $500,000. And so I'm just curious about how we think about housing stock on the coast, and how we distinguish between affordable based on the median income, or the usual ways we think of for affordable housing for working families. So with that, I do want to appreciate the involvement you have, and acknowledge that it's really hard work to get to these particulars, and commend you moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner Nodoff, to you.
Okay, you ready for motion? I move that the commission reject City of Ventura Implementation Plan Coastal Zoning Ordinance Amendment Number LCP-4-SBV-25-0043-1 as submitted, and recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Nodoff, second by Commissioner Kelly. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, so approved.
Okay, second motion. I move that the commission certify City of Ventura Implementation Plan Coastal Zoning Ordinance Amendment Number LCP-4-SBV-25-0043-1 if it is modified as suggested in this staff report, and requesting a yes vote.
Second.
Moved by Nodoff, second by Kelly, asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, so approved. Commissioner Nodoff.
No, that's it.
It's an IP-only amendment, so there were
Okay.
only two motions.
That's
It
it.
includes the amendments. The second motion
Correct.
included the suggested amendments.
Congratulations. Thank you for all the work, and thank you to my colleagues for a great discussion. We're going to take a brief break now. If you could be back 5 minutes after 4, please. Okay, everyone, welcome back. We are now on item 12, the Deputy Director's Report for the South Coast District. Mr. Hudson.
Thank you. And item 12 is the Deputy Director's Report for the South Coast. It includes 3 permit waivers and a memorandum responding to objections to a previously reported immaterial permit extension. The memorandum addresses 3 objections, which were each received within the 10-day period for public comment for an immaterial permit extension that was previously reported at our February hearing. The objections were received from Robin Rudisill on behalf of Citizens Preserving Venice, Edward Ferrer and Margaret Malloy for Citizens Preserving Venice, and the groups, let's see, and I believe that was it. And that is for the second 1-year time extension of the CDP for the Venice Place Hotel project by the applicant Wincoop Properties LLC. Now that item was originally approved by the commission at our December 2022 hearing. The project was for demolition of an existing restaurant, small private school, office, retail, and commercial space, and a private parking lot, and 3 existing residences. And it included construction of a new 2 to 3 story mixed use 78 room hotel with 10 lower cost rooms, retail space and restaurant space, and 4 new residential units. And this is located in the Venice area within the city of Los Angeles. Now, as I mentioned, this is the second one-year time extension. And as detailed in the memorandum, the opponents raise essentially the same objections that were raised during the Commission's approval of the first one-year time extension last year. The opponents again assert that the financial feasibility study for the project is outdated, that the cumulative impacts analysis for the project was not accurate, that the project would result in parking impacts, and that the city's contemplated outdoor dining program, in conjunction with the approved hotel and other projects that have been approved since our original action on this, could impact public access and parking. However, these issues were fully evaluated as part of our approval of the underlying project, which found that the project would not result in any new significant adverse impacts to coastal resources, including public access. Specifically, in regard to the financial feasibility analysis, I would note that a new study would not change the findings made by the Commission relating to its approval of the project, decision to require on-site affordable rooms, or replacement residential units. The Commission adequately addressed cumulative effects to coastal resources as part of your previous approval. Moreover, in regard to the city's outdoor dining program, at the time of the Commission's action, the city was already implementing a temporary outdoor dining program pursuant to the governor's emergency action in response to COVID, and a 30611 emergency waiver by the Commission. And the city's contemplation of potentially making such program permanent at some point in the future does not constitute changed circumstances relevant to this project. Moreover, such an action by the city would require either an amendment to the city's certified Venice land use plan or a new CDP. And potential effects to coastal resources, including access and recreation, would then be evaluated and addressed by the Commission as part of those future actions. Now, in addition, the email from Edward Ferrer and Margaret Malloy state that Ted Harris, agent for Wenku Properties LLC, is a registered lobbyist for California Strategies and Advocacy, and not for the applicant, Wenku Properties. However, as Commission legal staff have previously explained to Ms. Malloy, lobbying policies are not part of the Coastal Act. And Wenku Properties LLC provided all proper authorizations for designation of Ted Harris as their agent for the purpose of the Coastal Development Permit extension and CDP application, which is required pursuant to Coastal Act Section 30319. So we do believe that the applicant's representatives have met all their legal obligations in terms of our agent authorization needs. Thus, for all these reasons, and as addressed in detail in the memorandum, staff does not believe the comment letters provide evidence of any changed circumstances. Pursuant to Section 13169 of the Commission's regulations, in order to deny a permit extension request, objections must identify changed circumstances that may affect the consistency of the development with the Coastal Act or certified LCP. It does not provide an opportunity to rehear the merits of the project. And for these reasons, staff does not believe there are changed circumstances affecting the previous development's consistency with the Coastal Act, and thus your staff is recommending the immaterial time extension be approved today. Staff is not aware of any opposition to the other items being reported today, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the Deputy Director's report. I'll just note that staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hudson. Are there any ex partes to report? Okay. How about public comments?
We have 4 speakers: Robin Rudisil, David Ewing, Margaret Malloy, and Amanda Seward. They are all in on Zoom. Robin Rudisil, when you're able to, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, it's Robin from Citizens Preserving Venice. This project is the largest and most impactful Venice has seen, and that's why it's so important to us. And what's different this year is that last year staff said they did not consider the other major nearby significant mixed-use projects in a new cumulative effects analysis because they had not yet broken ground. But now they have, and that is a significant changed circumstance. Staff also told us they are defining changed circumstances with a limited scope and say the new significant projects we cite do not meet their definition of changed circumstances, which they would say are more like physical conditions such as saltwater intrusion. This definition is too narrow, and the law does not limit changed circumstances like this. This project has been delayed by the applicant, and that delay matters. The reason for the extension review is for impacts to be evaluated based on current conditions now, not the conditions in 2022. The alfresco dining program is now permanent. The CDPs are being approved since the last couple of months. Parking spaces are being permanently removed, and the projected cumulative effect of the total reduction in parking spaces is very significant. Also, in mid-2025, City Planning determined that Windward Circle qualifies as a transit hub under AB 2097, placing the area around the project within the half-mile exemption and further reducing required parking. These are exactly the types of changes that should be considered changed circumstances. Permanent, alfresco, and AB 2097 are very significant changes that are increasing traffic and reducing parking availability at the same time. New development is increasing the intensity of use on North Abbot Kinney. That directly affects coastal access, especially for surrounding residents in the Oakwood community and working class visitors who rely on street parking. Please require a full public hearing so all of these significant change circumstances can be analyzed before extending a permit that rests on outdated assumptions and conclusory findings. Thank you.
Thank you. David Ewing. David, I see you're unmuted. Please go ahead. David? All right, we're going to move to the next speaker and come back to David. Margaret Malloy, go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. I think that the primary issue here is the lack of adequate adverse and cumulative impact analysis required per Coastal Act, Section 30105.5 in staff's original 2022 CDP approval, as we argued last year, and even more so this year. This is especially true of the direct adverse and cumulative impacts on Oakwood as the immediately adjacent residential community, and for the young children attending Westminster Elementary School at 1010 Abbot Kinney that has served the Oakwood community for over 100 years. The analysis must include a hotel mixed-use development at 812 Main and a newly approved CDP for a large mixed-use development at 825 Hampton, both of which are within 500 feet radius of this project, as well as a proposed development at 100 Sunset in the former Metro bus yard for 341 residential units in a mixed-use project that is within 1,400 feet of the subject site. Cumulatively means the incremental effects of an individual project shall be reviewed in connection with the effects of past projects, the effects of other current projects, and the effects of probable future projects. These are real. These are existing and on the table, approved by Metro as their, project of choice. So please allow the denial of this extension and require the appropriate analysis that is not on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try David Ewing again. David? I see that you're unmuted. If you are trying to speak, we aren't hearing anything. Okay, we're going to move on again. Amanda Seward, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. When this project was approved, the commission relied heavily on a financial feasibility analysis, which was prepared during the height of COVID uncertainty. And it claimed that the project would require a higher rate of return than normal because the hotel market was unstable because of COVID and transaction data was lacking. So, and based on that increased rate of return that was required to make the project feasible, there were certain decisions made that we don't believe would have been made had they had new information about what a proper rate of return for this project would be. And it only made a small difference, actually. It would require one less hotel room than they wanted to make it feasible. And one of the important things that happened was there were 3 bungalows that even the applicant's own experts acknowledge were historic. But because of the rate of return required for the project, it was decided that it wasn't economically feasible. And so they didn't accept the environmentally superior alternative set forth in the CEQA analysis. And in another way, it impacted the number of or the site of low-cost hotel rooms. It is policy of the commission that the best place for low-cost hotel rooms are on site. Because of the high rate of return that was required for this project, it was accepted a off-site lower cost hotel room. So we're just saying that that should be reviewed now before the project permissions are extended. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have David Ewing. We've moved you back to attendee mode and allowed you to unmute as an attendee. You should be able to speak now.
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Oh, great. Thanks. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm David Ewing with Citizens Preserving Venice. When considering a CDP extension, the Coastal Act requires evaluation of cumulative effects, including past, present, and probable future projects. Staff's extension notice for the Venice Place Hotel is based on its assertion without analysis or findings that there are no changed circumstances. That assertion is incorrect, and a cumulative impacts analysis that is frozen in time is not legally sufficient if the surrounding area has materially changed. When the Venice Place project was approved, several nearby projects were just speculative or early stage. Staff stated at that hearing that they were not considering the following projects for cumulative effects analysis because they hadn't yet broken ground. The mixed-use hotel, commercial, and condo project at 812 Main, also known as 881 Abbot Kinney, is now far into construction. And 825 Hampton, the mixed-use project with 36 units, retail, and cafe, is fully entitled, and final appeal period has closed. So these aren't projections, these are on-the-ground realities. And together, these large projects represent significant intensification of use, significant increase in traffic and service demand, increased on-street parking competition in the surrounding neighborhood, and increased pressure on coastal access. Extending the permit without revisiting cumulative impacts undermines the Coastal Act's core provisions, core protections. The Coastal Act requires that these substantially changed circumstances be evaluated. Please direct staff to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have no more speakers. I'll also just note that we have Charles Watson from California Strategies online and available for questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll return to you, Mr. Hudson, if you have any comments you'd like to make.
Okay, no comments, just to note that staff is here for questions.
Great, thank you very much. So returning to the commission, do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objection, the commission concurs. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that brings us to item 13A, which is the substantial issue hearing. I'm sorry, if we could pull up the PowerPoint, please. And this is the substantial issue hearing and appeal of a local CDP approved by the City of Los Angeles for the demolition of 2 duplexes and the construction of a new 18,773 square foot, 48 foot, 7.5 inch high, 4-story, 25-unit apartment building. And it is comprised of 19 market rate rental units and 6 affordable rental units, which are set aside for very low income households. The applicants are Sandra and Henry Aboif, and the appellants are Margaret Malloy and Dr. Naomi Nightingale. Next slide, please. Now, as shown on this aerial photograph, the project site is located in a developed urban neighborhood approximately 3/4 of a mile inland of the beach along Sunset Avenue in the Venice community in the city of LA. The site is currently developed with a 1 and 2 story, 1-story and a 2-story duplex, which total 4 units on the site. And the site is a relatively large 9,415 square foot lot, which is about twice the size of most of the other residential lots within this area. The surrounding development is primarily a mix of single and multifamily residential structures. Next slide, please. The city-approved project includes the demolition of the existing duplexes, totaling 4 units, removal of 2 non-native street trees, and the construction of the new almost 19,000 square foot, 48 plus foot high, 25-unit apartment building. Now, all 25 units will be relatively small, including 11 studios that range in size from 344 square feet to 387 square feet. 13 one-bedrooms that range from 570 to 657 square feet in size. And the largest unit is a single 2-bedroom that would be 962 square feet. Now, the primary contention by the appellants is that the project would be too large in size and height, inconsistent with the neighborhood, community character, and will have negative cumulative impacts, including gentrification, and cause displacement of underserved communities within Venice. The appellants also assert that with only 11 parking spaces, the city-approved project would increase congestion, displace parking to surrounding areas, and impair public access to the coast. The appeal also cites Coastal Act Section 30244 with respect to the city-approved project's adverse impacts to historic and cultural community character. However, staff would note that the section that they cite sets forth mitigation requirements for impacts to archaeological and paleontological resources, not community character. And thus, that particular contention does not rise to the level of substantial issue. The appellants also contend that the city-approved removal of 2 large street trees in front of the property would adversely impact visual resources and environmentally sensitive habitat area. However, commission staff concurs with the city's findings that the 2 existing street trees on site are neither native species, nor do they provide habitat for any sensitive species, nor do they constitute environmentally sensitive habitat, given their location on a densely developed urban Venice street. Thus, this assertion does not rise to substantial issue. Next slide, please. The appellants also assert that the project would contribute to the displacement of working class residents, renters, and communities. However, staff would note that although the city's Mellow Act determination for the project did not designate the existing 4 units on site to be demolished as affordable, the city did find, pursuant to its replacement unit a separate replacement unit determination, that these units may be affordable and that at least 3 of the units on site must be replaced as affordable units. Now, in this case, the approved project includes the provision of 6 new deed-restricted affordable units and represents a net gain of affordable units on site. And I would just also note that this project would include a net gain of total units as well, going from 4 units up to 25. So your staff does believe that this project would be beneficial in terms of providing for additional housing for an economically diverse population. And in this area, it would be well served by public transit and with high quality amenities nearby. Thus, staff does not agree with the appellant's contention relating to potential displacement of working class residents, renters, and communities of color, and does not believe that this issue rises to substantial issue. Next slide, please. In regard to the appellant's primary contention that the project is inconsistent with community character, the appellants contend that the city-approved project, which is a 48-foot high 4-story structure, would be the tallest building in the area. And staff agrees with that observation. The surrounding Oakwood Venice neighborhood is characterized primarily by a mix of both 1- and 2-story single-family residences, with a smattering of 2- and 3-story multifamily residences of various sizes and architectural styles. Now, while staff agrees that the height of this project is greater than any of the other structures, including the existing 2- and 3-story multifamily residences in the neighborhood, the city approved this increase in height pursuant to the density bonus provisions of the certified land use plan, and using their uncertified zoning code and the state density bonus law together. And as can be seen on this slide, which shows some of the surrounding development. I'm sorry, if we could go to the next slide, please. Or actually, I'm sorry, back 2 slides. Thank you, that one. As can be seen on this slide, the applicant and the city-approved project does utilize several different strategies to mitigate the visual impacts, including using increased articulation and setbacks of the upper floors. And that reduces what is seen, the visual massing from the street, including that upper 4-story, which will not be highly visible to pedestrians on the street. Moreover, while the city-approved development will be the largest in the immediately surrounding area, it is generally similar to other large multifamily structures on larger lots within Venice. The subject site is 9,415 square feet area, almost twice the size of other lots within the area, which average approximately 4,885 square feet. And staff believes such larger lots are appropriate for development with larger structures. Now, that and because the city has used the process for the density bonus provisions that are within the certified LUP, I would just note that it's somewhat complex in that the density bonus provisions of the LUP would only allow for a 25% increase in density, which would only get you to about 8 units on site. The city has utilized other tools, including the statewide density bonus law and a provision in the the state law, which allows for local zoning code, including the city's uncertified zoning code, and using their local density bonus provisions. And by the city has done their best to harmonize these 3 different laws. And in doing so, the commission staff does concur with their calculations that they were able to arrive at the 25 unit size of this project. Now, if we could advance 2 slides, please, to slide 6. I would also note that the appellants contend that the reduced parking provided by the project will have negative impacts on the public's ability to access the coast, as residents would take up public street parking on the surrounding streets. The city-approved development would provide 11 spaces rather than the normally required 57 pursuant to the certified Venice land use plan. However, the city's findings did correctly address the discrepancy by noting that a recent state law prohibits any public agency from imposing a minimum automobile parking requirement on any residential or commercial project within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop, which the subject site is. Thus, the city did not require vehicle parking spaces pursuant to the certified LUP in this case. However, our staff would note that although the state law may preclude specific parking requirements, the Coastal Act still provides that impacts to public access must still be mitigated from any new project. And in this case, to address that issue, the city found that in addition to the proposed 11 vehicle spaces that will be provided, additional mitigation measures include 2 dedicated parking spaces for a vehicle sharing program, which are proposed by the applicant, as well as provision of 31 bicycle spaces for tenants and their guests. And the city's findings were that these additional measures would be adequate to mitigate the significant adverse impacts to public access. And your staff concurs with the city's findings on this point. And we do not believe that the appellant's contentions rise to the level of substantial issue. And final slide, please. Finally, staff would note that there are 2 addendums for this item, which include minor corrections to the exhibits and which respond to comments received from members of the public. Now, in addition, staff received a letter from one of the appellants, Margaret Malloy, just this morning, and that letter asserts that the staff report contained inconsistencies, primarily that the neighboring structure that was referenced in the staff report is lower in height than was identified, and that the 4 existing units on site should be considered affordable. Now, in response, I would note that first, staff appreciates and would like to thank Ms. Malloy for pointing out these discrepancies. The height issue was an inadvertent error. In the staff report, it was identified as a 45-foot high 37-foot high structure with a 45-foot high rooftop access structure in the city's findings, and that was carried over to our report. However, as Ms. Malloy pointed out, we searched our permit records and confirmed that based on our records, it's a 30-foot high structure with a 35-foot high roof access structure, and so we agree with Ms. Malloy. Now, that incorrect height, we believe, was an inadvertent error and was derived from the city's findings and appears to be derived from the city's website for Navigate LA, which is a mapping tool provided by the city's engineering department, which provides, among other information, building heights. Regardless, staff would note that our analysis would remain unchanged in regard to whether the structure is consistent with the community character. Our analysis is not based just on its reference to one neighboring structure, but to the community as a whole. We agree that this structure will be larger than the other surrounding structures, but we do believe that on the whole, it will be consistent with the provision of multifamily structures within the Venice area. In regard to the determination of whether there were affordable units on site, I would like to clarify that the city's record was a bit unclear. The city's Mellow Act determination, which was referenced in our report, found that there were no units that were affordable pursuant to the Mellow Act. However, the city's RUD, or replacement unit determination, which is a separate process, found that there were affordable units and required a minimum of 3 affordable units be replaced on site. Now, regardless, the project provides for a net increase in affordable units on site for a total of 6. And thus, our recommendation would not change relative to this clarification. But I would note that staff revises its findings on this matter to incorporate those corrections. Now, in closing, staff concurs with the findings made by the city and believes that the city provided adequate legal support for its decision to approve the subject project. Staff therefore recommends that the commission find no substantial issue with regard to the contentions on which the appeal has been filed. The motion to accomplish this can be found on page 5 of the staff report. And next slide, please. This concludes the staff presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hudson. Okay, are there any ex partes to report? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. And I'll go to Chris to begin with the appellants, please.
Yes, we have the 2 appellants, Naomi Nightingale and Margaret Malloy, both on Zoom. Naomi Nightingale, when you're ready, go ahead. Naomi Nightingale, I see that you've just been moved in. You should be able to unmute and begin.
Okay. Good afternoon. Excuse me, I'm having a little problem with my voice, so I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'm Naomi Nightingale. I'm the chair of the Venice Neighborhood Council, Venice Community Plan Coastal Commission Program Ad Hoc Committee. The committee submitted its comprehensive community recommendations last August 2025 to the LA City Westside Regional Planning Department and also copied the Coastal Commission staff. I'm not representing the ad hoc committee at this meeting today, but I can concur with all aspects of significance in the extensive appeal which we submitted, which align
Naomi, it seems that you've been muted. Can you please unmute again? There you go. Please continue.
where it stopped. Okay. I am also executive director of the Oakwood Preservation Coalition, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the preservation of Black history and culture in the Oakwood community. In 1970, I was instrumental in preparing the proposal that resulted in the 15 apartment units that are dispersed throughout the Venice community now. It started out as very low income apartment units. The unit that is the subject of this appeal on 7th and Sunset is not consistent with the apartment buildings that are compared to in the owner's report. The units that were originally designed as low income are not residential in nature as the building started on 7th and Sunset. When I met with the architect in terms of this building and the discussion about setting back the 4th level story of this building, the concern was expressed at that time about the concern from the community with height of buildings that are not consistent with the architecture and the accessibility and the culture of the community. So I reiterate that in my presentation today, that we're looking for consistency. Yes, we do want low income units available to help diversify the community, but I think that this particular project does not meet or is consistent with the standards that we have listed in the appeal that we submitted to the Coastal Commission and that Margaret Malloy submitted to you this morning. Margaret, are you there?
Great, thank you. Next is Margaret Malloy.
Hello. Good. Hello, commissioners, Chair Harmon and commissioners. We're asking you to find substantial. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We are asking you to find a substantial issue and just allow a de novo hearing for this proposal. While I appreciate Mr. Hudson's clarifications, I urge you to please look at the last paragraph of the March 10th, 2026 second addendum submitted by staff. The staff statement includes, quote, "The city determined that no affordable units exist on site, thus no replacement units are required. However, as part of the density bonus allowance, the city-approved project will provide 6 new affordable units where no affordable units currently exist or are otherwise required," end quote. That statement is factually incorrect, and this is a substantial issue. California Government Code Section 66300 implemented SB 8, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. On 12/31/2023, the Housing Department issued a Housing Crisis Act of 2029 replacement unit determination for this property. It states, quote, 4 units exist on the property within the last 5 years. 4 units are subject to the rent stabilization ordinance and are subject to replacement pursuant to the requirements of Government Code Section 66300 as protected units, with 3 of the 4 units subject to the replacement as affordable protected units, end quote. That is reiterated in the memo, and it seems that the applicant's representatives have not made that clear to the city or the city planning commission or coastal staff, because it has been erroneously represented that they're creating 6 new affordable units that wouldn't otherwise exist. On the contrary, per the certified LUP, that site should have 9 units, of which 4 would be restricted units and 3 would be restricted affordable units. Instead, this person is asking for an off-menu incentive to allow a flat roof with a height of 48 feet 7 inches in lieu of 25 feet, a waiver of development standards to allow 0 square feet of open space in lieu of the required 2,525 square feet, and a conditional use permit for a housing to allow a housing project totaling 25 units. That is a 77% increase in the base density of 9 dwelling units, in addition to the 88.75% increase in density permitted by the LAMC and the government density bonus program. Entirely off menu, over the top incentives. Please just allow a de novo hearing.
Thank you. Next, we have the applicant's representative in person, Kevin Scott.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Scott from the Office of Brian Silvera and Associates on behalf of the applicant. What we're proposing is straightforward. Replace 2 aging duplexes that have no mellow replacement affordable units with a thoughtfully designed 25-unit apartment building that includes 6 new very low-income units. And I want to take a minute to talk about the issue that was brought up by staff with the replacement units. So the mellow review, the way it works is an analyst goes through and determines how much rent was actually paid in the past 3 years and determines if those were affordable rents. That came back as not affordable. The rents that were paid in the past 3 years were not affordable. Another review done by the housing department asks current residents to submit their own income information. They get a letter and then are asked to send that letter back to the housing department and report their own income information. Now, typically people just take these letters and throw them away. When that happens and the housing department does not receive the tenant's income information, they give a default determination, which says 70% of the units there, we're just going to consider them low income. So for that reason, the replacement determination comes back as 3 out of the 4 units as affordable. However, none of the units were rented at affordable rents. Just wanted to make that clear. But to continue, this is a meaningful amount of affordable housing in one of Los Angeles' most desirable and most housing-starved communities. And so with 24% of the total units at that very low income level, this project has a much higher ratio of affordable units to market rate units than other privately funded mixed income projects, which are often just 10 or 12% affordable. And this project represents a small step towards realizing the city's and the state's housing goals, as well as the Commission's own environmental justice policy. Venice is a high opportunity area, meaning strong schools, access to jobs, better health outcomes, and greater economic mobility. It's also a place that's easy to get around on foot or on a bike. And that's all to say that it is the perfect place for this project. And projects like these help keep Venice a place that's accessible to everyone. And we spent a lot of time and effort engaging with the community on this project, starting our outreach a full year before our hearing, and we're proud to say that the Venice Neighborhood Council's Land Use Committee voted unanimously to support the project, and then the full board followed, and then after that, the City Planning Commission voted for the project 6-0. So, with the support of the VNC and the City of Los Angeles, I urge you to concur with staff's recommendation for no substantial issue, and uphold Coastal Commission's commitment to ensuring that Venice remains a place for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. We just had the 2 members of the public, and then their speaker status was unclear.
Okay. Ms. Kaplan, if we could ask, can you confirm that you participated in this at the local level, please?
If she opposed it.
If she opposed it, excuse me.
Yeah, I put in speaker cards both for the hotel and for this project, and I don't know why I was overlooked.
Ms. Kaplan, did you oppose this project at the local level?
No, I'm sorry. No, I didn't.
Unfortunately, we aren't allowed to have you speak then. Our other speaker, Lydia Ponce, is not able to be found on Zoom. We have no other speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, with that, we will close the public hearing and return to our staff for their response. Mr. Hudson.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to keep it brief, and again, just note staff is available for questions, but with one note. Ms. Malloy did note that she believed that on the site under the density bonus provisions, only 9 units would be allowed. That calculation would be using only the density bonus provisions under the LUP. And I had explained earlier, the city is harmonizing all the different density bonus laws, including the state and the zoning. She was also concerned that the 4 replacement units, which, as I noted before, staff is making that correction to our findings to note that there are likely 4 existing affordable units on site. It is not relevant to state density bonus law that the 4 units are required to be replaced. They still count towards the density bonus provision. So the 6 new affordable units do allow for the density bonus provisions to be utilized for this project. So we understand Ms. Malloy's point. We would just note that the city did correctly calculate the density bonuses pursuant to these 3 different laws. And with that, I'll close the staff comments, and again, just note I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Now I'll return to the commission, and I'll begin with Commissioner Lowenberg.
So as hard as it is for people to, when communities like this are going through transitions, as hard as it is for the first few projects, it is unfortunate, but the state is in dire need of housing. And we can't just keep kicking the can down the road or saying, put it over there, put it over there. No, this is a big lot. And these are small units, which de facto will mean they will hopefully be affordable to people who are either working there or, and the fact that there are 6 very low makes it even better. So I'm very much in favor of this, and I wish they had gone up farther. I think that wherever we're near transit, we should be upzoning all of these lots to create more affordable housing for people throughout California, because we gotta get going here. And every election cycle, it's all anybody talks about is creating affordable housing. So I would hope this commission would never stand in the way of a project like this, and I would like to make the motion to approve.
Great, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. From the kitty table, happy to second the motion at the appropriate time. But just want to align myself with all the comments of Commissioner Lowenberg. I think that these are the moments where we see action reach the ground, and we have to support it if we really want to see the change. And I also appreciate the 6 low. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
Just a quick question on the time frame. So between when we received the application and now, what kind of time frame do we see here?
Because this item is coming to us as appeal, the commission acts on these with less than 49 days. I would just note that this item was filed with us on January 15th. The 49th day would be March 27th. So we are less than 49 days on this.
That's pretty fast.
Good.
Just want to note.
It's great.
And put it into the record how quickly that happened. I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Lowenberg for the motion.
Sorry. I closed my computer too early. Can you blow that up a little bit so I can see it? Hold on. We're getting there. Sorry, everybody. Okay. You make it bigger. I move the commission determine. Okay, the two least technical people on the planet are trying to muddle through this.
I'm loving it, to be honest.
Ray, just grab. Yeah, the old folks are trying to get through this. I move the commission determine that appeal number A-5-VEN-26-003 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal was filed under Section 30602 of the Coastal Act.
And I will second that.
Okay, that's a motion by Commissioner Lowenberg.
And I want and we would like a yes vote, please.
Thank you. A second by Commissioner Lopez. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, no substantial issue has been found. Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify quickly that the actual appeal number is A5VEN 260003. I believe that the motion may have missed one of the zeros. Just to be clear that that's what the commission voted on. Thank you.
Thank you. Confirmed. We are moving on, I believe, to item 15, Mr. Hudson.
Okay.
And while they're getting ready, I'll just note that there are no speakers for item 15, just to get ahead of that.
All right, that does take us to item 15, which is the Deputy Director's Report for South Coast District, Orange County. The report contains 5 waivers for projects in Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, Laguna Beach, and San Clemente, 2 CDP time extensions, and a CDP amendment. We're also reporting on an emergency action by California State Parks to remove park facilities that were damaged during storms at the South Day Use area of Doheny State Beach in Dana Point. And we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the waivers, the time extensions, or the amendment in the report.
Thank you, Mr. Schwing. Any ex partes? Okay, and I know there are no public commenters. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objections, the commission concurs. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 16A, please.
Thank you. And there's a staff PowerPoint on this item. And Colby Gonzalez with our South Coast office is going to do the staff presentation on this.
Yeah. Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. Item W16A is an appeal of a local CDP approved by the City of Laguna Beach for the construction of accessory improvements associated with a single-family residence at 31131 Monterey Street, Laguna Beach. The applicant is Tony Debazorgi, and the appellants are Amira Mozafari and Daniel Chu. The standard of review in determining whether the appeal raises a substantial issue is the city's certified LCP and the public access policies of the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. As shown on this slide, the proposed project is located at 31131 Monterey Street, landward of Coast Highway in the city of Laguna Beach. Next slide, please. The subject site is an 11,139 square foot lot that is designated R1 residential low density and is developed with a single family residence and garage. As shown on this slide, public access from the Monterey Street street end to Aliso Beach is available via a public access trail, which adjoins the eastern boundary of the site. Next slide, please. The city-approved project includes the construction of an approximately 3,534-gallon in-ground spa, a 550-square-foot elevated deck, a 319-square-foot at-grade terrace expansion, and a trash storage enclosure measuring approximately 4 feet in height. Next slide, please. The appellants raised several contentions with respect to the city's basis of approval for the project. First, the appellants contend that the project violates the LCP because no bluff edge determination was part of the record, and the project does not meet the required bluff edge setback. Second, the appellants contend that the proposed development may extend beyond the project line and encroach upon a public trail. Third, the appellants contend that the project would privatize a fire lane by converting a fire lane at the terminus of Monterey Street into a private parking space for the homeowner. Fourth, the appellants contend that the proposed project would violate open space protections. Finally, the appellants contend that the proposed deck would impede upon scenic views and create a noise nuisance and would adversely impact neighborhood character, views, and scenic quality. With respect to the bluff edge, the applicant provided a bluff edge survey which was made available for review 1 week prior to the city's design review board meeting. The city's consulting geologist reviewed the applicant's bluff edge survey and determined that the bluff edge is located seaward of the property. The commission's staff geologists also reviewed the bluff edge survey and determined the bluff edge to be located at a remnant bluff approximately 198 feet seaward of the property, in the vegetated area inland of the parking lot at Aliso Beach and seaward of Coast Highway. The certified LCP requires a 25-foot setback for primary structures located on a coastal blufftop lot and a 10-foot setback for accessory structures. Because the project site is located almost 200 feet landward of the bluff edge, there is sufficient evidence to support the city's findings that the project is consistent with the LCP's bluff edge setback policies. Next slide, please. With respect to public access, staff notes that the project would take place entirely within the property lines of the subject site. Although the applicant did seek approval for a public easement to allow for a private parking in a fire lane, the public easement was not a discretionary action included as part of the project and furthermore was denied by the City Council. The project applicant would therefore not be permitted to park in the fire lane or in the setback area in front of their existing 3-car garage, and the project would not encroach upon the public access trail proximate to the site. Next slide, please. With respect to open space, the proposed project site is zoned R1 residential low density, which is designated to accommodate low density single-family residential areas. The site is neither zoned for open space nor designated open space in the city's certified land use plan. Development standards for sites, as required by the LCP, require that 29.4% or 3,274 square feet of the site be used as landscaped open space. As proposed, 46.2% of the site, or 5,145 square feet, consists of landscaped open space, consistent with the city's requirements. Thus, staff does not find this contention to raise a substantial issue. Next slide, please. With respect to community character, the city included extensive findings to support the determination that the project is in scale with neighboring structures. The project is compatible with the development in the area, the project does not include a height increase, and the project would not impact coastal scenic views. With respect to public views, the improvements would be screened behind the existing residence, and this would not create a public view impact from Monterey Street. Next slide, please. From Coast Highway, the proposed elevated deck expansion would be visible. However, the structure is located inland of Coast Highway, and therefore the deck does not impact coastal views from Coast Highway. The elevated deck would not increase the existing height of the on-site development and is consistent with the scale of development in the area. The deck would be visible from the top of the trail at Monterey Street, the Monterey Street end, but the deck railing as proposed would be made from transparent glass and would therefore not impact public views. The proposed at-grade terrace and spa would not be visible from Coast Highway, as they would be close to the ground and would be concealed by the steep slope of the hillside. The proposed terrace and spa would be visible from the trail adjacent to the site, but would not have coastal impacts as the development would be located on the inland side of the trail and the views of the ocean from the trail would be unobstructed. With respect to noise, the city's noise ordinance is not certified as part of the LCP, and therefore noise considerations are not grounds for appeal. Next slide, please. In closing, the city's decision to approve the proposed project does not present any inconsistencies with the certified LCP with respect to bluff development, open space, public views, public access, or community character. Staff therefore recommends that the Commission find no substantial issue with regard to the contentions on which the appeal has been filed. The motion to accomplish this can be found on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes the staff presentation. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
I just wanted to note that that was Colby's first presentation. Nice job.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Very well done. Thank you so much. Okay. Are there any ex partes to report? Seeing none, we will open the public hearing and I'll turn it over to Chris.
All right, thank you. We do not have the appellants. They never signed up to speak, and they're not online. So we just have the applicant, Tony Deborzorgi.
Deborzorgi.
Yes. and they wanted to make a statement, and I believe that's it. So, Tony, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Tony DeBazorgi, and I am the applicant. I merely want to say that I support the staff recommendation, and I especially want to thank Kobe Gonzalez, who I think did an excellent job in the staff report of responding to the appeals. I ask that you find no substantial issue, and thank you very much for your time.
And thank you. No other speakers.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, we will close the public hearing, and I'll return to Mr. Schwing. No?
Nothing further. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Okay, I'll return to the commission for comments, questions, or a motion, which is on page 5 of the...
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
If there's any comments. Okay. I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-5-LGB-26-0005 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under Section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and request a yes vote.
Second, and I just want to reference that I think the city did a good job of applying all their appropriate regulations in the LCP. So thank you.
Okay, that's a motion by Commissioner Nodoff, a second by Commissioner Wilson. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, no substantial issue has been found. Okay, now we are moving on to item 17A, please.
Thank you. So that does take us to 17A, and there is a staff PowerPoint on this item, if we could bring that up. And Seth Villanueva with our Long Beach office is going to do the presentation on this matter. So give him a moment to get settled here and begin when you're ready. Thanks.
Okay, good evening, commissioners. Item 17A is the de novo hearing of an appealed local CDP approved by the City of Dana Point for the construction of a new 2-story single-family residence with an attached garage on the ground floor supported by caissons on a beach-fronting lot. The applicants are John and Marcella Seidensticker. Next slide, please. The property is 35697 Beach Road, located within the Capistrano Beach Community Association, an established row of residential development with access to homes obtained solely through the private beach road located landward of the subject site. Further landward of Beach Road are railroad tracks, Pacific Coast Highway, and a coastal bluff supporting additional development. Next slide, please. An overview shot of the Beach Road community can be seen on this slide. This photo is from 2008, and the beach here appears wide, but it has been in an acute erosional state starting in the 1970s, recently accelerating to approximately 5 feet per year. In fact, aerial imagery shows that since 2015, there are intermittent periods where there is effectively no dry beach at all, and the beach is typically only visible during very low tides. The Commission staff engineer, Jeremy Smith, estimates that with the existing erosion rates, the mean high tide line could imminently reach the line of development within the next couple of decades. Erosion is and will continue to be a serious threat along Beach Road, including the subject site, in the near to medium term. Historically, the beaches in this area have been subject to additional wave uprush damage, flooding, and erosion during storm conditions and large summer southerly swell events. Due to the geometry and orientation of this coastal stretch, very long period waves can sometimes propagate inland as large bores, which can overtop and affect low-lying coastal structures. Many existing residences located along Beach Road are already struggling with those hazards, and many homeowners have installed unpermitted shoreline protective devices, such as seawalls, revetments, riprap, sandbags, and berms, in response to the beach's particularly severe erosion over the past few years. Enforcement staff has identified over 90 such cases, and these devices in and of themselves can exacerbate erosion through modification of shoreline processes, resulting in even narrower beach widths. Of the 202 residential lots along Beach Road, about a dozen parcels are currently vacant or unimproved, and they form 4 clearly visible gaps in the existing row of development. Although neighboring developed parcels with armoring, as well as the current backshore profile, likely do provide some protection to the road from wave overtopping under the current range of conditions, it is probable that flood waters can enter through these gaps during extreme events, since portions of the road are at a lower elevation than extreme total water level elevations. In fact, the access roads that the nearby County Beach Park has flooded as a result of wave overtopping during high tide events. Given the risk to the road, the Capistrano Bay Community Services District has recently broadened its authority to include protection of the road from flood damage. Thus, ample evidence exists that all beachfront residential development in the Beach Road community is subject to an unusually high degree of risk due to storm waves and surges, high surf conditions, erosion, and flooding. For these reasons, the Commission has been highly involved in regional planning efforts to ensure that South Orange County, including the Beach Road community, remain resilient and adaptive to future coastal hazards and rising sea levels. Next slide, please. The project site is a 2,476 square foot beachfront lot that extends approximately 60 feet seaward from Beach Road, and the rear property line is ambulatory with the mean high tide line. The site is currently developed with an existing one-story, 11.5 feet tall, 892 square feet single-family residence. The beach seaward of the site is approximately 19 feet wide on average, and the wet sand is available for passive recreation. There is an existing pre-coastal seawall and riprap present on site. Next slide, please. The proposed project, as approved by the city, includes the construction of a new two-story, 36 feet tall, 2,710 square foot single-family residence with an attached 1,258 square foot three-car garage. The garage would be enclosed with breakaway panels. The city approved elevation of the residence and garage above Beach Road grade using 9 caissons. The applicants proposed balconies on the first and second floors of the residence, which would extend approximately 8 feet beyond the structure, but conform to the patio string line. The existing seawall and riprap that were installed prior to the enactment of the Coastal Act are proposed to remain to protect the structures adjacent to the subject property. Unpermitted decking and stairs over the seawall are proposed to be removed as part of the project. Next slide, please. The subject beachfront lot is within a coastal high hazard area, and as such is already subject to coastal hazards, such as wave uprush, flooding, and erosion. The image on this slide was taken in August 2021 along Beach Road, located approximately 1 mile up coast of the subject site, demonstrating the coastal hazards associated with development in this area. This part of the Dana Point coast has experienced an accelerated decades-long erosional trend starting in the late 1990s and is subject to coastal hazards which will be exacerbated by sea level rise. Next slide, please. The beach width as of 2024 January was approximately 19 feet from the existing seawall to the mean high tide line at the subject site, with a long-term erosion rate of 3 feet per year and no accelerated sea level rise. The mean high tide line could reach the line of development at the site in less than 14 years. Even under more conservative estimates, the mean high tide line could reach the line of development at the site in less than 24 years, which demonstrates that erosion is and will continue to be a serious threat along Beach Road and the subject site in the near future. These scenarios are based on the removal of the seawall, as the seawall will prevent the mean high tide line from migrating landward when it's in place. The removal of the seawall is discussed next. Next slide, please. There are periods where there's no dry beach at the subject site. The seawall, outlined in the yellow on this slide, and the riprap on the site are proposed to remain only to protect the adjacent structures that currently depend on the wall for protection from coastal hazards. The city approval did require removal of the seawall. However, staff recommends imposing Special Condition 7, which clarifies when the seawall would be removed, which would be when any of the following conditions occur. 1, the adjacent residences are no longer present, or where the adjacent residences undertake development, which would require a CDP. 2, the adjacent structures no longer need the protection. Or 3, the functioning of the seawall has diminished to such an extent that it is no longer serving to protect the existing adjacent structures. Currently, best available science estimates up to approximately 4.7 feet of sea level rise at the subject site by the year 2100. With the recommendations for engineering design, including including raising the residence on 9 caissons above the future base flood elevation. The applicant's consultant concludes that the residence will be relatively safe from hazards over the proposed 75-year project life. The commission staff engineer, Jeremy Smith, concludes that the proposed elevation of the residence is a reasonable effort to minimize the risks from flood hazards to the residence, and its design on pile foundations similarly reduces the proposed structure's risk from erosion. However, Mr. Smith's analysis also concludes that Beach Road is expected to be threatened by both coastal erosion and wave-related flooding within the 75-year lifespan typically considered for residential development, ultimately restricting access to and from the proposed residence within the anticipated life of the development. Additionally, based on projections of shoreline changes caused by sea level rise, the mean high tide line is expected to migrate inland and underneath the proposed residence with as little as 1.8 feet of sea level rise, which is also within the anticipated project lifespan. In this case, the development has been designed and conditioned to be consistent with the LCP, including future removal of the development if it is not safe to access or inhabit the residence because the road is consistently flooded, or if the utilities are damaged beyond repair. Conditions of approval also specify that the development must be relocated or removed if it comes to encroach on public trust lands when the mean high tide line migrates landward with sea level rise. Next slide, please. Given that the project site is subject to significant coastal hazards that will only exacerbate with sea level rise, the Commission's staff engineer, Mr. Smith, has made certain recommendations to ensure that the proposed development would minimize risk and avoid adverse impacts to coastal resources to the greatest extent feasible. These recommendations include specific changes to the design of the project. Primarily at issue is the recommendation to design a carport in lieu of an enclosed garage with breakaway walls. The applicant submitted a letter to the Commission staff objecting to any revisions to the project design, specifically the replacement of the enclosed garage with a carport. As noted in Mr. Smith's memorandum attached to the staff report, there are several concerns with the proposed at-grade garage with regards to marine debris and water quality through storage of materials and increasingly frequent destruction of breakaway walls expected with sea level rise. Mr. Smith notes that the structure will still be subject to significant direct wave attack, wave run-up, and overtopping. The garage located below the future base flood elevation would experience repeated stresses from wave impact and would likely experience accelerated degradation with the additional effects of abrasion from repeated impacts from sand and cobble and corrosion and spalling from the marine environment. It is likely that major repairs will be needed to these more exposed parts of the structure prior to repairs to the habitable portions. A fast-moving bore from a wave running up or flowing across the project site, impacting the breakaway panels, could cause failure with water depths of less than a foot. The elevation of the garage is close to the elevation of many existing decks and patios along the beachfront, which are frequently impacted or overtopped by waves during high tide that coincide with moderate swell. Given the breakaway walls could be at the structural string line of the proposed residence, it is plausible that wave bores from extreme events could reach the garage due to episodic erosion that causes waves to break closer to the residence or water from overtopped waves accumulating at the landward side of the lot. Frequency of failure of these breakaway panels will increase with sea level rise, increasing the risk that debris from the breakaway panels and any unsecured material stored in the garage areas would be mobilized by waves and released into the nearshore marine environment. The proposed garage is already at risk and will increasingly be at risk of sand breaking through the breakaway panels should it pile up at the wall of the garage, again exposing the materials in the garage to the marine environment. Mr. Smith estimates that the breakaway walls could fail more than once a year with the projected sea level rise, from either wave impact or a buildup of sand on the seaward side of the walls, and he recommends that the design be modified to allow waves to flow unobstructed through the garage without breakaway panels. Applicants with new structures proposed along Beach Road have argued in the past that the LCP requires breakaway walls. The LCP allows for breakaway walls but does not require them, and provides an alternative by allowing the lowest floor to be free of obstructions. The LCP prohibits subterranean garages on Beach Road. It does not prohibit carports. Staff recommends the use of carports as unenclosed structures free of free of obstruction along Beach Road in new development so that waves can flow unobstructed beneath the residence, and that there be no structures at beach grade on the seaward side in order to minimize the contribution to marine debris and worsening of hazards in the surrounding area. Since the frequency of failure of the proposed breakaway panels will increase with sea level rise, there is an increased risk that the debris from the breakaway panels would be mobilized by waves and released into the nearshore marine environment. Depending on how the breakaway panels fail, large chunks or sections could drift and pose hazards to nearby residencies or beachgoers. Because there are no public easements on this property across the dry sand, when the walls break away, they could have public access impacts because the failed walls will be in the surf zone, which is near the mean high tide line and the area of the beach that provides public access to the coast. Furthermore, the enclosed garage may also be for storage of electrical and mechanical equipment, cleaning chemicals, or other hazardous pollutants. Inundation of the garage could thus result in the release of harmful toxins into the marine environment and/or impacts to water quality and surrounding coastal habitats via creation of marine debris. Therefore, in order to avoid the creation of marine debris and minimize the potential for water quality degradation, staff continues to recommend special conditions requiring design changes to the plans to replace the proposed enclosed garage with an open carport, and conditions which prohibit the storage of unsecured and hazardous materials within the open carport to avoid their release into the marine environment. In addition to the benefits outlined here, a carport will have other benefits, such as preservation of a portion of blue water views, which will be discussed later in the presentation. And to note, other recent commission actions along Beach Road have adopted similar carport redesign requirements, including at the December hearing for 2 appeal projects that were approved with conditions. One of these projects, at 35747 Beach Road, involved a redesign of the garage area to a carport prior to the commission's action, with the cooperation of the applicant in adopting this change after the appeal. Further, staff have worked closely in cooperation with the city to address these coastal resource issues in future projects, and as such, there have been several recent projects approved by the city that the commission has not appealed, having already incorporated the recommended design elements and with special conditions on the city's permit in line with those included by the commission. Next slide, please. The subject site is located within an almost fully developed residential area with no vertical public beach access currently available due to Beach Road. The closest vertical access points available are located approximately 1 mile up coast at Capistrano Beach Park and half a mile down coast from the project site. Because there is no existing public access easement at the subject site across the dry sand, members of the public seaward of the property would only have lateral access across the wet sand along the mid-high tide line. While there is an existing shoreline protected device on the site that does impede the inland migration of public trust lands and could in the future impact public access to the shoreline protection was built prior to the enactment of the Coastal Act. The applicants have stated that the 2 adjacent residences rely on it, and the applicants are not proposing any development to the seawall and are not proposing to alter it. As previously discussed, staff recommends conditions of approval to monitor the mean high tide line and to remove development that may restrict public access in the future. The project, as conditioned, does not negatively impact public access. As conditioned, the project is consistent with the LCP and the public access policies of the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. Commission staff had requested a rendering of the proposed project with an open carport in lieu of the proposed enclosed garage. However, the applicants submitted a view impact study that shows the residence as proposed with an enclosed garage on the ground level, shown on this slide. The applicants assert that no additional view impacts or loss of blue water views will occur, given a single-story residence currently exists on site. Next slide, please. As can be seen on this slide, blue water views are present if viewing the subject site from Coast Highway or the adjacent pedestrian trail. Therefore, the project would result in an additional loss of blue water views from Coast Highway if approved as proposed by the applicants. The LCP requires that new development be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas and, where feasible, will restore and enhance visual quality in visually degraded areas. Providing ocean views across the site in the new development would restore and enhance the visual quality. Commission staff recommends that ocean views be provided across the site via 2 conditions of approval, which require design changes to convert the enclosed garage to an open carport and to provide view corridors within the side yards and the carport of the property. Next slide, please. A violation of the Coastal Act has occurred on the subject property, including but not necessarily limited to unpermitted development constructed after adoption of the Coastal Act, consisting of an elevated seaward deck and staircase on the site. According to aerial photography of the site, the patio deck was installed by 2006 and further expanded with the stairs by 2013. Further modifications were made by 2021. The applicant has proposed as a component of this project to remove the unpermitted deck and stairs to fully remove the unpermitted structure from the site. Commission staff have reviewed the violation and considered the removal of the unpermitted structures as sufficient to resolve the violation. While the deck has been present for more than 10 years, the presence of the seawall underneath the deck results in minimal impacts to public access caused by the deck that does not necessitate further action at this time. Next slide, please. As outlined in the staff report, the project also has the potential to impact marine resources and tribal cultural resources. Tribal monitoring during construction is included as condition of approval. In the event that portions of the development fall to the beach before they are removed, conditions require the applicant or successors in interest to remove all recoverable debris associated with the development from the beach and ocean, and conditions are imposed on the construction phase of the project to protect marine life and water quality. Staff recommends 15 special conditions as outlined in the staff report and summarized on this slide. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that the Commission approve the de novo coastal development permit per the staff recommendation. The motion to accomplish this can be found on page 7 of the staff report. We would note that, for the record, that 2 addenda were published for this item to provide responses to 2 letters of opposition received from the applicant and Pacific Legal Foundation. This concludes the staff presentation. Staff, including the Commission staff engineer Jeremy Smith, are available for questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that presentation. We'll begin by asking my colleagues if there are any ex partes to report. Okay. Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing and go first to the applicant.
And yes, we have on Zoom the applicant, John Seidensticker, as well as Pacific Legal Representative, Jeremy Talcott. John Seidensticker, go ahead.
Could you let Jeremy go first? Would that be okay?
Yes.
Sir, could I ask how much time you'll need total?
I would like, if you would appease me, I would like 10 minutes. I've waited 3 years since I was de novo to get to this point. I would like 10 minutes if it's possible. If not, I can cut my comments down to 2, but this has been a long, arduous process. Seth, I want to say, I've been through 3 planners and he's stuck through, but I would request 10 for myself that has waited 3 years at this point for this, but I don't know how much time Jeremy needs.
Sir, 10 minutes for you is fine, thank you, but I think you need to go first. My understanding is that Jeremy, and I apologize, I don't know his last name, Mr. Talcott, is not representing you in this matter, so he will have to speak as a member of the public. So please go ahead, sir.
Okay, well, thank you, staff. As I said, it's been 3 years since this project got turned down. It's really a little bit of a crazy chase as due process isn't followed here. I followed the LCP to the letter of the law and then was told it wasn't good enough, and I've waited 3 years for today. I've submitted multiple letters, and based on the staff's rebuttal, the staff has mischaracterized my constitutional argument. The addendum states that the unconstitutional conditions doctrine does not apply because prohibitions on future shoreline protection do not require a conveyance of property interest or payment of money. That framing misunderstands the doctrine. The unconstitutional conditions doctrine applies whenever the government conditions approval of land use permit on the surrender of constitutional rights, including property rights. This proposal requires me and my wife to permanently waive future shoreline protection, removal of existing shoreline protection devices under specific triggers, and mandatory future demolition of the residence. These are significant property interests. Courts have consistently held that conditioning development's approval on the surrender of property must satisfy the nexus and proportionate principles. Even if the commission believes the Lindstrom allows certain limitations, Lindstrom does not authorize the breadth of the conditions proposed here. 15 conditions beyond the LCP. In fact, the Lindstrom explicitly held Coastal Commission remove conditions that were overboard and unreasonable in order to revise or delete. Staff's reliance on Lindstrom therefore cuts against their position. Staff misapplies the Lindstrom decision in the addendum and validates the proposed conditions. That is correct. The Lindstrom upheld only a narrow, tailored conditions tied to specific hazards, while simultaneously striking down conditions that were broader than necessary. The court held that removal of conditions must be limited to circumstances where a government agency determines the structure unsafe. No feasible mitigation exists without shoreline protection. The conditions imposed here go far beyond that standard. They include triggers based on loss of utilities, access impairment, mitigation of mean high tide level, removal of neighbor structures, future adaptation planning. These triggers are not limited to structural safety, therefore exceed the Lindstrom permit. Staff also misrepresents Coastal Act 3235. The addendum asserts shoreline protection may only protect structures existing in 1977. The interpretation is legally unsupported. Section 3235 states, revetments, breakaways, groins, harbor channels, seawalls shall be permitted when to serve coastal dependent uses or protecting existing structures. Courts have repeatedly interpreted existing structures to include structures that lawfully exist when protection is required. The amendment relies on Costa Mira HOA to argue otherwise, but Costa Mira addresses specific fractional situations involving redevelopment and armoring expansion, not a category rule eliminating of shoreline protection for all future. The Coastal Act has never interpreted required protective waiver shoreline protection rights for all replacement residents. The addendum confirms that the conditions are based here on speculation of engineers. The staff claims that the mean high tide line may reach the development in less than 14. However, that conclusion is based on projections derived from generalized erosion models. Even the commission's own engineer memo acknowledges substantial uncertainty in predicting the future shoreline change. Permit conditions must be based on substantial evidence of the site-specific impacts, not speculative future scenarios. The Coastal Act requires that development minimizes risk, not eliminates every conceivable future hazard. The addendum concedes that the conditions are policy-driven. The addendum repeatedly references regional erosion conditions and sea level rise, but those conditions in fact affect the entire beach road and honestly all of California coast, not this project uniquely. The addendum attempts to justify the conditions by stating other similarly situated properties have the similar requirements. They were made to take those requirements. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten a permit. This is not legal justification. The commission believes, if the commission believes regional policies are necessary to address sea level rise and shoreline armoring, those policies must be adopted through an LCP addendum, regional planning, and legislative rulemaking. They cannot be imposed piecemeal through individual permits. Staff mischaracterizes the deed restrictions. The addendum states the deed restrictions are not overboard because it only applies as long as the development exists. That statement ignores the practical effect of the condition. Deed restrictions require perpetual monitoring obligations, disclosure requirements binding future owners, restrictions tied to evolving hazard speculation, and encumber a deed to make the property worth so much less in value. Such restrictions significantly burden the title and exceed typical notice conditions. The carport. I can live with making sure and signing up that I won't have chemicals in there. And yes, it will require maintenance. Living on the ocean does. But removing the car, making it carport mandatory is one that's a safety concern. Anybody can walk through my property. Anybody can get in the elevator. I understand the impacts of living on the water, but the addendum asserts that the garage is not a requirement by the LCP, that a carport is preferred. However, the LCP establishes development standards for garages and enclosed parkings. My design complies with those standards. The commission cannot replace compliant development with an alternative design simply because it prefers a different architectural configuration. Such submission exceeds the commission's authority. I realize I'm running out of time, so I will go faster. The addendum confirms conditions exceed the LCP. Perhaps the most revealing statement in the addendum is the LCP development standards do not preclude additional requirements being imposed additively or substitution. This interpretation is incorrect. The Coastal Act requires development in the appeal jurisdiction to be evaluated for consistency with the certified LCP. The commission does not have the authority to impose new substantive development standards that do not exist in the LCP today. If the commission believes new policies need to be addressed to shoreline armoring or sea level rise, they need to do an amendment to the LCP, not project-specific permit conditions. I will conclude here. The addendum that the staff has put forth in my response fails to resolve the fundamental issues raised in my correspondence. Instead, it confirms that the challenge conditions are based on speculative, long-term hazard projections and expansive interpretation of LCP policies, misapplication of relevant case law, policy preferences adopted in the certified LCP. The Coastal Act requires that permit conditions be necessary to achieve compliance with the LCP, supported by substantial evidence reasonably related to the project. These conditions imposed here exceed those limits. For those reasons, I maintain that special conditions 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 15 remain legally unsupported and request them to be removed or substantially revised. I made it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Okay, now we will turn to Chris.
Jeremy Talcott. Jeremy Talcott.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Just to, rather than reiterating the points that I raised in the letter submitted on behalf of PLF, I'll just briefly respond to some of the notes within the addendum, including the fact that the commission notes that they're entitled to require conditions so long as they are reasonable. I think that's still far different than a condition that requires resubmittal of new plans. I think that fundamentally transforms what is supposed to be a final decision by the commission, because this cannot be a final decision when the final decision instead opens up the possibility of continued future negotiations between staff and the applicant to try and satisfy the nature of the conditions that have been placed. As noted within our letter, I believe this constitutes both a problem under the due process clause and also simply under the regulations of the Coastal Act itself, as well as the structure established by Section 1094.5 and the short statute of limitations within the Coastal Act, which gives just 60 days for an applicant to seek judicial review. So when the final terms of the development cannot be fully known on the basis of the final approval, that makes it difficult for the judiciary to do its job, and again transforms this final or this so-called approval into something else entirely. Finally, I would also point out that special conditions 7 and 5, in addition to serving as regulatory takings, which the staff responds to elsewhere, also hand over this kind of unconstrained authority to demand removal to unspecified state agencies using subjective criteria. And I believe that also constitutes a due process violation. So we would urge the commission to instead approve the project as originally approved by the local government, or to simply deny.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Mitch Silverstein, and we will make sure that your video on this presentation works properly.
Long day. Chair Harmon, Commissioners, Mitch Silverstein with Surf Rider. I'll wait to start, in all fairness to the time limits. Yeah, okay, next slide. And next slide again. That's the home that's in question today. That's a more recent image. Staff did a great presentation, but I wanted to kind of give a more recent image, I think 2021, to really show you what that beach looks like today. So there's no speculative future erosion happening. It's already pretty bad. Next slide. And then this is the video. Hopefully it works. And if you could mute it, that would be great. This is also 2021. It's not all Beach Road, this video, but that is, and most of the video is Beach Road homes. So I'll keep playing this video as a reminder of just how hazardous this location is when Beach Road de novos come up. The staff report stated they've identified over 90 cases of unpermitted shoreline armoring on this road, many in response to particularly severe erosion over the past few years. Sadly, that armoring just further exacerbates erosion, and ultimately no amount of armoring is going to protect these homes. What's this going to look like in 2050 with a foot of sea level rise? What about 2-3 feet of sea level rise? That's likely going to occur within the expected lifespan of the home whose permit is before you today. Surfrider's view on this is that the special conditions staff have landed on are compliant with the Coastal Act, the city's LUP, and are necessary. We would push harder on requiring immediate removal of the seawall, but appreciate the sunset mechanism that will require its removal if and when the neighboring properties redevelop and are no longer reliant on it. It's important to note that this suite of special conditions have been consistent across several similar de novo CDPs for new developments on Beach Road that most of you and maybe previous commissioners have approved. The caissons, the open carport instead of an enclosed garage, mean high tide line surveys and removal of parts which encroach on public tidelands, and prohibition of future shoreline armoring are precedents that have already been set. It would be very inconsistent to modify any of them today, and previous applicants may feel compelled to request CDP amendments. And if those are denied, I wouldn't be surprised if legal action is sued if you were to do that today. So I sympathize with the applicants who need to suffer this process, but I urge you to hold strong and approve the staff recommendation on this. The reality is we need to stop building homes on beaches, but this is the best we can do. They're building at their own risk, and beaches belong to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
And no more speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I will close the public hearing and return to our staff to see if they have any closing comments.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple things. Staff affirm that the issues raised in these comments have largely been addressed in the staff report and associated addenda, and I'll just add a couple points of note. The special conditions of the permit are included each with a stated nexus to coastal resource impacts and have supporting findings in the staff report. And then further, just to reiterate, the staff recommendation for a redesign to include a carport instead of an enclosed garage is not a preference of architectural style as stated in the comments. It is an alternative that's beneficial for the risks to coastal resources as thoroughly analyzed and outlined in the staff report. I'll turn it over to other commission staff and staff council if they have any additional comments.
Great, thank you, Seth. And one thing I just wanted to point out, and it is something that was mentioned in the initial comments, but with regard to the carport design, this is something, again, the commission has itself approved several times before. But at the same time, the city of Dana Point has as well. They've taken action on a number of permits since this item came in. And they've revised the conditions that they impose to a point and do require the carport as part of that in a fashion such that we haven't decided to appeal those actions. And the city itself found consistency with the LCP with regard to that requirement. So I just wanted to point that out, and I'll turn it over to our staff counsel for some additional comments.
Thank you, Mr. Schwing. I would just note that the applicant referenced multiple times the Lindstrom decision. It just so happens that the Deputy Attorney General who represented the commission in that is Haley Peterson, sitting here to my left. And then we actually revised the special conditions in response to the court order in that case to ensure that the removal conditions and issues like that are triggered by a final decision of an agency with authority that has withstood legal challenge if it has been challenged. So it is a final order. There is due process because it can be challenged at the time that the removal order or the red tagging order is made by the local government or other agency. So we believe we're fully in consistency with the Lindstrom case. In response to Mr. Talcott's argument about Special Condition 1 and the revised final plans, I would note that this is a very typical condition that the commission applies when we need to make modifications to the submitted plans. And it's unclear to me what part of this is unclear. There is a bird strike prevention plan with so much detail that it includes things like that the treatment pattern should be 1/8 of an inch wide with a maximum spacing of 2 inches. There's not going to be negotiation between the executive director and the applicant over something like a plan with this much detail. This condition is designed so that it is simply a ministerial action by the executive director to sign off on the final plans. They also mentioned in their letter the caisson plan that's part of the revised plans. It is a caisson treatment and exposure plan. So if the caissons are exposed, then they will be properly camouflaged at that time. We're not redesigning the caissons here. If you go through each of these final plan conditions, they have specificity, they are ministerial or don't involve discretion by the executive director, or are not fundamentally changing the scope of the development. So we respectfully disagree with Mr. Talcott on that issue. And I believe that concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I will return to the commission and begin with Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks so much. And I want to appreciate the tremendous amount of work that went into this by our staff, and also appreciate the comments from council, and particularly having Councilor Lindstrom here to provide that additional information. One of when I look at what Mitch just presented, and I think about the mean high tide line requirements, I'm having a little bit of a hard time understanding how portions of this residents are not already in the public trust domain. Can you explain that to me? Because it seems to me the mean high tide line is pretty darn close to where this seawall is or beyond.
Jeremy Smith is our engineer, and he's available online. Jeremy, can you address this question?
Yes, through the chair. Sorry, I'm getting feedback.
Sounds good to us.
Okay, I'll just power through. The mean high tide line, the closest in date survey that we have shows that it is relatively close to the seawall. I think it was something like 12 feet or so. So it is relatively quite close to the seawall as of the last date in survey. Of course, the mean high tide line is something that's ambulatory and changes with different sand levels. But we don't have any affirmative evidence that the mean high tide line has been surveyed at the base of the seawall. And of course, the seawall would prevent the natural migration of the mean high tide line further landward.
So returning to my comments, so the first thing that, or one of the first things that has to happen is that the applicant has to perform a mean high tide line survey to determine, and I don't know, Jeremy didn't say when that survey was conducted, but this would have to be done prior to the commencement of any redevelopment of this house.
The requirement under the condition is prior to issuance of the permit. That's the first mean high tide line survey that is due. And then they're progressively required, I think, every 5 years after that.
And they pushed back on the requirement of the every 5 years, and I thought it might be helpful just to make a statement about why that is justified by the Coastal Act, if you would, because I know that was one of their points, that the LCP does not require an every 5 year MHTL.
I can take a crack, but I think where your first question sort of leads to the second, which is, it's obviously mean high tide line is very close to the existing house. And so I think we don't know the exact timeline in which sea level rise will reach the house. There, as I think you heard Seth say earlier, and in the report, there is some uncertainty about that, which is why we're tying all these conditions to that mean high tide line survey. But this is a really dynamic environment too, and that's why we felt 5 years was appropriate. It could be every 1 year. We could get different values every year. That seemed a little bit too much, and so I do think 5 years makes a lot of sense given how quickly this beach is eroding. We do feel like 5 years is appropriate.
Yeah, and also just to add, the wording of the condition allows for the Capistrano Bay District to be the ones to perform the survey, which they already perform surveys in this area. Mm-hmm. So the applicant really only needs to receive the data from the district and submit it on their own behalf. Of course, if the district ever no longer conducted those surveys, the applicant would be responsible for that, but the district has done that for a number of years.
Okay,
so.
Well, I would think that, I have a lot of concern about this. I'll just say straight up. And I feel that the pushback from the applicant of what I consider to be very reasonable conditions, given the situation as demonstrated by the video, in which we all know at this location, I think it's whether what is called the Capistrano?
The Capistrano Bay District.
Okay, well, they would have had to do it very recently, right, for it to qualify for this permit?
Yeah, the most recent survey that was used in the analysis of this project was from 2024, but there are more recent surveys that have been conducted.
Yeah, I'm concerned about all of the documents submitted by the landowner, their comments here today. I just want to make sure that they're truly in agreement and understand what is being required here, and that they are going to comply with it, because it's a very dangerous situation. For example, the issue with the carport, we discussed that at a prior hearing, but the idea that these carport walls could be dislodged by a storm event and go slamming down the street or the beach into other houses, into people, into the road. I mean, that seems like such a clear point. I'm just concerned that the applicant does not understand. He's made a couple statements about living by the ocean is tough. Well, as we've seen from the videos here, I mean, this is a very, very perilous location to be building a house. So, you know, I have a lot of concerns about this permit. And I am very grateful to for the extensive work that staff has done. And I think that, you know, it's absolutely mandatory to have all of the requirements in effect at the time the permit issues, including an assessment of what it would take to remove the seawall and the house. So, you know, I think that it's a new day with the public, what's happening with public trust lands, that people that live on the beach and have houses on the beach have got to understand this is public land. When the mean high tide line continues to move landward, it becomes public land. And, you know, we are required to enforce that. So, I mean, I you know, will go along with this permit, but only because of the extensive work that staff has done and all of the requirements that are contained here. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Malley.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Great job to staff again. You know, each one of the times one of these houses come up, it kind of seems like it's rinse repeat, but I really appreciate all that you've done, and I just want to align myself with the Vice Chair Hart's concerns and thoughts. I think I made a somewhat snarky comment on one of these, and I'm going to bring back that snark a little bit today. I said, I wonder how many years before I'm allowed to just pull up a chair, sit in their, you know, front deck porch and watch TV because it's public land. And so I don't think we're that far away from this, right? So it just kind of absurd to me. But yeah, I have nothing else to say. Snark, done.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado.
No, I just wanted to make a point about the continued erosion of that beach, and I don't know to what extent the property owners who have housing, who have created protections for their property and have impacted the beach erosion, and to what extent does the public have access right now to those beaches, and it's basically being eliminated in attempting to protect that kind of structure at that beach. So I'm just wondering, is enforcement the alternative? If let's say this project doesn't move forward, how does enforcement occur with all of those property owners that are basically eliminating the beach?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, there are currently enforcement actions underway with regard to these properties. There have been notices sent, and we are attempting to work with the property owners in order to address that.
The reason I bring that up is that in one of the conditions you do talk about the neighbors making changes, and so it presupposes that everyone's probably in need of making changes. So in any case, I'm confused by this whole development, but I will support Vice Chair Hart's motion if she makes one.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson, then Commissioner Escalante.
I share many of those concerns, and I do really want to say I appreciate the conditions for all the reasons that are stated in the sections that are mentioned, that are referenced in this report, and I won't go through them all. But I do believe that there is an effort here to not just protect the public safety and the public resources, but also the state interests in relation to these situations where properties get abandoned, properties have significant damage, and then the state, under emergency conditions, have to deal with this, and that falls on all of the state's residences to pay for this. So not only do we have, you know, some pretty significant privilege related to being able to live in or have property and access and entitlement to that space, but then when the stuff hits the fan and people lean on the state to help deal with the emergency and the problem that's been created, that's unfair to everybody else who can't afford that space and who is everywhere else. And it's intentional in a certain degree, because we're moving forward with permits on this, and so I really concur with what is with these conditions strongly, and so that we're protecting not only those resources but also the interests of the citizens of the state of California. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I totally align myself with Commissioner Wilson's.
Through the chair, I just want to make an update that we will be removed from the building at 6:30. We cannot be here after 6:30, so we need to get through the agenda. just to speed things up if possible.
Okay, real quick. Sorry. Then I'll start this problem, another one. But what will be the trigger for the state of California to force some of these very extreme cases of beach loss, erosion, conflict with the main road behind? I know that, there's a takings issue, but what can trigger maybe forcing homes to go on stilts, for example, which may alleviate some of the access issues, some of the safety and erosion issues?
I think we're already at the point of requiring those types of, elevation and other mechanisms to make sure that these houses are out of harm's way, so to speak. So they are, they are sort of elevated up on caissons in these particular circumstances. House still same idea. But to your question, sort of about, when we can anticipate that if in this particular instance, the seawall comes down, but again, like imagine, take this house and multiply it by many across that entire road. When the mean high tide line does come under the houses, those houses are then on public trust lands. And how are we going to manage that as a state? And that is a good question that I'm not sure we have a great answer to yet. It's one of the things we're working actively with State Lands Commission to try to figure out some potential solutions for managing through that problem, because we have that already in certain circumstances, and it's just going to occur more and more, where we will have private structures encroaching on public trust lands, taking up beach space, all of that. I mean, that's going to be happening.
Just to close up, I think it's a worthwhile time right now to be speeding those conversations, just because of kind of how things are going to move along the beachfront in Malibu. We don't have really much to say in that, but I mean, common sense, hopefully, will peek its head into those decisions. And, whatever we do in the future is going to prevent some of this, valuable natural resources loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
All right, sounds like we better be moving quickly. So I move the commission approve coastal development permit number A-5-DPT-23-0004 pursuant to the staff recommendation. Ask for a yes vote.
Second.
Motion by Vice Chair Hart, second by Commissioner Preciado. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing no objection, the motion carries. Okay, now we'll move on quickly to item 17C.
That's correct. Item 17C, this is the boat show, CDP. And Amrita Spencer, our district manager in our Long Beach office, is going to be doing that presentation remotely. We do have a staff PowerPoint if we could bring that up. And Amrita, when you are ready to proceed, please do.
And Amrita, please go quickly.
I will do my best. I will talk quickly as well. Good evening, commissioners. Item 17C is an application for the Newport Beach International Boat Show, which I'll refer to as the boat show within the commission's permitting jurisdiction. The applicant is Bernard Kita. The project is located within Lido Marina in the city of Newport Beach. Landward of the marina is Lido Village, which is developed with mixed commercial uses. The boat show The boat show will showcase boats, yachts, and marine-related exhibits. The applicant is requesting a 5-year approval for this event, with this year's show set to take place April 16th through 19th of this year. The boat show event will take place over 4 days, and the combined setup and takedown will take approximately 3 weeks. The project site has a bisected coastal permit jurisdiction boundary, which results in a portion of the site being located within the commission's retained permit jurisdiction and the other portion within the city's permitting jurisdiction. I'll refer to these as the waterside portion and the landside portion respectively. This permit application is limited to the waterside portion of the boat show, which is located in the harbor and in submerged tidelands as shown on this slide. The component will feature in-water boat shows, including displays, marina activations, and entertainment on the docks. This event would have an entrance fee with general admission pricing ranging from $25 to $49 and a limited quantity of VIP tickets priced at approximately $200. The event would also include the installation of 177 temporary floating dock units supported with 12-inch diameter piles and 75 helical anchors that will be used by the boats for the boat show. The standard of review for the development within the commission's original permit jurisdiction is Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act with the certified LCP used as guidance. Next slide, please. The primary issues raised by the project relate to marine resources and public access. The proposed piles and helical anchors would result in a total of 200 cubic yards of temporary fill. Placement of piles and because this project results in fill, the project must be reviewed for conformance with 30233A of the Coastal Act. In order for the project to be consistent with this section, the project needs to demonstrate that the fill must be for an allowable use, that the fill of coastal waters is the least environmentally damaging feasible alternative, and that adequate mitigation is included to offset impacts created by the project. Since the piles and helical anchors will support the dock floats, the fill would be consistent with 30233 as fill for boating facilities is an allowable use. The applicant has indicated that placement of the piles and anchors is the minimum amount of piles and anchors necessary to safely anchor the temporary dock floats, and has explained that over time between previous shows and this show, the number of piles used to support the boat dock system has been significantly reduced from 36 to 12. Additionally, the applicant is in the process of transitioning completely to helical anchors as they result in less fill and cause less turbidity during installation removal. The applicant has expressed interest in removing the piles but retaining the helical after each event to simplify setup for future shows. However, there are concerns that leaving in the helical anchors would effectively result in permanent fill that would adversely impact soft bottom habitat and would not be the least environmentally damaging alternative. Thus, Special Condition 1 requires the applicant to submit a pile and helical anchor removal plan, and Special Condition 2 requires that the piles and helical anchors are removed no later than 5 days after each completion of the boat show event. As conditioned, the project would not result in permanent impacts to soft bottom habitat and thus would not necessitate mitigation. Thus, the project as conditioned would meet the requirements of Coastal Act Section 30233. With respect to public access, although the waterside portion of the event show is a paid event, the landside portion of the event, which is in the city's jurisdiction and has been approved by the city, is completely free to the public and includes marine safety and educational exhibitions, outdoor and recreational lifestyle exhibitions, and Coast Guard Auxiliary and Coast Guard Foundation information pertaining to public boating safety and awareness outreach. Thus, there is a free public component access to the boat show that will be provided alongside the paid portion of the event. It should also be noted that parking and transportation for the event will be provided through a combination of off-site parking at Hoag Hospital nearby, complimentary shuttle service water taxi partnerships that are free to the public, and continued use of on-site available public parking in the Lido Marina Village directly adjacent to the project site. The project would not interfere with any existing navigational easements that would exist over navigational waters or with the public's right to access coastal waters, bayward of the event area. Nevertheless, Special Condition 7 clarifies that approval of the CDP does not waive any public rights that may exist on adjacent public waters or these public waters. Next slide, please. I'll speed through this in the interest of time. But after publication of the staff report, Commission staff received 3 emails from Jim Mosier, the Sierra Club, and Fair Harbors Access with a variety of questions and concerns regarding the proposed project. An addendum has been published that details the correspondence concerns raised by these correspondence letters and staff's response to concerns. Next slide, please. Let's see, to address additional concerns related to public access, the Commission staff has recommended the addition of Special Condition 9 to require the submittal of a yearly report to explain how the boat show has maintained consistency with the public access policies found in Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. The condition also requires annual submittal of eelgrass and chlorpra surveys before each event as a clarification. And yes, for all of the reasons stated above, staff recommends that the Commission approve CDP number 5-25-0608 with 9 special conditions. The motions and resolutions are on page 6 of the staff report. This concludes the presentation, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Any ex partes? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing and I'll turn to Chris.
We have 2 speakers, Bernard Kita, the applicant, and Nancy Okada. Bernard Kita, please accept being moved to panelist. All right, go ahead, Bernard.
All right, thank you. I want to start by thanking the Commission staff for their presentation and ongoing assistance throughout this process. The event originally has taken place since 1973, over a half a century ago, and since taking over the event in 2023, we have strived to bring this production into compliance. We are in support of the environmental initiatives and special conditions outlined for this year's, for the 5-year coastal development permit, and we will continue to adhere to regulations and improve our practices to the best of our ability, ensuring both that the harbor remains protected and the public continues to have access to the coast and Newport Harbor. As a small business producing an event of this caliber, we must also be mindful of rising costs. As increased regulatory expenses inevitably trickle down to our attendees, we want to be mindful of that. So since taking over the project, our biological surveys conducted prior to each show do not discover any eelgrass or chlorpra in the area, and now adding, other things just adds to that weight. But, finding a practical balance allows us to protect the marine environment while keeping the historic event alive and accessible. I want to thank you for your time, your partnership, and approving of this 5-year coastal development permit today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Nancy Okada.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. First, I want to thank the staff for their thoughtful response to the issues that we raised in the Sierra Club letter, and for adding special condition number 9, which requires annual reporting on public access and biological resource impacts. That is a constructive addition, and we appreciate the staff's effort to address these concerns. That said, a few issues still appear unresolved in the record. First, regarding water quality and marine resource impacts, the staff notes that the Army Corps and the Regional Water Quality Control Board may not require permits and references. Special condition number 5, requiring construction of BMPs. While BMPs are helpful, they primarily address construction practices. They do not substitute for a clear analysis of potential impacts from installing and removing 12 piles and 75 helical anchors in harbor sediments each year, which could create turbidity and sediment disturbance. It would be helpful for the record to clarify how those impacts were evaluated. Second, there appears to be an open question regarding public trust tied lands and comparable compensation. The staff report response notes that staff contacted the city but had not yet received confirmation regarding any fees being paid for the commercial use of these tied lands. Because these lands are held in trust for the public, clarity on that issue would be important. And finally, while the addition of monitoring conditions is appreciated, the Commission is being asked to approve a 5-year authorization before current baseline eelgrass information is confirmed, which could make it difficult to evaluate cumulative impacts over time. For these reasons, additional clarification on these points would help strengthen the Commission's findings and ensure the record fully addresses the Coastal Act policy. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. No more speakers, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. I'll turn to our staff. Any final comments?
I'll just note that the coastal development permit that we're recommending does have conditions addressing water quality. In terms of the turbidity issue, that is something that the applicant has addressed with some additional monitoring that they are proposing. As far as the eelgrass baseline, that's a prior to issuance requirement of the permit that they do eelgrass, a review of potential eelgrass. There isn't typically any in this area of the harbor, and it's not commonly a problem. And I'll just turn quickly to Amrita to see if there's anything else she wanted to add.
No, I believe Mr. Schwing has covered what is going to be.
Great, thanks.
Wonderful, thank you. So now I'll return to the Commission for comments, questions, or ideally a motion.
Got the chair pushing my mic button now. That's like high level. I move the full service. I move that Commission approve coastal development permit 5-25-0608 pursuant to the staff recommendation. Ask for a yes vote.
Second.
Motion by Vice Chair Hart, second by Commissioner Wilson. They're asking for a yes vote. Any opposition to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion passes. Okay, thank you all. We will break for, oh, nope. There's so close, yet so far.
Close.
Number 18, please, Mr.
Number
Schwing.
18, thank you. We're on the Deputy Director's Report for San Diego Coast District. We're reporting 4 waivers for projects in Salado Beach, San Diego, and 1 permit extension. We're aware of any opposition. We're also reporting on 2 emergency actions in the Port of San Diego, one for removal of invasive caulerpa in San Diego Bay, and the other for fill of a sinkhole that had formed along the popular Bayshore Bikeway. Last, we're reporting on the final certification of 2 LCP amendments involving parking reforms and housing in the city of San Diego. And we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to the waivers or the amendments in the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Schwing. Any ex partes? No? Any public comments, Chris?
I know we only have people available for questions.
Thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objections, the Commission concurs. And now we will break for the day. Thank you.